Hard to believe, but it all comes down to this. One of the biggest days on the calendar. It is ECC Premier Division Finals Day. We have 4 teams here with the Spanish. They're out of the tournament last night. But will it be an existing champion, the English or the Dutch, or will it be a new champion crowned today? The Germans are here, the Scots are here, and they're all after one thing, that ECC trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo, welcome. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Finals Day, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day on the ECN calendar. It is the final day of ECC 24. We've seen 32 countries across 2 divisions. We've seen 21 countries in this Premier Division, and it has come down to 4 finalists. So it's going to be a big day. I've got some of the supporters here. I know you guys are looking forward to the day as well, aren't you? I got to say, I love the local engagement here and the fact that there is cricket being played here, and honestly, the community that have come here locally, but also that have flown in. It's been a really awesome experience. So we're starting with the Eliminator. These 2 teams finished 3 and 4 after the group stage of Championship Week. It's Germany versus the Scotland 11 in this one. Only one of them will survive till later in the day. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier right here when Ian Ramage had the 2 captains and the giant coin.
Germany, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Scotland, as the away team, you'll call. Here you are.
Dream11.
It's been called Dream11, it's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Germany. Who will bowl first?
So Germany have won the toss and elected to bowl. Interesting, it's kind of counter to the strategy that we saw from them earlier, and they will be on the chase. I just think maybe it's just about them wanting to know exactly what they need to do to stay in the competition. Germany, the ultimate kind of hot and cold team in the competition, but when they've been good, they've been really good. The Scots, a very interesting team as well. Let's not forget they brought their best cricket on finals day in Group A, where they came from the 2nd seed spot to sweep out the Irish, and now they've got a genuine shot at this title today. Finlay McCreath's been a great addition to the Scottish side. Him and Brown at the top, I think, are going to be very, very important. For Germany, Fires Khan, let's not forget, he scored a century on finals day back in Group A, but I think it's their bowlers that need to get some early strikes. I know they must be pretty tired at this stage of the tournament. All the players are, but it's going to be an absolutely amazing finals day, I'm sure about that. Scottish bowlers, I think they've got it right more often than not lately. That's why they're here. For example, I think Spain aren't instead. But anyway, it's going to be a big day. Sun's out. I'm loving that. 23 degrees expected, currently 20. Almost ready to get going now with the Eliminator, with Germany winning the toss and electing to bowl. And I've done this so many times, so I think it's time that the kids did a little bit of the work. We're looking for the next generation of presenter, maybe. So what are we going to do? We're going to go 3, 2, 1.
Over to Rico!
Thank you very much, and welcome world, wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to Finals Day. Let's get ready to rock and roll the battle of bat versus ball in the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday. Of course, it was a big day, wasn't it? I know that it was moving day for one team. One team would be eliminated coming into Finals Day. Netherlands took on Spain, and well, this was a decisive result. Netherlands crushing Spain by 112 runs, and Spain, well, really, they looked at all sorts, didn't they? Adnan Jan taking 4 for 18 in the player match performance. Spain then really had to win all the matches they had left to play. Scotland taking on England. England just proved too strong. Scotland, fair play to them. They started well with Finlay McCreath scoring 47 of 18 and Castellar a fine 26, but England bowlers came back on top. Great bowling from Toby Wood, 3 for 28, then England knocking him off. Dan Lincoln, a half century from him. Spain then had to get a win against Germany to keep their hopes alive, and they got that win. Daniel Dolkai, 55 of 18, Yasser Ali, 45, and Ishan chipping in with the runs as well. Germany falling short by 15 runs. Germany, though, they knew that their pathway here today was confirmed. Spain, well, they had to have a tricky wait to see what happened in the final match yesterday. England took on Netherlands. England 135 for 7. Netherlands contained them well, but themselves with the bat, they were restricted. And it was Sebastian Allison taking 3 for 15 in a player match performance who gave England a win. But Arnav Jain, once again, took 4 wickets in that contest as well. Then, of course, this was the one that broke the hearts of the Spanish. Scotland needed a win against Germany to knock the Spanish out, and they did so. Shahid Afridi gave Germany a good start, getting them to a 105, but he was retired out, strangely enough. And then Scotland, well, they got there. Lloyd Brown, who gets to form when he needs to, getting the win for his side by 8 wickets with 11 balls to go. So Scotland are here. Spain, well, they finished 5th this time round. They'll be very disappointed, especially the way they ended their campaign. Remember suffering those 3 defeats in the spin and that big heavy one against the Netherlands, which really sealed their fate. So 4 teams are here. All 4 have a chance to get their hands on the magnificent trophy, the best in the business. It really is, courtesy of our partner, Locker Lifestyles. Let's take a quick look at the fantasy after we just absorb that stunning view of the Cardamom Oval. So here we go. Well, Germany, I think Vinny's touched on it. Their pace bowlers are going to be key. Malik Zahir holds his place in the side. Zahid Zadran is still there, and Fayez Khan, though he did look a little bit rugged yesterday, said no, still no Adil coming into the side. So sticking with those. Then with the bat, for me, I think Musaddiq is going to be absolutely key. Musaddiq Ahmed, Jamshid Khan as well will be key there as well. And one all-rounder, Shahid Afridi. Talking about Scotland now, let's have a look at them now. The Scots are a surprise team. Vinny did say that they do find a way to perform when it matters. They showed that yesterday. They showed it in the group final. So I think, obviously, someone like Finlay McCreath is going to be very key as well. And I think the captain, Christopher McBride, is finding his form. But the same way I think that Afridi is going to be key for Germany with all-round abilities, I think Kes Sajjad could be the same for Scotland. Now, news is coming in. We do have a slight delay. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to just welcome Mr. Vinny Sandu, who, you got to say, folks, was looking absolutely dashing out there in the middle, wearing his gold. And we'll probably Vinny will come in and say buenos dias, and then just inform you of what this slight delay is about.
Yeah, so what it's about is there's been a late lineup change. I think must be due to something that's happening in the warm-up. So the reason, just to be fair, because I know a lot of people are very interested in this game around the world, the delay for 10 minutes allows everyone just to accommodate that change, into their plans. And so what we will do is we will come back to you 5 minutes before the first ball. So that's about 6.5 minutes from now. And we will take you into the first ball. But yeah, buenos dias. I'll just say a quick hello for now. Plenty going on today, including the ECL draw. So stay with us and we'll see you in a few minutes. We'll be back with the start of finals day here at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andalathea, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Good morning once again. Great to have you back, and apologies for that slight delay. It was an unexpected situation, but we are almost ready to get on the park. Just getting to the bottom of that late change due to an injury in the warm-up was that, unfortunately, we've seen the fast bowler Zahid Zadran ruled out with a back injury, replaced by Adil Khan. So Adil Khan got a like-for-like replacement there, right arm seamer. A few people are surprised he wasn't in the lineup to begin with, but I think, got guys like Basir that's been bowling well for Germany. Obviously, they've listed Shahid Afridi Jr. at the top with Jamshed Khan, though. Boom Boom had a slight off night last night. In fact, he was retired out for the first time ever in his ECN career. Obviously, Scotland 11, I'm loving McCreath up there. I think it's been almost a blessing in disguise that they've put him to the top. That only happened due to illness, due to Captain Chris McBride, and we've got Lloyd Brown up there looking very, very strong. And I do know that the Scots will get first use of this Cardamom Oval pitch. There are the players going on the field. Biggest day on the calendar, a lot of people would say, when we get to the final day of an ECC. It's been 4 weeks in the making. Germany, 58% favourites over Scotland 11. There's the Germans. They've been hot, they've been cold, but now's the time. It's now or never. This opportunity does not come around very often. First time we've seen Germany make the final four. As I get ready to get things going, welcoming Rico Full into the commentary box. Well, Rico, this is going to be a sensational game. We saw these two tackle last night. I would say the Germans were kind of in third gear. Scotland were playing for their tournament life, but it's no holds barred action, I think. Two teams show, one will have to go.
Yeah, buenos dias, everybody. They say good things you have to wait for. Good things are meant to be waited on. Well, we have had to wait a little bit longer, but we are ready to go. Yeah, look, these two teams, they have met before. Match number 1 when we started off Championship week, well, Germany chased Scotland's 171 with 14 balls to go. Finlay McCreath did score 96, not out, but Jamshed Khan scored that century, 107 of 25, and Musadi Army was good as well. Then last night, it was Scotland's turn to get their revenge, but they won, chasing Germany's below par, 105, and they did it with 11 balls to go. Lloyd Brown scoring 52, so one apiece, but of course, this is the one that counts. One of these teams, their dreams will continue here at the Cardamom Oval, the Field of Dreams. The other, well, they'll have to think about arranging their travel back home. Well, this is the man who's just been brought into the late change. Adil Khan woke up this morning not expecting to bowl the first ball on finals day. Well, he will be. Can it be a dream start for him? Here we go. Get ready. The battle of bat versus ball. Charles Croucher and Joe Foster are the men out there in the middle. The umpires. Here we go.
Here we go. Finals day 2024. And what a start from Adil. I don't know if that was an attempted slower ball or something, but it went very, very wrong. Steve Harmison-like first ball.
You know when you're not expecting to be on the park and playing, and sometimes nerves can take over. And
look at McCreath. His face went from kind of confusion, there was fear to confusion to nothingness. Free hit then to start the day.
Well, it's going to go up in the air. It will be dropped, but it don't matter. It was a free hit. That's Basir who comes across. So we get off the mark. He wasn't able to capitalise on the free hit with Finlay McCreath. So he gets away with it, does Adil can't. Yeah, look, I feel for Adil because it would have been, what, just in the last 10 minutes, he would have been told, hey, boy, you're playing, get ready, get your boots on.
Yeah, literally. It would have been, how long before the first ball? Not long at all, about 15 minutes, right? And so he would have probably done the warm-up. You know, when you're not playing, I don't think you can really do it the same intensity when you're not in the 11, but Adil, okay, gets out of jail when it comes down to it. It looked a bit weird. It was a bit weird, but you know, he can get in. No real damage on the scoreboard. Lloyd Brown to face his first ball of finals day.
It's probably going to be a little bit too wide, but good movement. That's an encouraging sign for Adil Khan. Now, the other thing about Adil is I'm sure he's been training with the boys and he's been bowling in the nets, etc., but hasn't played probably the last, what do you reckon, last 2, maybe 3 matches.
Yeah,
so
he's missed out a couple of times.
Yeah, but he will be fresh. That's the thing. He will be fresh. I think he'll be delighted to have this opportunity. And he comes again. Well bowled. Good delivery, good areas. And that's where you want to be as a fast bowler. When batters, you know, are looking to go after you, well, this one it's too close to cut. It's not right there for the pull or the hook. It's a very good delivery.
Yeah, it sure is. Deal. Despite the almost comical start, he's settled in nicely, and these two are big players at the top for Scotland. Plan A as they go big, they build a big partnership.
It's not a good delivery, strays onto the pads, and that gets put away. So Lloyd Brown, he's off and running, bowl style, as that's 6 carreras, the first of finals day. It just rolls the wrist on it, times it beautifully, and over she goes.
Yeah, nicely just clipped away. Interesting that you bring someone in, give him the first over, though I suppose Adil is that kind of bowler, and Zadran would have bowled the first over, I'm sure, if you hadn't had that very late injury.
Buddha's Day is to a lot of people in the chat. Terry Richmond and Dave saying good morning to me. Hello also to Christopher Ward, Paul Kemping, and John Heesom. Lovely to have you all with us on a beautiful sunny day in Andalusia. And that will be 6 more. Goes quicker, does Adil, but it comes off the bat even quicker as well from Lloyd Brown. And again, just straying down the leg side.
Yeah, just again the line a bit wrong from Adil. To be fair, it's probably more an off stump, but just with that clever footwork, you see Brown able to get under it, and he's actually been brilliant this first over. The fact that he got the strike pretty early, he's doing something with it. Scotland already have crept ahead in the percentages.
Well, this one is down the leg side. It's probably a little bit too high as well, you know. I haven't seen anything from the square leg umpire.
It had been still on the way up when it went past the batter, but now, one thing, we talk about Germany versus the Scotland 11 here, but it's also Germany against the clock.
Yeah.
They've had big problems because of their pace-heavy attack. They have played Wardak in here, which I think is a good selection because he does provide some variation, but they don't always go to him if the pace is working.
He just lost his line. Interesting Adil. I mean, all right, forget about the horrendous start. Rather comical, really, with that no ball. But after that, he got 2 balls outside the off, and he was getting good movement away. And now, I don't know what he's changed or what he's trying to do different here, but he's far better off just going back to what he was doing before. I know one of those was a wide ball because it moved too much, but I said at the time that's encouraging. That's what he's got to be looking to do. Okay, that's played away magnificently. He stands and delivers, hits it on the up. A little bit too short once again from Adil Khan. So, well, he got the call up and he thought maybe it will be a dream come true, but at the moment it's turning out to be a little bit of a nightmare, as this is another one that gets whacked away for 6 runs.
Yeah, it's funny. When you get such a late call up, there's often a degree of mental preparation you haven't done. Sometimes that can help you because sometimes, if you spend a lot of time getting nervous before a game, for example, you don't have to worry about it. You just kind of, you're into it. This is going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 more, and it's not a good first over at all. Scotland 11 galloping away, 27 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good bowling, it has to be said. I mean, take nothing away from the hitting there of Lloyd Brown, but the bowling is not good, and Brown, he's too good a player to miss out on that. And the other thing that's dangerous here for Germany, you don't want to get Brown in. Brown is the player who stands up for the big occasion. This is how, of course, the teams got here on finals day.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Spanish fans, they are out of the competition in 5th place because Scotland got the win last night that got them into 4th place. But these 2 teams, only one of them survives to Qualifier 2 later in the day. Of course, we'll see the rematch of the final last year in Qualifier 1, England 11 and Netherlands 11. The 2 top-placed sides after the first 4 days of Championship Week. The winner of that game through to the final. The loser has to play the winner of this game, which I'm sure is a route that neither one of those 2 top teams will want to take. Is Basir at over 2.
Good delivery. The one thing that Basir does, and I really like him for this, I think he, out of all the bowlers, and I'm happy to say this, out of all the bowlers that we've seen in this competition, I think Abdul Basir is the one who's regularly got the ball full Yorker length. I think his Yorker length deliveries has been superb. I think he's been a great bowler, and I can see and understand why he's come into the side and more prominently, and somebody like Adil has had to sit on the sideline. Well bowled again. So pitching up, you see. I mean, he's not trying to bang the ball in. I mean, he will. He has got the quick, fast, short ball. Have a look at some of the runs here, folks. Look at that. We passed 30,000 runs. I mean, yeah, folks. I mean, you're scratching your heads and saying, is that real? It is real. It's unbelievable. 30,000 runs.
Crazy.
Maximum rate stays over 13. That's crazy as well.
Yeah, and 143. That's the average score. I think I picked 137. So I was a bit short.
Oh, unlucky to Basir, and he's a little bit of suerte, mucho suerte, under, Iva, as the fielder tries to chase that down. Well, Shahir Malikzai gives it a chase, but he can't catch up with the Grizzly. That's going to be 4 more. Poquito de suerte for Finlay, but he'll take whatever he can get.
Yeah, that wasn't really a shot that's going to win too many beauty contests. Maybe second prize on the Monopoly board.
How does this year compare to previous years? Have we got that graphic in terms of run rates? Because I get the feeling that we must be way ahead.
Yeah, we've gone up about over a whole run and over.
Abdul Basir now gives himself room, tries to get it away, but this time finds the safe hands of the fielder. Well, here we go. Thank you very much.
So quick.
Now, look, that's quite amazing, and you're absolutely right. That's stunning. But doesn't this ECC sort of capture what we've seen on our whole season this year? Much more runs in most places that we've been to. So, well, long may it continue. Not that the bowlers union will be happy. Basir, good ball again in the block hole. Terrific, absolutely terrific. And bowlers, I know that it is the weekend, a happy weekend to you. A lot of youngsters are tuning in. This is what you're talking about. When your coaches are saying, get the ball right up there, make the batters play, cramp them up for style, get the Yorker length in. But so far, Abdul Basir has done that perfectly and looking to complete what will be a great over. If he gets a wicket here, it will be well deserved. 33 without loss. And he's going to fire this one a little bit too wide. You can see why he's done this. You can see Finlay McCreath once again trying to give himself a little bit of room. And Basir just fired it wider to try and sneak it through, but goes too wide. But Basir's winning the battle here because you got a very good batter in McCreath actually trying to do things different to get hold of him rather than batting in his normal comfort zone. So Basir winning the battle.
Good comeback this over. Germany needed it. Last ball of the second.
Up in the air. And just deserved for a fantastic over from Basir. Jeevan Butt holds on to the catch, and Abdul Basir completes a fantastic over. It was a magical start for Scotland with 27 coming off the first, but now Germany right back in it with a terrific over there from Basir. And you know, sometimes bowlers are rewarded, and Basir's rewarded there. He bowls a wide because he's trying to keep Finlay away from getting to a ball. It means he has to bowl the extra ball, and the extra ball turns out to be a gem because it gets the wicket of the very powerful and very talented and informed Finlay McCreath.
Yeah, that's a really good catch, and that whole place, there's a big crowd in today, Championship Week, finals day is always big. That went absolutely silent. Just heart in the mouth stuff. That's a big early strike. McCreath goes for 6. Never got going this morning. Maybe, I don't know if it's anything to do with it, but the first ball just kind of threw his rhythm off kilter, and he never really got it back.
He never got his eye back in after seeing that first one. What a good over that from Basir. Well bowled. And that, well, I suppose that sort of evens up the first one. They will now go to Shahir Malikzai, who bowled very well yesterday. He's played away, but they have got a sweeper out there and just be a single. Yeah, Malikzai liked his bowling. Kept it nice and tight. And let's see if he can do the same here. So got an interesting action himself, Malikzai, when he comes in. So he's a little bit, upper body's a little bit all over the place, but what he does do, he shows you that he bowls with a really nice straight arm. Just have a look at his action, but keep an eye on his arm, the delivery arm. Keeps it nice and straight, and he almost uses it like a radar to jam that ball in. Sajjad to face his first. He gets a short one, which doesn't quite get hold off, so it's a couple of deliveries that we saw Finlay McCreath get on the pads on the leg side. He wasn't able to put away. Sajjad, he's first. It's the same, whereas Lloyd Brown at the other end, he's certainly in very good form.
Yeah. Sajjad just making a few last-minute adjustments. Yeah, lucky that didn't carry all the way to the fielder. What a strange start this has been. It's like they've won one over each.
Right up in the air and gone. Sajjad will go and Malikzai gets the breakthrough. It's going to be a 2-ball quacker for Sajjad. The duck is going to be out early this morning on finals day. And that's a big wicket to get for Germany. It started as a bit of a nightmare, but boy, have they come back. Sajjad will make that lonely walk up the famous Cardamom steps for 0 off 2. He's going to get quacked off here.
It's unfortunate for Cass. He's just checking everything was in order, but unfortunately the next one was mistimed, and Derek makes his first finals day appearance here in Championship Week. Sajjad goes for a second ball. Malikzai with the breakthrough, 35 for 2.
Yeah, good comeback this from Germany. They were probably starting to get into a little bit of panic mode after that first over went disastrously wrong from Adil Khan, but 27 that went for from after that. So a great one from Basir. It's a good start here from Shahir Malikzai as well. And it's the captain, McBride, who comes in. And of course the other thing here is that Lloyd Brown, who started beautifully, just hasn't been able to get on strike.
Yeah, going cold left on the shelf as Lloyd. McBride needs a captain's knock here. Malikzai, what a start to his over, 1 for 1.
Well, that's just been helped along, and that's the difference, I think, between McBride, who's very powerful, and perhaps the likes of what we saw there from Sajjad and maybe even McCreath early on. They were able to put that loose delivery down the leg side away. Solid shot from McBride. McBride doesn't hold back. He goes out there and he quite often does start with the maximo, and he does the same here.
A bit like an 80s MTV clip in that replay. But, yeah, McBride, pretty easy put away outside the hip. Just kind of turns on, lets the ball do all the work.
Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Time to perfection. Goes all the way. Manos. Arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Geez, your luck can change in an instant. Be careful what you wish for, because Sajjad hold out, McBride comes out. We've seen him opening. We've seen him doing a lot of kind of opening in the tournament so far. That was a brilliant Brilliant shot.
Yeah, delightful strike. Malik Zai, well, maybe getting a little bit greedy, going for the stumps. McBride was ready. Oh, what's the comeback going to be? Malik Zai, last ball of his over. And he, oh, well, he creates an opportunity. And there was almost a chance for a caught and bowled. It would have been spicy, but look at Malik Zai here. He's almost doing a little bit of the old limbo dancing on the Grizzly. That's a chance. It's got to go down as a chance because I don't think it comes out of the bat out of the middle. So an opportunity which goes astray. Scotland, the power play comes to an end, 48 for 2.
14 off the over. In the end, it looks like a kind of par kind of over. But, yeah, very interesting power play. I think it's quite evenly split. 48 runs is a good rate. I wonder what the par rate will be today. Kind of end up, yeah, 145, 150, something around that. I think would be a fair assessment. So they're going at 16s, but they have lost 2 key wickets. And Scotland maybe don't bat as deep as some of the other sides. Basir coming back.
Nicely played. Basir continues to keep that ball in good areas. Basir is bowling in an area where if you're going to get him away, then you've got to use your feet. You saw Finlay McCreath trying to do that. Wasn't able to do it. He got lucky with an inside edge once. Let's see now. Lloyd Brown, he's been, let's just say, he's been a bystander as 2 wickets have fallen. Started very well. Has he gone cold or has he stayed hot? Gets through the field. That's going to be 4 runs. And that's disappointment. That's gone through. Hamid Waddock there. It shouldn't have been. It should have been a single of anything. It goes for 4. And Lloyd Brown says, I'm muy caliente. I've stayed caliente. Talking about caliente, Vinny, it's a warm day here today.
It is, actually. It says it's only 22. It feels a lot warmer than that. The Wardak is going to get just shuffled down a position to a slightly finer point now, or kind of short third. But yeah, it went quickly, probably had a little bit of side spin on it. You could hear the screams of anguish from the Germans. Not happy that got through. 50's up for Scotland.
Good areas. Yeah, I mean, you could see that as soon as he bowled that last delivery that the Germans say, well bowled, because it, again, was in the block hole, even though Brown got a fair bit of it, but it was straight to a fielder. Fielder lets them down. It was, of course, Hamid Waddock. That's a great spell from him. I think the Germans will be happy with what he's doing at the moment. The Scots will be happy to see the back of him. Over pitch, but does he get enough of this? Well,
good effort. Where's the ball?
I think he's going to go over. He tries to punch it forward. He can't. Gets a hand onto this. And that's Fayaz Khan who's out there. And this is interesting because he doesn't get it out in the middle. Now, let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think it's 6 from the moment he touches it, actually, in fairness. So, ooh, that was a close one. And Brown survives. Scotland do not want to be losing him just yet. He's got to go probably the distance for me here.
This has been great, though. You know, he's a really good template of if you can continue to hit that block hole, even if the batters kind of know it's coming, there's not much you can do. Okay, you could try and ramp. You know, the high-level cricket, they probably get across and ramp and try and turn full tosses. But, again, that's a very risky shot to try, even if you're good at it. He's bowled very, very well here. 1 for 18. Last ball of his eliminator coming up.
Out to the offside, really cracking spell of bowling. He'll go for just 19 and picks up a wicket as well. And Scotland, they are 60 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, well done by Basir. Does his part. He needs a bit of help, doesn't he? So they might be going mini boom boom Shahid Afridi Jr. in over number 5. I just spotted the ECN Supporters Club Australia in the comment section. I was asking a few questions. Yeah, they're based in Melbourne, throughout the western suburbs and country Victoria. Saying, have a great call. Thanks very much.
Thank you
really
very
good
much
to have you with us. Hey, I need to get back to Melbourne again. So we need to get, and I want you to send me a message at Mr. Maximo on social media, because next time I'm in Melbourne, I'd love to go to a country pub or something on the outer suburbs of Melbourne and just kind of chew the fat.
Chew the fat. Okay.
Isn't that what they say?
Interesting.
That's not really. I don't think that's what they
That's
say
a
in
no
that part
ball,
of
I
the
think.
world.
It's too high.
Definitely a no ball. Watch out. Probably chest high.
Well, Freedy, he beat us to it. Normally when he comes to the bowl, we'll say, what's it going to be? Will it be a no ball or not? Well, he beat us to it. It will be a no ball. He went for the slow ball to start up with, actually, and it didn't go right.
2 out of 3 German pacers like to start their morning with a beamer. Anyway, here we go with open number 5, take 2. I won't get a run here. That's a bit like a deal this morning. Boom Boom gets out of jail. Doesn't get hurt in the free hit, but then, of course, we saw that first over go kind of off the rails.
Yeah, good stop there from Malik Zai. They could have gone back to Alex Zai, actually. He bowled a good over, 14.
I would sit down with them because Victoria Surveys obviously provide the beer here. It'd be a VB, though, a Victoria bitter. We sit at the pub and we just say...
Doesn't get this out the middle, and it will be another one. And guess who is out there? Yep, it's that man again, Basir. That's a huge, 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 huge wicket for Germany. Lloyd Brown will go for 35. We know how key he is. And now, really, when you look at the batting that they've got, all right, I know the likes of Uzair Ahmed can play a little part there. Rafiq Khan can as well. And know also that Charlie Cassell is a decent all-rounder. But I think if Scotland were going to get a big score, they needed at least Finlay or Lloyd Brown to stay there. Well, both have now departed. Brown will go. He'll be disappointed because he's got out the same way as Kasadar did. But a great catch there from Basir.
Yeah, great catch. He's continued to represent. He's not looking tired at all. Brown started hot, got left on the shelf a bit like Grandma's cherry pie. He's got to walk back for 35, 61 for 3. I'll probably have it. We talk about our favourite moments of the Euros of cricket. Maybe have a... What else we have there? Probably a palmy. Call that here. His Garden batting.
Nice start from Gardner, place it firmly down the ground. So Melbourne, you class that as being in the country, do you?
Oh, no, Melbourne's not the country, but they said the western suburbs going out to the country. I know we've got lots of viewers. I get lots of messages from people in country Victoria, actually. And there's a big sporting culture there, as there is all through Australia.
So you're going to invite me?
Yeah, you can come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never been, Never been to any part of Australia.
Yeah,
about time.
You need to come. You need to come for a holiday.
Gets hold of this one, and that stays hit. That's gone a long way. Lovely jubbly from Christopher McBride. Well, the difference between McBride and maybe some of the other Scottish batters this morning as well, maybe he's ditched the muesli, and maybe he's started to have a few aloo paranthas in the morning because he certainly got the power.
He needed something because he had a bit of the Benel Madden belly that kept him out of a couple of games, but whatever's happening is working for him. McBride to 20.
Smashed. Absolutely smashed. And what I like about McBride when he is, there's no excessive movement. You know, we talk about a lot of batters that move around in the crease. He stands dead still and just batters the ball for 6.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. It was my observation, kind of word for word. Just stands, delivers, chooses the right shot. The problem with you is when we try and get you to some of these countries. I remember when you went to England, just getting stopped at the airport. Couldn't even get out of there. It costs a lot. Extra security team we need. Rico Full arrives.
I can wear a disguise.
Shave the beard, no one recognises you anymore.
I was close to this summer, you don't know how close it was.
Did you see
it was so hot.
Did you see the Lego version of you that Kroom? Have you not seen this?
No.
I thought I sent it to you.
What's going on, Kroom? What have you been up to? I know Kroom was in the chat earlier.
I'm going to go the very low-tech version.
Hello to Jules as well, by the way, who's joining in. All right, McBride, looking good, the captain. But can he stick around and go a bit further? Batters have made starts and got out so far. Goes up in the air, and I think he's going to get plenty off this. He will. It's going to be 6 more. Doesn't try to overhit it. Elevates it well enough. It's another 6 for McBride, the captain of Scotland, going well.
Yeah, I thought for a second this could be out, but gets just enough of the middle. See, it was kind of inside and middle end of the over, and it's 80 for 3 after 5. Really even game so far. Welcome, it's finals day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full. Also, we're pretty excited about the ECL draw being revealed today. We'll talk about that more in the first couple of games. First things first, I can't believe you haven't seen that. I'm going to show you, then I'm going to show the viewers. That's me and Rhino And this is you. He hasn't seen it, so there you go. No, that's thanks to Crew.
Oh, well.
And then this.
Wonderful.
I mean, it's like seeing double. Look. It's
not far
amazing.
off, you know. It's not far off.
If you want to actually look at that, Crew will put it in the chat.
Why have I got no hair?
Yeah,
I got a little bit of
you'd
hair.
say that. And my hair has just been, I have a luscious head of hair.
Yeah, you look like Elvis Presley in these younger days. Oh, it's a wonderful effort, diving forward, but just gets away from Fayaz. Oh, he's had some close ones out there, diving. But look, at this level, I know it's harsh, but you've got to take those. I think you've got to take those.
Yeah, I mean, it's been called a legal delivery. So, yeah, would have been out. Being used. Could have had a wicket first ball, so could have got whacked for 6.
That's a good shot. That is a really good shot. I mean, some of the power that's been demonstrated here by Christopher McBride, it's just awesome. Well, I know that the Scots are hard. Oh, I reckon Christopher McBride is a true Scot because he is clobbering everything many a mile. What an exceptional shot this is. And it just goes to show that he's not just able to hit down the ground, he can play and aggressively too outside the off. That's 6 more. Crew, I'm going to have a word
Can I
with
say
Crew
that, can someone please create a Lego Rico Instagram account and then create images of Lego Rico, like kind of visiting places, maybe commentating on the go, interviewing players. Maybe you're at the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Eiffel Tower. I would love to see more of Lego Rico. And you're right, you got gypped with the hair.
Yeah.
You really, I look like Iqbal of Austria with my hair.
Gone. Adios. Full toss. Thank you very much. Well, Waddock hasn't bowled too much, but now he's coming on the bowl. He's been absolutely walloped. Yeah, I mean, I just love everything else about this. The suit, the shirt, but the hair. How is that? How'd you get the hair? How'd you get that and I get nothing?
That's artificial intelligence, They're smart. Also, it's exactly the clothes we were wearing yesterday, so very well done. Anyway, back to the game, and that drop catch actually got McBride back on strike, and then he's gone bang, bang. 44 off 9. He's on for a 10-ball 50 here.
Yeah. Well, he should get it because he's been served up another full toss, and it will be. Bravo, Shaba. Well, that is one of the fastest that we've had here on the European Cricket Championships in any year. What a half century. McBride brings up his 50 in supersonic time, just 10 balls.
Yeah, so he's hit 8 sixes out of those 10 balls. What a knock from McBride. Equal fastest 50 we've ever seen here at the Gardner Oval. Joins the 10-ball 50 club. About 8 members. This probably could have been left alone. It would have been a pretty tough one for Mandy behind the stumps. It's a rare dot.
Yeah, it is a rare dot. It's not a good delivery, and he just hits it too fine. You can see he's practicing that again. So it's not the first time that Malikzai has been called into action. He makes a good stop. Waddock trying to prevent himself from going magical here. And it's just leaned away. You can see McBride quite happy maybe at the moment to just dictate the strike, and why not? The way he's hitting the ball, he brings 100 up for Scotland as well at the end of the 6th over. And that one will also go magical. So we have had 3 magical overs in the first 6, a 27, a 20, and another 20.
Yes, funny old start, but 6 overs, 100. Got to feel Scotland are ahead in the game. And a few questions saying, hey, why isn't McBride opening with Brown? I think they tried that for a long time, and McBride, for one reason or other, just didn't really click at the top more often than not. But this has agreed with him. I think also where you bat people. I know we always talk about it retrospectively, but how you bat's so much more important than when you bat, because the ball condition and these kind of things doesn't change so much over a 10-over game. Obviously, the power play is a factor. Some batters are kind of more effective in a power play with less outfielders. Those that kind of may hit shots that might be elevated but might not go for 6 all the time. But anyway, it's working for him now. It's 51 off 12. He's facing up. It's going to be a deal cut. He bowled that first over. Kind of was a bit of a shocker. 27 came off that. And they're going back to him in the 7th.
Got him. Well, what a turnaround. Well, if you ever wanted to see 2 of the most contrasting first balls bowled in an over by a bowler, well, have a look at this guy, because Adil Khan's first ball of the match was horrific. It was a horrendous no ball, yet the first ball of his second is an absolute peach and is good enough to see the end of McBride.
Yeah, and well, a tale of two first balls really for Adil Khan. The first one slipped out, first ball of the day, but this is more just kind of played over the top of it, didn't he, McBride? Once that came in a huge amount, but it's a big moment. It's the moment Germany needed as well. So Adil strikes back, and that's the end of McBride, but not before a very, very destructive 51 off just 13 balls. Scotland 11, 100 for 4.
Yeah, McBride, the unlucky 13 for him. And, well, speaking of 13s, it's Uzair Ahmed who's hoping that the number 13 on his back will be lucky for him. He plays that well. It's a good bit of fielding. Palms it on to Fayaz.
I like this field when batters are new to the crease as well. Mid-off up, deep third back. So they say that we'd rather you hit one over mid-off like a proper shot, and then you'll get a boundary, rather than let you edge a boundary.
Yeah.
And also that deep third, we know from this format of cricket, because guys are swinging so hard, there's more edges that fly to the boundary and might be able to get caught. So, yeah, smart captaincy, I think, from Rohit Singh.
Snatches at this, will it just be a single this time? So Garden hasn't really been able to click, has he, in this tournament? I mean, we know he's a very capable batter. He has scored runs here in the past, but this time around he just hasn't got going. He's really had a struggle. Maybe he can just stick it out and get a gutsy score on the board here with Uzair Ahmed. Place this away, but once again they will have the field set. It'll just be a single. So Germany are starting now to turn the screw. They'll have to try and keep this to under that 150. Scotland will be looking to see if they can get a couple of big overs in to go past it. I think we've been saying really all the way through that you really want to get past that 160 and then feel that you've got enough runs on the board. And even that isn't always the case. And Scotland will know all about that. Remember, they did score 171 against Germany the first time these two played, and Germany didn't just knock them off, they knocked them off with plenty of balls to go as well.
Yeah, they did. Scotland 11, just in space of a couple of minutes, have gone from ahead to behind. Huge 3 and a bit overs coming up. Adil Khan actually has fought back incredibly well. Hasn't gone to the boundary in this over. Last ball for him.
And he won't go to the boundary. It's the comebacks of all comebacks, this, from Adil Khan. After going for 27 of his first, he's only gone for 5 in that over, and he took the big wicket of McBride. And this, of course, is what you were talking about earlier, coming up.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is an approximate time on the screen, but we're expecting at that time to be revealing the ECL draw for 2025, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. It'll be straight after the second game. So I think you're doing the second game with Rhino, but I'll slink back in and yeah, we'll have a bit of a chat. We'll go through each group. Yeah, if you've got any questions about that, then yeah, throw them in the comments section. ECN European Cricket Network. Okay, here we go with Uzair. Normally good hitter from the get-go. Big boom boom coming back.
Oh no, that's his second, you know. That's his second, and he's going to have to be careful. Well, there's no change from him. We know that Adil Khan started with a horrible no ball and then came back with his first and his second and ripped out the stumps. Well, not for a freebie. He started with a no ball in the first and starts with a no ball here as well. That means if he bowls one more, he'll be off.
That's a biggie as well. They've both been biggies. He avoided the free hit damage last time. Already he's cut to 7 up.
It's up in the air. Watches the spin. No, he doesn't. Oh, well, you knew it was coming. And that's Hamid Waddock. And I said, does he watch the spin? I thought he did, but he didn't. And it gets past him. 6 and 4. Come on, everybody, all together now. Well, Uzair Ahmed is hungry for more.
Yeah,
well,
classic Tortuga, but it's a predictable Tortuga. It was always, if it was going to spin, it was going to spin that way. Just had to cover the possibility. I know it could also rush away. It wasn't as easy as it looked, but it doesn't look too great. Well, Hamid, second one that spun past him in this innings.
I think Afridi's a little bit fired up now as he bangs that one into the deck. So, yeah, after a great over from Adil Khan, not a good start this from Afridi. A 7 up and a 4, but he does get a dot ball in here. Scotland 116 for 4. Trying to get to that 150 to 160 score. That's up in the air, but just gets over the fielder. And that's Basir, who's brought in, actually. Remember, we saw him on the boundary. He was taking a good catch, but he's been brought inside to into the 30-yard circle. And I think that was to push back the square leg. It doesn't work. He now gets pushed back, and well, somebody's got to come in from somewhere. Yeah, long off comes into the circle. And Freedy, expensive over so far. 15 from it. That's it firmly at the fielder. Well picked up. And that could be close, you know. This could be close. It's a good bit of fielding, good stop, good throw from Musaddiq. Now, does Garden get back in time? This is really close.
They like it.
This is really close.
It's out.
Let's see this. In, he's a goner. There's the shot. Brilliant from Musaddiq. A wicket coming from nowhere. Great bit of fielding. Picks it up, gets the throw in, right on the stumps. Adios to the batter, and Garden will have to go.
Yeah, it's a half chance really, but Germany have been pretty good at hitting the stumps. So he just takes off, and he's asking the question, but it was a fraction too long. Never got a dive in either there, Callum. So, yeah, the stumps are disturbed, and it's the end of Garden, who has to go off and pot her back in the dressing rooms.
Gonna have to go back, do a bit of weeding, you know. But I tell you what, I don't think that's a bad one, because I don't think Garden looked like he was gonna get going. 4 or 4, somebody else could come in here and clobber a few boundaries. So I don't think that's the end of the world for Scotland. You've still got Uzair Ahmed there, who seems to be the more aggressive. Yeah, and this one will be dealt with. Just going to be a single.
They had a funny decision to make of whether they go with Majid here, who's lefty, or who I think is probably a bigger hitter, which is, well, in fact, no Castle in the lineup. Just picking that up now. So no Castle in the lineup for Scotland. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Oh, but, okay, pardon me. I've got last night's sheets. Makes sense. No, I've got no Castle in the lineup. This one is going to get past, and it's going to be 4. So yeah, that'll be a naughty 40 for Afridi. 125 for 5. Yeah, I'm so used to seeing Castle in the lineup that I was expecting to maybe see him come out. But yeah, of course he's not in the side.
The other thing that is surprising, you're talking about Castle, so obviously it must be some kind of an injury there for him. But with Germany, until now, I'm still keeping an eye out there, see if it's going to happen now. But we haven't seen Fayaz bowling. Now, remember yesterday he kind of bowled, I think he bowled his first over, and then he went off the field. He did come out and bat. So he's obviously got a niggle as well. So their bowlers are dropping like flies with Germany. Zadran, of course, had to be replaced last minute before this match. Fayaz doesn't look like he's going to bowl. So they might even go back to Jamshad to bowl on over here. They go to Malik Zai first, though, who bowled a pretty decent first.
Okay, Uzair facing up. Really worked their way back into this, haven't they? Germany's been some wild momentum swings already. Yeah, so one thing about Germany, they do have a lot of bowling options. Yeah, Jamshad, I think, isn't the worst option to go to anyway if you wanted to go last over. Jamshad instead of going back to Hamid Waradak, who went none for 20. Also, let's get on clock watch here. Well, then pretty much okay. 4 minutes to bowl 5 balls.
That's hit well. That's hit really well. Majid. That was into the road. Lovely, clean strike. 6 more to Majid.
Majid's a good, he's a very, what's the word? It's like a fluent striker of the ball, a fluid striker of the ball. Just, he's got a beautiful looking swing. I wouldn't say he's the most imposing physically, but he has played that shot very well. Timed that one to perfection.
Yeah, gets in a 130, and that's what I mean. I think Majid is, for me, I think you're going to get more from something like a Majid than you will with Garden, who was sort of struggling. That was probably going to be too wide. It will, so that's another one to go into the total.
Germany noses ahead now. odds are pretty much back to where we were before the first ball, I think. Started 68.32. So okay. A bit surprised it was that. It was that kind of odds actually. 58.42. Can't even read in the sun. So yeah, they are pretty close to where they started.
Just nicks this one in. Good bowling. Doesn't want to, like the change up here from Malakzai, he doesn't want to go to the same sort of straight delivery or at Majid, the one that got put away. So he's decided, right, I've got to get the line, and he does. That's perfectly
It's a very
well
good example of these are the ones the bowlers get now, that they used to be called wides.
Yeah.
When we had the line that might move depending on what the batter does, etc., etc. But this has definitely works better, I think, than past tournaments.
A little bit too full, and Majid crunches it for another. Máximo, manos arriba, 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 Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Boom, shaka, lagya.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Also, he assumed that the bowler would try the same again, so he just gets out and covers that tram line. Probably might have struggled if the ball was actually on the stumps, but because it was over pitch, he was able to pound it over the leg side. Smart batting from Majid. Scotland kicking in the tail, 8 balls left.
Goes for a really good shot. That's a classical shot. I mean, they're setting a field to the leg side to him, and you can understand why. But look at the footwork, look at the elevation, look at the placement. No wonder he's smiling, because this is a glorious shot.
Yeah, I love it that he goes offside here. That's one thing about Majid. He always seems to be going leg side, but I know he can play this shot. 1 bounce 4. Good option because there was no deep cover back. And when you're maybe not the biggest of hitters, looking for those gaps in the outfield is pretty important.
Crunched. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Well, the Scots are on their feet because, well, little Majid has gone out there and he's playing a scintillating innings at the moment. And he's only faced 6 deliveries. He's on 26. And Scotland, well, I was saying that they would want to get to the 150. Well, they're almost there. With the 1 run short, they've still got 6 balls to go. Well, Majid has got to wanting to get back on strike pretty quickly.
Consider me back in my box because I said maybe not the biggest hitter. He smashed that last one, and to be honest, the one he hit over mid-wicket was a monster as well. So, yeah, 149 for 5. The other thing is Scotland, their bowling seems to have just clicked a bit lately as well. You've got guys hitting good areas. I think Neil's been really tough for everyone to get
You are right.
hold of.
You are right. But Charlie Castle will be missed big time with the ball.
Yeah, true.
I mean, he's the opener that caused so many problems. I seem to remember so many times when other bowlers went for a lot of runs, like Gaffer, maybe even Edwin Neil, but Castle kept it tidy. Castle came on and bowled an over where only 6 or 8 came off, and they kept them in the game. So he's going to be well missed.
Fires does get an over here, and his first ball is going to get slammed for 6. Well, bit curious about the bowling Fires if he's not fully fit. They had Jamshad ready to go.
Yeah.
Maximo from Uzair brings up the 150 for Scotland.
Yeah, good hit. Well, Uzair Ahmed says, don't forget about me. I'm still here. Well, these two, haven't they struck the ball well? And well, maybe they can get Scotland even past the 160 mark here, and maybe even touch 170.
You could. Uzair wants to double down.
Drags this towards the leg side. They think about 2, but stick to 1. That works. I don't mind this. I quite like the idea of having Majid, the left-hander, up against Fayaz.
Yeah, Fayaz obviously is fit enough to bowl 1 over. It is going to know more tomorrow's time, literally. Majid, 26 off just 6, so he's going at double the pace of Uzair Ahmed. We'll say Germany obviously won the battle with the clock, and so no penalty runs in this innings. 156. You remember when these two teams met match 1? Scotland made 171, but lost.
Yeah. Edge, and he's going to get lucky, Majid. Fayaz Khan throws his hands in the air in disgust. But this is Sachin Mandi. He's at full stretch. He can't get there. Let's have a look. And it's gone quickly as well. So that's going to be a lucky fall. Does that go through him? I wonder if we can see this again.
If I want to analyse this, micro-analyse it. He actually, that's one you need to be jumping off your right foot. And because he had to jump off his left foot, he wasn't able to get that extra little step and push. If he'd had a little bit more of a skip step, probably reaches it. But a very difficult one for the keeper nonetheless.
Oh, my word. What a shot. This is the Victorinox precision timed shot of the day so far. Have a look at this. Oh, it's extraordinary.
Yeah.
It is extraordinary.
He is slicing and dicing like a Victorinox tool, isn't he? And that one is right out of the middle. What a show he's putting on.
Oh, that is sensational.
Still 2 to come. Maybe they can get the 170 now.
Right, got to run hard here.
Want 2 here.
You've got to go for 2. You've got to, oh, well, you've got to go. They decide not to both hesitate. And you saw Uzair Ahmed at the other end. He gets to the keeper's end and just decides that he doesn't want to go. He becomes a statue.
Yeah, I think you can also understand that they really wanted one of these two to face the last ball, so I can understand that. But yeah, I think most of the time where that was hit, you're getting 2 if you go straight away. All right, last ball coming up. Really good game this. Imagine if they get 4, it'll be exactly the same score as the first match of Championship Week. Here we go.
And it's in the air, but it'll be caught. Catch is taken. That will be the end of Ahmed. And Fires Khan does pick up a wicket. He bowls the one over. It goes for 18 plus the 1. And it is going to be 167 for 5. So we've got a 168 chase here for Germany. That's a few more. I reckon, at a guess, I'm saying that's almost 20 more than what Germany thought they'd be chasing.
Yeah, and I think Scotland have to be ahead here. I don't think you can score 167 and be behind in the game, especially since their bowling has kind of been one of them improving bowling attacks. Germany probably been going a bit the other way, but you do mention no Charlie Castle in the lineup. Has changed things a little bit. Who's there?
Look at that.
Really handy 26. But yeah, Majid, he was the one that really captured the headlines towards the end. And it's simple. Germany need 168 to stay alive in this series.
Yeah, that was fantastic little knock there from Majid. I mean, look at him. He's running up there. He's almost too shy, isn't he, as he runs up there. But remember, those two came together at 120. So they put on 47 in quick time as well, because Gardner was, and remember I said at the time when Gardner went, and I said, you know what, that's not a bad wicket. Gardner was going at a runner ball 4. He gets run out, and well, Majid comes out there and he smashes it all over the place. So that worked a treat. Loving that we've got the families here in the Fam Zone enjoying the action and the cricket. Well, that was the way it started. It was absolutely Gandhi. It was the biggest of full tosses you'll ever see, and it didn't get any better after that for Adil Khan. Well, not in that first over anyway, because it would go for 27. Basir, though, was sensational. He bowled brilliantly. He deserved a wicket, and he would get a wicket as Jeevan Bhatt held on to the catch to remove the dangerous Finlay McCreath. Then after that, really, Scotland, they sort of, it was a 50-50 most of the time. They got to 80 at the end of the 5 overs. They would lose another wicket, and that was the wicket of Lloyd Brown after he got to 35 and was looking dangerous. But then McBride came out, and he was in sensational hitting form. Just look at some of the shots that we see there from McBride. He was pinging it to all parts of the ground. Well, we saw the Lego version of Your Good Time Crew. I need to grow some hair according to my one, but well, shots kept on coming, hitting hard, and McBride brought up a very quick 50-50 of just 10 deliveries. That was well, just scintillating to watch. It really was. It's an explosive knock. So there he is getting the applause. Unfortunately, though, he couldn't stick around because Adil, we saw him bowl one of the worst balls of the tournament. And then he comes back and bowls one of the better ones as he takes the stumps of McBride. Callum Garden ends up getting run out, and that changed everything really, because he goes, another batter comes out. Here's the run out here, so Garden doesn't get back in time, so he's left out and he fizzles away. But Majid came out and put on a show, and what a show it was from Majid. And he and Uzair Ahmed put on 47 in rapid time as well to get Scotland to a very competitive score, 167. So Germany will need 168, and I just feel I don't know, I just get the feeling here, I don't know if you feel that as well, the viewers where you're watching from, that the Germans, they are starting to tire just a little. They've got issues as well. I mean, all right, they get out of this game to go forward. The injury to Zadran's going to be key. Fires Khan just doesn't look right, does he? Let's just see, I mean, if that bowling attack can stay up to the pace. This is the scorecard then for Scotland. 35 from Lloyd Brown, 51 from McBride, scintillating 37 from Majid, and he was helped out well there by Uzair Ahmed, who scored handsomely as well. These are the bowling figures. All the bowlers apart from Hamid Warwick, who would be Warwick for 20 off his one over. All the other bowlers did pick up a wicket. Even Faiz Khan there towards the end, but pick up the bowlers without fail. Abdul Basir, I think he bowled outstandingly well. I want to give a shout out to Adil Khan as well, though we did see him go for 27. His second over was quite unbelievable. It only went for just the 5. So that's the way it looks. This is the Eliminator. One of those two teams, be it Scotland, be it Germany, will continue on finals day here of the Euros of cricket. But the loser in this Eliminator will be done and dusted. Reply coming up then from Germany, needing 168. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu when we return in 10 minutes' time.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, to the Cardamom Oval, looking absolutely spectacular on a hot and sunny day. Oh, Vinny Sandhu out there at the moment, just giving us a preview of the Qualifier 1 that will be coming up straight after this match. The players taking the field. Scotland, well, they have put the runs on the board, and when you get to an important match like this, the Eliminator, well, it all counts, and they've got 167 to play with. So 168 will be the target here for Germany as they come out. And well, they've got some big hitters, the Germans, we know that. And I think it'll be interesting to do go with a Freedy. He's the hard hitter, and you've got the talented Musaddiq Ahmed, a very good batter in his own right. And there's a couple of others that we haven't seen too much of, Jeevan, but I have liked the look of him as the left hand, and the captain Rohit Singh. I mean, normally, you see how times have changed for cricket here in Germany. I mean, normally, Rohit Singh would be the key cog in the batting department. If he doesn't perform, then Germany never really perform. But things have changed now. We see very little of Rohit because he's got others above him that do well. Of course, Faiz Khan is another one that is worth mentioning. They will start, though, open up. No surprise there for me with Musaddiq Ahmed. He has just been in very, very good form. He's a joy to watch. He really is. A good stroke player, but a hard hitter with the ball as well. And he'll have, well, talk about hard hitters. He will have the hard-hitting Jamshad Khan out there with him at the non-striker's end. Jamshad, of course, scored a century when these two teams met earlier in the group stages. Here's the first from Guffer. It's pitched up, and a really good bit of fielding. Excellent stop there from, well, Majid is just on fire. He couldn't stop him when he had the bat in his hand, and now in the field he makes a very good stop. If that gets past him, it's going to be 4 runs. So Germany get off the mark with a single as Musaddiq hands the strike over to Jamshad. Welcome back, viewers, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend as well. And, it's great that you can be enjoying whatever it is you're doing and have the cricket on as well, because we're going to have a fantastic day here for you. Finest day of the Euros of cricket. It's up in the air and just will drop safely. The fielder comes a long way around to get there. So could start this from Gaffer. He's going to have to be at his best, isn't he? I think all the bowlers have to step up here for Scotland, especially with no Cassell. You feel that somebody like Kasajad is going to have to get 2 overs in here. They may even go to Rafiq Khan and bowl a bit of spin. Slow ball, cleverly bowled. And it's one that wasn't quite expected, I don't think, there from Musaddiq. He's ended up playing it a little bit late. It was on the pads. Gets back on it, gets away. That's good. Good start this from Gaffer. You can hear them. Good Gaffer, good. Short. And now he tucks him up, doesn't he? Wants to go for the big shot. The Jamshad. You get the feeling that the German batters, especially the likes of the Jamshads, will get just a little bit frustrated if they don't get a boundary away. And Musaddiq just coming over and having a bit of a chat there with Jamshad. I'm probably telling him just to maybe take his time a little bit. He's just playing, you see there, he played that so early and he lost sight of the ball completely. He didn't really know where that was. Good start this from Gaffer. getting plenty of support there from his teammates. Lashes out of this one, is going to get past the man who's at square. So the first boundary in the reply from the Germans, and it comes from the bat of Jamshid Khan. They needed that one really, didn't they, just to settle them a little bit. But look, it ain't going to be easy from here on in there. They're needing to go at around about the 17s. So you'd feel that even another boundary here will mean that it is Scotland that make the better start. 7 on the board. And that will be probably a boundary. Fielder coming across and cannot stop it. And just will do a boundary check here, I think, to see if that goes all the way or not. So the umpire's just waiting to see. I think the fielder there probably has a good idea, but let's see. It hits this well. It's on the up. And see, it looks like it's probably 4 to me, even though that's a little bit blurry. Let's see what the umpires decide here. They're still waiting to see this one. I think that's probably 4. I know that the image is a little blurry, but I think that goes for 4. And it will be signal for 228 matches since a golden ball. Are we going to get one on finals day? Well, there we were, I think, at the beginning of the Euros of cricket. I know that. I remember myself and Corey talking about it. We were both sure we were going to get 2 or maybe 3 in here. We've had nada. Nada. Are we going to have, and are we going to be pleasantly surprised with one on the very last day? They're going to go big. There's big Adrian Neil to bowl the second. 11 came off the first. And crunched up in the air. This time, I don't think you don't need to do a boundary check. That goes all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, as Vinny Sandhu joins me back.
Yeah, it's a good start to the over. Neil's been an outstanding performer during this championship week for the Scottish 11. A question from Jeffrey Mobbs. Why no Castle in the side? It's got to be something physical. I don't think you're resting someone at this stage because it's a must-win game. I'm not sure whether he's ruled out for the day or just this game. Come back ball from Neil.
It's a slower one, which comes out completely wrong.
This has got to be a no ball. They're going to check it, but I don't see how it isn't waist high or above. It's wide anyway. Might be wrong. Probably the bottom of the circle. There's the waist seat in the ECM background. Yeah, it's way above. Yeah, free hit coming up.
Yeah, big no ball.
That's what umpires will do. They'll pick out things in the background. I know you've done a lot of umpiring.
Yeah, you're right.
It's easier when you've got the slow-mo replay and it's freezing it for you. But yeah, Neil just... that one was so big it probably would have been above his waist. Yeah. But anyway, he's got the free hit coming up. Let's see if Mustafiq Ahmed can cash it in. He cannot. Big swing and a miss. Neil gets out of jail. Germany, obviously, the power play is important. Interesting also, they didn't go for Shahid Afridi Jr. at the top of the order. They went for Mustafiq. Shahid had a bit of an off night. I suppose it is against this kind of bowling, and Neil in particular bowled him. A heavy ball outside off stump. Afridi didn't really have the answers.
Is this going to go all the way? This is using the pace of Neil against him. It's not the cleanest of strikes. It's not exactly where he's looking to go here. But you can see that Mustafiq is probably saying to Jamshid, hey, look, we've got to go after the bowling here a little bit. We don't want to be falling behind the rate early on. So I think it's the right plan. It's the right idea to attack Neil. Well, he goes for a big 6.
Yeah, that's what makes Mustafiq a bit different to Shahid Afridi. His kind of more orthodox strokes he's able to play.
Right, now that's a miscue. Can anybody get there? And yeah, they can. What a wonderful catch that is. And it is the captain himself, Christopher McBride, comes in from the boundary, takes a really good catch. When you think of where he's starting from and where he gets to take this catch, Vinny, that's an extraordinary take.
Yeah, and he was really determined to get there. And then when he got there, he was determined to just regain enough composure and kind of almost keep the heart rate down, if that makes sense, to take it, to protect the ball. He's very composed under that. So Musadik, like anyone else, gets bothered with the extra bounce of Neil here. Tries to take this down the ground. A little bit of inseam there. You can see the bat turned in the hands. I thought he was going to get away with it because it looked like it was going to fall in the infield. In fact, did fall in the infield, but McBride was so fast and it was so high that he was able to get there. Musadik, who's a form batter, he has to go for 14 and it's 24 for 1.
Good wicket to get for the Scots. Musadik has really failed in this championship. He'll class that as a bit of a failure. And 24 for 1. Couple of balls still to go here from Neil. He had the no ball in there as well, but he's had a bit of everything. A no ball, 2 sixes, a wicket, and still 2 balls to go. And it is, they do make a change. They do go with the left-hander, Jeevan Butt, coming in at 3.
Interesting.
Placed it away nicely. It will just be a single. It's something that they did way back at the beginning
when he was in
the campaign.
Yeah, he batted 7 or 8, made runs. They said, right, go up the top. He's left-hander. I think with Jeevan, the key, though, is, it's offside, hit it offside. Even though it's only a single. That's good signs. I think sometimes he's gotten in trouble trying to go leg side and dragging, but he doesn't have to do that. He's very good bat. So we haven't really seen Jeevan Butt bowling much, obviously. We saw him early, but then has slight injury. I think we haven't seen him bowling since.
Down the leg side again from... he'll be disappointed with the extras that he's given away in this over. There's no doubt about it. He's a knowledgeable and experienced player, especially one like that, which is just a routine delivery that he's fired down the leg side. I mean, the one before the no ball, he tried a slow ball, so maybe it's understandable. But yeah, that one, especially if this one gets punished.
Good battle this.
Yeah, it's called wide, so they're not too happy about it, but it's the...
Thing is,
no hesitation from the umpire.
But the thing is, Jamshed is... Oh. Okay. He's not the tallest.
It must have been called for width.
Must have been for width.
Yeah, it must have been for width.
Yeah.
The reason I giggled there, I just saw that when the wide was called there by Joe Foster, he sort of runs away from Neil.
Yeah, okay, so it was Joe that called it. That makes sense. It definitely wasn't fire.
Now then, that one is going to be okay. It is the end of the over, and he does okay. He gets away with it in the end. A few extras because of the 2 wides and the no ball, but
bowls that height
16.
really. Sorry, bowls that height really well, doesn't he? Because it's not an easy one to pull. It's getting big. It's not easy to cut either. This is what we've got with the 4 teams qualified for finals day. Unfortunately for Spain, it just wasn't to be. It was their net run rate. And to be honest, it was that big thrashing at their hands of the Netherlands yesterday that really cost them. Having said that, I mean, Germany had a bit of a, Scotland 11, I should say, had a bit of a thrashing themselves in their first match yesterday. Didn't take any points out of, but yeah, net run rate does end up splitting the 4th and 5th place team. And right now, I think Germany are a fair way behind in this game. They need someone to stand up, as Ghaffar will bowl the 3rd over.
It's going to be 2 wide. He's trying to go across the left-hander. No, but you're right about Neil. One thing that he's mastered, and I think I saw that a lot from the English bowlers as well, bowlers from England, is they're bowling that short delivery, but it's not going over the shoulder, so it's not one from the over. Yeah. They're keeping it around chest height, and that makes it very difficult for batters to get away.
Yeah, exactly. Not the power play that Germany wanted so far. Not too far behind, though. 3rd over seems big.
And sneaks this one in. It's changed his action there slightly. I don't know if he just rolls his fingers around that ball, but it works well, is productive, and he sneaks it in.
Very clever bowling. It's all about location, location, location.
He's putting a lot of effort in here, Gaff. I mean, he didn't bowl at his best yesterday when I saw him, so he needed to come back. He's come back well. Good tidy first over. Went for 11.
If Butt hasn't worked, I'm close to dragging him. I know it's very early, but this rate's out past 18 and over. You really need to decide who you want at the crease. And it's probably just the way he's looking at the moment that I think it's concerning me a bit. And obviously I like him. He's a guy, we've seen him have success, but this is an elimination match.
It's interesting that he's swinging like that when he's got a big gap between it's almost like a second slip, and the 45. There's a big gap there. He should be really just trying to guide it in this area. But he's going to get unlucky because the catch is going to get taken. You see, that's the difference. If you're trying to guide it there, you've got a better chance. He tries to swing hard, and Uzair Ahmed comes across, takes the catch. Well, the catching from the Scots has been good all the way through. You can't fault him with that. And if you give them a chance, if you give them a sniff, they'll take it. Uzair takes it, and the good bowling, the patience, and the very good line from Adil Ghaffar pays off. He gets the wicket. And for Germany, the option to go to the left-hander, Jeevan Butt, on this occasion doesn't work. He'll chew 4 deliveries, going for just 1.
Yeah, I get the theory of throwing the lefty up there, but it just didn't work out. Who knows, maybe it's a blessing in disguise because Jeevan just didn't look likely in that innings. Nice catch taken by Uzair down there at short third, because you need someone to come out and have a heater.
Yeah.
And normally a heater starts with you coming out and smashing the first ball for 4 or 6 or hitting a boundary earlier in the innings, and this is a man that could do it, but he's going to have to conquer his issues with those off-stump kind of heavy length balls. Shahid Afridi Jr. This is a man they call Boom Boom for a reason. Let's see what he does coming to the crease at number 4.
I think personally for myself, I mean, all right, yesterday I wasn't here to see the match. All I saw that he was in the 40s, and it wasn't the worst of strike rates, and he got retired out.
It's also kind of how it looked as well. There's a certain type of bowling in the middle that he consistently swung and missed at, trying to muscle it down the ground. Let's see if Scotland can execute to him here.
Asking the question, there's a shake of the head there from the Sheriff. Probably the height, I'm guessing here. It may also be maybe just drifting a little. Let's see what the umpire's seeing here. So, that looks like it's going over. It's hit him quite high up. And the ball, if you keep an eye on the angle of the ball, it's still going up as it hits him. So that's always going over the stumps by a considerable amount, actually.
Afridi is a real weapon when he gets going. Can he conquer this Scottish attack? Get the Germans back in this.
Well, that's the areas that caused him concerns yesterday, and he hasn't been able to conquer this plan that's being deployed to him from Scotland.
So you see, he's not comfortable going over point. He's still trying to hit this down the ground, and that's why that is the kind of ball that Scotland, they have looked at him and they've said, we are going to put a lot of balls there. There's no one even out at deep point because they know he's never trying to hit it there. So that's something that Shahid surely will be quite conscious of. Last ball of the over.
He gets that one away. That will go all the way. Gaffer knows it's not a good one. He puts it in the swing zone, and that's the difference. Put it in the swing zone, it will go the difference.
Yeah, that's what happens when you miss. I think either he gets greedy or he mis-executes here, Ghaffar, and Afridi just swings it nonchalantly for 6. End of the power play. 34 for 2. It's the Scottish certainly with the better of the power play, and they're on top in this game at the moment. Some pretty big overs there. 27 to start, obviously, first innings, but then 3 20s and a 24. So, yeah, half the overs going magical. It was a strange first innings up and down.
Yeah, Gaffer, though he was disappointed with that last delivery, still a very good over. Just a 7 come from it, which included that maximum right at the end. Scotland, though, can they maintain this? The rate, by the way, has just gone up above 19. It is the captain, McBride, who'll have a ball.
Having a good game.
Oh, that is not a good ball. That is going to be 6, maybe even 7. In fact, it's being called on the field of play. It's a 7 up. How many bowlers today has the first ball been a full bunger?
5? It might be 5 bowlers in this game have come and bowled a high no ball first up. That one's going to cost 7 and a free hit. So McBride, well, it was the best of times, it was the strangest of times, because let's not forget he did bowl an over that went for 41 earlier in this tournament, the most expensive. Anyway, free hit.
And that's going to fly away to the boundary. It's going to be, well, 6, I think. Yeah, it has been given 6. I think this went so quick. It's gone over the rope and it's gone all the way. So, well, we've had a 7 and a 6, and that's how you get 13 on one ball.
Yeah, I think would have been a wide, but he swung at it anyway, and somehow nicks it for 6. So 13, just what Germany wanted. Can they turn this into a real biggie?
Shot, 6 more. Jamshad has woken up. Jamshad Khan, if you don't know, for a while he held the record for the fastest century on the European Cricket Network. And looks like he's just woken up McBride, has fed him a couple, and Jamshad has taken him to the cleaners.
Yeah, and that was a 22 baller in Germany. He's what, a 23 baller earlier this week. And can this attack get him, or is he going to conquer them again? That's a wide, good eye there. This over's gone magical, and there's still 4 balls to go.
Yeah, that's worrying signs for a man who went for 41 earlier in this tournament. Captain McBride, he's under pressure. I mean, he had other options. Kessajard, definitely. You know what I would have done? I actually would have gone for spin in this over because they're so far ahead, and that rate was 19. It's going to be 6 more, you know. And well, McBride, the captain, he's as Vinny said, he's had a good morning so far, but now it's starting to go pear-shaped. Put a half century, took a great catch, but his bowling is being, well, let's just say it's been peppered all over the Cardamom Oval.
It's the rolling cutter. Jamshad picks it, kind of opens up that front side, swings it over mid-wicket for 6 here. Jamshad 107 off just 25 balls against the Scots in match 1 of Championship Week. 23 ball 100. That's the fastest 100 we've ever seen here at the Cardamom Oval.
Gets this one through. Just notice the way that he held the seam before he came in to bowl that one. He's almost held it sort of across the seam. Jamshad going for the big shot. It was there, but this time he misses out on it. Swinging everything, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink at it at the moment, Jamshad.
Fun to watch. Jamshad's a real key.
Right, good little fight back here for the captain. Gets 2 dot balls in there. The over's already gone for 26, but he's trying to stop it going supersonic.
A tale of 2 partial overs. The first half of this over went for 26, and the second half of the over's gone for nothing. And here's the last ball of it. McBride dots this up, and kind of way back in front, Scotland.
Well, he won't. He's going to go over for 6, so it will be a supersonic over. The Captain McBride will go for 32, and just like that with Germany, well, remember I said just before the start of this over that the rate had gone past 19. When an over like that will bring them back down to where it more or less started, 17 and over from here on in.
Yeah, just last one was in the slots. It does go supersonic. That's kind of 2 overs worth of runs they get in 1 over. So it counteracts.
They almost doubled their score in 1 over.
They
were on 34 for 2. It's now 66.
Yeah.
So they basically doubled their score in that 1 over.
34 in the power play and 32 in that over. I'd even go further. I'd say 34 in the 34 in 3 overs, then 26 in the next 3 balls. So this is ECN cricket. Anything can happen. It can happen quickly. Here's Sajjad bowling over number 5.
And this one will get carted over the square leg boundary, 6 runs. And, well, Shahid Afridi says, I want to get in the act as well. And he hits his second 6.
You know, I would have been really tempted to bowl Neil here with Shahid Afridi on strike and see if you can just dot him up. I know you might want to keep Neil for later, but I would have been so tempted against both these two that struggle with that kind of delivery. And even if he doesn't get him out, you've pushed that rate up to probably 20, 21 and over.
Yeah.
You know, if you can get away with a single-digit over. Let's see.
Okay. It's a better delivery.
So Judd's trying to have the same plan, but obviously he's not quite as quick and doesn't get the same kind of crazy bounce that a Neil would get. Getting lots of questions about how tall Neil is. I'm sure he's used to them. He's 6'9", which is about 205 centimetres. So he's a good 20, 22 centimetres above me.
High in the air. And taken. So they get the big wicket. Jamshad Khan goes for 39. Ball number 13. The unlucky 13 again. And what a good catch that is out there. It went up a long way. There was silence for a while as that ball, well, let's just say it moved around in the air, but the fielder got a good base and takes a really good catch. And it's Majid again, I believe.
He's having a very good game, isn't he, Mohamed Majid? And look, Sajjad is trying to stick to that plan. And to be honest, if you look at the line of this ball, it's exactly what the kind of line that's bothered Germany, who do like to try and whack down the ground. Jump shot's kind of similar. I know he's not quite the same kind of player exactly as Shahid, but the same areas. You know, wants to hit, drive on the up, drive up over long off, straight, long on. And with that width, it's not easy to do that. It's not easy to square it up. So nice catch by Majid. Jump shot departs for 39. He's been a thorn in the Scots sides all week. But now it's 73 for 3.
Yeah, now it becomes interesting. Not a bad guy to have coming out as somebody who has scored a century, viewers of cricket.
A century in a losing cause. See, even that, Fires, if you actually look at his footwork here, he's coming down, but he's backing away slightly. And Sajjad's been quite disciplined here. So have a look, the footwork goes out away from the ball, and it makes that very hard to access.
Yeah, it's clever. It's all about having plans and sticking to them. All right, McBride, he went completely wrong, but the other bowlers so far have done well. And again, no run. So this time you can see that Fires knows where the ball is going to be, so he doesn't step away. He actually steps the other way, but he's not able to get it away.
And I think it may have been good, might have been a wide. It was very close. We'll never know. But yeah, Fires kind of making an immediate correction. Great over this from Sajjad.
Gets called. Sajjad goes up. You can see the slip cord and then the keeper going up as well. Maybe just trying to distract the umpire from doing his job, but not our man, the Sheriff. And yeah, clearly a wide and no touch on the bat as far as I'm concerned, or the Sheriff.
There's a little bit of a noise there, but I think it was far away from the bat to know it wasn't bat.
And it's a good over, isn't it? Great comeback. And only the 9 comes from it. And at the halfway point, Germany, they are 75 for 3. And it's the time to welcome you on this beautiful Saturday here in Andalusia, Spain, to the comfort position.
Great to have you with us. Hard to believe, you know, we've spent so much time here over the last 4 weeks that we'll obviously be heading off. We'll be back on the tour again. I know that Phil G is going to be taking care of tomorrow, I think, in the ECS in Malta. So if you'd like to continue on the European cricket journey, I know the ECN Supporters Club is there. It'd be great to have you tuning in as well. I know we'll be doing pieces of that Malta after we have a little bit of a break. And then we've still got Barcelona, and then we'll be back here. Really looking forward to being back here for the ECCW in December.
We've had a sensational year, and I think we both will have to say a big thank you to all the federations that have hosted the European Cricket Series, the ECIs, the ECWs. It's been absolutely fantastic, but there's still plenty of cricket to come. As Vinny says, tomorrow the gang will start there in Malta, the Marseille International Cricket Ground.
Yeah, it's going to be a great venue, so stay with us. There's plenty of clubs raring to go in Malta, hopefully giving a bit more competition than we saw from Malta when I last on the network. So I'm sure they'll learn from that as well.
Have you seen Brown bowl before, by the way?
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, Brown's come in basically as a replacement for Castle in the bowling lineup. So good confidence to go for him here. Like I said, they've still got Neil up their sleeve. They're not wanting to spend him too early. Let's see what Boom Boom thinks about it. Oh, that was nicked. Oh, now. Whoa. He's gone.
He's gone, you know. Oh, that's sensational work from Scotland. I mean, they might even be looking at the height of this one, you know, but I tell you what, whatever, no ball or not, it's definitely run out, and they've got the big wicket of Shahid Afridi. But the work here was sensational. Afridi, I don't think he runs hard at this. He needs to be head down and running hard, but this is incredible work. First, it comes off the gloves, and the fielder picks it up, fires it in at the bowler, and that is beautiful work from Lloyd Brown as well. Look, no doubt about it. I mean, does he have, yeah, the ball is there, is in the hand that knocks the bails off. Well, here's the throw, pick up, throw. Afridi's ball watching.
He was.
He's ball watching rather than putting his head down and running hard.
Not just that, it's just little basic things from Shahid there. Needs to run his line. You don't run away from the ball, run. He gets to choose where he wants to run. He needs to be running the other side of the wicket. He just makes 2 or 3 little errors and they stack up, and that's why he's run out for 13. Gabriel Gorman-Findlay was the one that That got the ball quickly to Brown, who was in perfect position. Great basics. Basics there were done well by Scotland and poor by Germany, and that's what creates a wicket. The other thing is, I actually think that was a nick. So it was a really tough, I want to call it chance, but for Garden, he could have easily stuck it. It would have been a crazy catch. Anyway, Rohit Singh, probably someone we haven't seen enough of. It's not that he's played badly, it's just we haven't really seen him having to do a lot for Germany, but he's got a big mountain to climb here. Good over from Brown. This is good keeping. I know it's only keepers will really care what I'm talking about, but see how he doesn't just go with his hands, he tries to get his whole body over. Look where his feet end up. Just gives him a better chance of seeing it. Excellent keeping by Garden.
Yeah, good. And of course, I don't think we've seen much of this, have we, where keepers have stood up to medium paces. So that's a change up also for the German batters, in this case Rohit Singh. Wouldn't like the fact that he's got the wicketkeeper sort of breathing down the back of his neck. High in the air, but that will go all the way. It's a good shot from Rohit Singh. He doesn't seem to be too worried about the keeper standing right behind him. Nice shot straight down the ground, but still, it's a good over, isn't it, for Scotland? It's another one, a bit like the one from we saw a little bit earlier from Gaffer when it went for 72nd. Only the one boundary off it. And this is the same, 1-6 there towards the end. Other than that, just 9 runs and the wicket, the run out of Afridi.
Here's what they've got to do. They've got to double their score in 4 overs, which is always tough. We are pretty much getting to kind of Sikander Zulfikar last year territory.
Yes.
Where they need 4 big overs back to back to back to back. One of those overs is Neil. That's been almost unhittable last couple of days. It's Sajjad to bowl first.
Hit down the ground, but I don't think it'll go to the boundary. You know, it won't. It's just a single.
But yeah, the Afridi one, that hurts Germany a lot. Only because I think it was an avoidable dismissal. I think it's fair enough. The run was on, but he'll look at that and he'll wonder why he's turning around looking at the ball. What he had to do is know instinctively where the throw might be coming from, pick the line and just go. Even if you can get a dive in, it probably would have saved him.
Slow ball, well executed. Good bowling this from Scotland. You've got to say, really, Vinny, there's just been one bad over. That was from the captain. Other than that, I think every over from Scotland has been a big win.
If you actually look at the finals day performances of these two teams, let's not forget that Germany actually lost a final, not the final, but lost qualifier 1 to Hungary in their group.
This time he goes pace on, and if you give him a little bit of pace, he's going to belt it to the boundary. So Fayez Khan gets his first boundary. It's taken him 7 balls to do so. He was 4 off 7 until this. Boom!
That's I mean, that's the shot that a lot of them are trying, but it's very hard to do, to try and judge the bounce when it's getting kind of chest high or higher and flat bat down the ground. Fayez does it very well. Just going to say, remember, Hungary hit Germany for 216 in that qualifier 1, but Germany did come back and win the final. But Scotland have been flawless on their finals so far. They put away Ireland 11 in qualifier 1, then they put them away again in the final, even though Ireland had outplayed them in the first couple of days in the round robin matches. Ireland had the top seed. But now they're deciding which ball is the right ball to come back.
The Sheriff Charles Croucher sorts it out. He gives the other one back. He says, nah, we don't want this one.
All right, Sajjad with the comeback ball to Fayez.
And it's going to be 6 more. The Fayez Khan finding his touch. The only issue here, I think, with Sajjad, the last 2 balls were just a little bit too straight, a little bit too short. And I think also now Fayez Khan knows what the bowlers are trying to do.
Yeah, that's true. Still not an easy shot to play. Well hit. It's almost like a computer game now where it's getting harder and harder. You're on the hard level and like a bit like Tetris. Oh, geez, a very old one. Oh,
wow, that is crunched. Well, he puts a little bit more effort onto this, does Sajjad. Well, it's shaka, shaka, shaka time. We're doing it Calypso style here now, here in Andalusia, Spain. 3 in a row.
Yeah, so they've got 20 of this over now. It's magical over. Remember, they need 21 and over. So you get 1 off this, you draw the over. If you're the batting side, you get a boundary, you win it. But you are going to have to do this 4 overs in a row. You're probably going to have to do it off each of the other 4 bowlers we've seen so far, being Lloyd, Brown, McBride, Ghaffar, and of course, Adrian Neil.
Interesting how Sajjad in each of those 3 deliveries hasn't gone or didn't go to one pitched up delivery. He kept it the same, and he's been brutally hit for 3 big
He
sixes.
feels like, though, it's a risky shot, and he feels like it'll bring a mistake. I'm curious whether he bowls the same kind of ball or whether he goes slower ball here to Fayez. So Fayez has come out, and he has kind of owned it.
And he does bowl the cutter. And, well, even Stevens maybe, because it does go for 20. They needed 21. So even with that, I suppose what it does do, though, it keeps Germany in the hunt. If that over only went for less than double figures, it could have been game over.
Did go slower ball. No, props to Sajjad there for some good thinking under fire. This is what's coming up in, a little bit of time. It'll actually be starting 10 minutes later than what you see there. So it's actually starting in about 25 minutes time. England 11 versus the Netherlands 11, with the Netherlands winning the toss, selecting to bat. Both those teams have had a win against each other, and both matches have been won by the team that batted first. So I think both teams like to bowl first. They've decided to bat first. Stay tuned for that one. Rhino will be in the box for the first time today. Here's Neil. He will be the toughest, I think, to get 21 off, which is what you need. And that's one from Rohit. So Fayez has the hot hand.
Is it going there?
He's going to have to conquer the man mountain of Adrian Neil if Germany to stay in this contest.
He's played that heavy ball pretty well, though, and he knows that that is probably the plan here from Neil. Hit down the ground. Will it be stopped? And yeah, good team fielding.
It's great team fielding. Really good team fielding. Because Rohit, greater player as he is, and we've seen him over the years do some pretty good things, but doesn't quite have the physical presence, I think, to deal with that ball. It's going to be kind of armpit height. Maybe he has a different strategy. Maybe he cuts the ball if he gets that kind of ball from Neil, but very important stop there. Fayez, when he hit that, he was hoping that would get through for 4, but just didn't quite hit it hard enough.
Singh, he does like to drive well, so I think they will try to keep it short.
Not pitched up.
That's a very good shot. That is a delightful shot. Wow. Rohit Singh, just have a look at this, how he turns inside out and plays this one away. That's a great hit from the captain of Germany.
Amazing shot. Neil won't be happy with the length of this because Rohit is hoping for something like this that he can keep a straight bat to. Let's see what the comeback is from Big Neil.
Yeah, well bowled. That's the length, isn't it? That's the heavier length. In comes the throw. It's well backed up.
So what have we got off this then? We've gone 1-1-6-1. So we've got 9 of 4 balls. And now you know 2 sixes in the overs a draw. Anything less than Scotland have gotten further ahead in the game. You can see how difficult these kind of chases are when things do get up towards that. I suppose that modern point of no return we call 24 and over.
Got the Southern Cross field in place.
Yeah, interesting.
To fire. Southern Cross field,
Yeah.
third came up, so they've got 3 in a line.
Challenging him to go over the top of them.
That's a massive win, isn't it? Dot ball, gold dust.
Slipping away here. Neil is the one I thought would be the toughest to get the 21 off. Okay, you have to find them elsewhere. Then we've got McBride maybe to come back, unless they want to go to some spin. Maybe Rafe Khan you could go to.
Well, Brown's still got one, isn't he?
Brown's still got one, yeah. But remember, we need to find 2 more bowlers. Last ball for Neil.
Oh dear, that's going to go for 4 byes. In fact, I want to see the height on this. It might even be wides.
I understand if it's buys. Let's have a look at. Yeah, it's definitely not over the head, but it just continues to climb. And poor Garden has to wear the 4 buys. He can wear them as a badge of honour because that just kept going up. It was about snout high at the bowler, but it was certainly even Adrian Neil might have struggled to get up to that if you gave him the gloves. Anyway, it is 117 for 4 off 8. So including the 4 buys, that over goes for 13. Keeps them kind of in it. They need 51 off 12. Look, you've got someone like a Fayez Khan out there. He's done some superhuman things in the series. But this is the biggest over of the game so far. I mean, a decent over here from Scotland. And it's pretty much done. They do go back to the captain, Chris McBride. Got to run.
Right, good throw here. Could be in trouble. And it's wants to fire it in, decides not to. Just a leg by. It's a big risk, isn't it, going back to McBride? We do know, we always say it all happens in the 9th. Will it happen in the 9th?
He did have 2 good balls in there. I know it sounds weird, but he had a kind of mini run of like 60 seconds where he did actually kind of win them. Anyway, now or never really. Fires facing up.
Hits that well, and he's going to clear the fielder. Bolle. Ginna zona. Shaka lagya. Well, it's McBride who's been in the firing line, really. Remember, his first over did go for 32. He's got to deal with now Fires, who seems to be the most aggressive. Fires moves to 29. McBride in again. And does he sneak this in? No, he doesn't. It's going to be a wide. He's going to have to bowl it again. The captain of Scotland under pressure. It's the 9th. We have a saying on the European Cricket Network is that it all happens on the 9th. And he just misses that line. You can see what he's trying to do, McBride. I wonder if he goes with the slower ball here. Remember, the slower ball went wrong from him last time. He gets the cutter and it's a dot ball. Ooh.
Fading away. Need a miracle here. Germany, it's funny how, we talk about momentum and all these things. They came in, obviously, out of the blocks very, very quickly in championship week. But as the week's gone on, they've just kind of faded a little bit. They look sore. They look a bit beaten up. Really need a boundary here from Fires.
Well, he won't get a boundary. It'll just be a single. So the captain getting that dot ball in there, just a single. And now, of course, you get to a point, we've said this before, even if the next 2 balls go for 6s, they're still going to fall behind that 25 that they were after
8
in this
balls,
match.
you kind of need 5 6s, or 5 boundaries at least. Maybe 4 6s and a 4, but you need something quickly. Last ball from McBride has come back well.
Now goes for the short one, and it's going to be scuffed to the man on the 45. It will just be a single. Germany, they're fading out here. They need a boundary. They need a boundary just to try and go big in the last. A boundary they need here. Don't get a boundary here now. They're in trouble. They can't do it. This is a very important delivery here. The captain can seal it for Scotland with this ball if it doesn't go to the boundary. Hits it well, and it won't go to the boundary. Scotland looks like they're going to survive unless this last over goes terribly wrong. It looks like they are going to continue in their quest to try and get their hands on that magnificent trophy, courtesy of Locker Lifestyles. And Germany, they've battled so hard, and it looks like they're going down here in the Eliminator.
It does look like it, unless we see something hypersonic, something record-breaking. They're giving the opportunity for Rafe Khan to bowl. I actually like this because, well, they discussed it. And I think he will be getting a bowl because he could even go for 6 6s here and they still win. But I think Rafe is a spin option, and we haven't really seen spin from Scotland in this innings. So I think it makes sense. Give him an over. You might be able to use him later on.
Yeah, the only thing, of course, that we don't need to see here, and remember, we've seen a lot of it, full toss, first ball, bang, 7 up. I mean, if that happens,
Never gonna
Germany
happen.
back alive.
Never going to happen. All right, here we go. 40 to win.
Well, 6. But remember, even though 6 6s here would be nice and quite spectacular, it will not give Germany the win they need. And that's why, even though that ball's been crunched for a huge 6, there's nothing from the Germans. There's no applause. There's no noise, because they know they're going down here to Scotland.
They need something. They need an extra. They need like a minimo or something like that. Yeah, can't really happen if he keeps it straight. Even that's clever batting, because he said maybe it's wide, and if it is, then maybe we get another ball. But really, I think the Germans know in their hearts that at the moment it's gone.
That one probably is a wide. That's why he left the last one.
Yeah, but Rafe is a good bowler. I quite like him. Obviously, they've got Kasim as a spin option. He's not the side in this game. Kasim Khan for Scotland.
Gets past the keeper, gets past one, but gets the yard will keep it to just 1 bye. So Germany, let's talk about them a little bit. They certainly did excite and entertain, especially with their pace attack.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the first time, I think, here at the Cardamom Oval that we really got excited by a full-on pace attack that the Germans had.
6-prong pace attack.
Yeah.
Under lights. Good luck.
It's short of catch, but not going to catch it. It's going to bang in to the boards. Yeah, I mean, remember seeing their paces. I mean, Zahid Zadran, who unfortunately picked up an injury, couldn't play this match. 2 hat-tricks.
Yeah, 2 hat-tricks.
2 hat-tricks and a 5-wicket haul.
In a day.
It's up in the air, and the tallest man on the park probably should be taking this catch, but he won't do. He pumped it over for 6. That's Adrian Neal. But again, once again, it's 6 runs, but there's nothing from the Germans.
The last thing wants an injury, really, to Neil. I think probably gets more of his left hand than anything. Taps it over the bar. All right, here we go. Last ball.
It's high, it's gone, it's mighty, it's 6. Germany, it's been a great effort for them. They will get past the 150, 154 for 4, but they will go down. Scotland will be victorious here. They will win the match. They will keep their dreams, their hopes alive. Germany, they will reflect back on. Remember I said to you at the end of the innings that I think that Germany will feel they gave around about 20 runs too many. That has cost them here.
Yeah, look, both teams had their moments with the ball. They didn't quite get it right, but I think the Scottish got it right more often. And I think that's the reason they end up winning this Eliminator by 13 runs. And yeah, Rohit hit that last ball for 6, then he just kind of walks off dejected. Obviously, Germany, they would have had high hopes about making a deep run here today. But yeah, Scotland, credit to them and credit to that man as well, Chris McBride, who got their innings moving in the first half. And then, despite a bit of a shocking start with the ball, he fought back and backed himself to bowl a second over. But yeah, I agree. Germany's really exciting cricket landscape now with the amount of teams that are up in the hundreds there in Germany now. The Bundesliga is a very, very interesting competition to keep track of as well, because there's a lot of talent there. And for the Germans, they'll be disappointed again about exiting another ECC, but they have made it to the top 4 for the first time in Europe in this competition, and they're certainly looking forward to seeing more of them. We'd love to be back in ECS cricket in Germany next year. Rohit's a great guy, leads the side well. Jamshed Khan, don't forget his 23-ball century in match 1 against Scotland, the fastest ever century on the network. And just the way they played their cricket, they're an exciting team to watch. I know it'll be a tough loss to take, but they'll take it, and they'll come back even better prepared, I'm sure, next time around. But for Scotland, hey, what a result for them. They have played their best cricket when the going's gotten tough, and they have done it when they've needed to win. Last night they needed to win.
Yeah.
They needed to win this game, I suppose to say, in the competition. So they thoroughly deserve their spot in the top 3.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Scotland showed us their fight and their gutsy character when they got through the group stages, and they had to do it with 2 wins over Ireland. A lot of people picked the Irish to be back here in Championship Week, but Scotland made sure that it was them that got here. They didn't look at their best all the way through in Championship Week, but the Scots, they find a way to come good when they had to. Remember, if they went down to Germany last night, it would have been Spain that would have been playing here this morning. So they did the job over Germany when it mattered to keep their hopes alive yesterday, and they've done it again here in the first match here. Scotland will continue in the finals day, whereas Germany will go down. And Germany, I think they're just going to look back at maybe the way they started in the innings. Remember, only 11 off that first over from Gaffer, 16 off the over from Neil, and then Gaffer, his second over went for 7, 34 for 2 they were. They needed a big over, and McBride provided them with one. But they lost the wicket, though, of Musaddiq, who I think has been their best batter all the way through. It was that heavy length from Neil that McBride came across and take a wonderful catch to remove him. And let's talk a little bit about this guy. I mean, there's been some good performances, haven't there? I mean, but doesn't work this time. But Majid, hasn't he been good? I mean, that innings from him, that powerful display of hitting towards the end of the Scottish innings, then he takes a couple of good catches. I think really he's got a good shout to be player of the match.
Yeah, actually got a good point. In fact, he is given the player of the match, and I think he thoroughly deserves it. It was that final push that got them over the line. Scotland now make the top 3. It'll be their best finish ever in an ECC, going past their 4th place in 2022. I remember they were knocked out by just 8 runs by the English. This summed up everything that was wrong for Germany in this game, and everything between the 2 teams. When it came to basics there, Shahi did everything wrong. Scotland did everything right. He was on his way. Who knows? Maybe he had a big swag of 6s that we'll never get to see. But just crept out of control, didn't it? And once again, it was Neil, as I thought that would be the tough one to get the 21 off, which is kind of what they needed in the last 4 overs. And Bride followed up with a very good over, only went for 11 in the 9th. And then, yeah, despite these consolation blows, we saw 4 sixes in the last over, but Rafa had one job, just keep it straight, and they won't hold that against him in the end. It is Scotland 11 that get through to Qualifier 2. They'll meet the loser of the next game, but they win this one 167 to 154.
Yeah, well done to Scotland. There's that scorecard. So it was a slow start, really, from Musaddiq and Jamshad Khan. Jamshad did finally get going, but it was that man again, Majid, that would take the catch to remove him. Jeevan Bartley didn't really click. Afridi, well, we know that German models normally run pretty smoothly, but he was misfiring as he couldn't get to the other end. He went for 13 off 6. Then, towards the end there, Fayez Khan and Rohit Singh, I mean, at that point, they were needing something like 25 and over. And they did their best. They got them to a respectable score to finish, but gave away too many runs in the field. I think Germany, they know that. They allowed Scotland to push past that 150 mark. And as soon as that happened, they would have had to be at their best. But well bowled there from Adrian Neil. I think you got it right. I think Scotland had done their homework. They bowled a good line there most of the time to the German batters. Only a couple of big overs in there, and I think Kas Sajjad stepped up when he had to as well. And Gaffer, I think he bowled really well with Kasal missing somebody. A bowler had to step up, and I think Adil Gaffer did that brilliantly well.
Yeah, and Brown, I think he showed that he can certainly handle himself, do a bit of a job in the Daniel Dore Kaya mode, but without the cartwheel. Anyway, as you can tell, we're only a little bit behind, but we'll be back in 5 minutes, and the first ball in 10 minutes. England 11 versus Netherlands 11, with the Dutch electing to bat first. Finny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Rico 4. I'll step aside, and Rhino in for me when we return to the Katooma Oval here. Final day of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana under Luthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
One game down on the final day of the Euros of Cricket, and we are about to find out who the first team going through to the final will be, because Qualifier 1 is on the way. The two teams that occupied the top two spots after the double round robin phase of the competition. England 11 finished top. They're taking on the Netherlands 11, who finished in second. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Ian Ramage, the giant coin, and the two captains.
England, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Netherlands is the away team, you'll call. It's been called Andalusia. It's come done Andalusia, so you've won the toss. Toss won by Netherlands, who will bat first.
Sebastian Braat of the Netherlands has won the toss, and he says we will have a bat first. Seems a bit of a theme when these two teams play each other. They are two teams that often do like to bowl first, but in the two times they have played each other, it's been the team that's batted first that has won. First, it was 189 set by the Netherlands, and the English 11 made 169, and then when they played again yesterday, it was 135 scored by the English 11 batting first, but they still defended it 102. So obviously that comes into the thinking, I think, for Sebastian Braat, who, by the way, set a record of 6 catches in an innings yesterday. That's the first time we've ever seen a fielder take 6 catches. Plenty of good players to watch. Shariz Ahmed, I think, possible MVP candidate with the way he's playing. And let's not forget, he scored 80 not out against this English side earlier in the week. For the English, lots of players to watch for them. Obviously, the captain, Dan Lincoln, is a bit of a force. He could bat anywhere in the order. Also has the gloves. Johnny Connell's been a real standout for me. I've loved his work. The Sturge with that slightly questionable moustache and his variations, always tough. And, well, I was calling him Ski Rai. That's Sam Keeling Wright, probably the fastest bowler we've seen this week. So a bit of fire against fire here. One spot in the final at stake. The other team will have to go the hard way. Let's get ready for Qualifier 1. As we get ready to go up to the commentary box, we've got Rico Full, and joining him for this one is Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo giving us the rundown to this qualifier number 1. Basically, England taking on Netherlands, and the winner of this match will book their place in the final. Of course, we're talking about two teams that know all about being in the final and winning as well. England have won the Euros of Cricket on 2 occasions. Netherlands have won once as well. But the reigning champions, they are looking good. And, well, that's looking good also. Here's the Cardam Oval. Nice to see that there's so many people that are here for finals day as well. There's not a seat that is empty at the moment, and I think you're seeing people pitching up all over the place. And one man who's seen all of that, because he's come over from the fan zone, of course, it's Andrew Ryan. Andrew, buenos dias.
Buenos dias to you, Rico. And speaking of looking good, you are looking truly resplendent in your gold-plated shirt today. I feel like I cannot even be on Comcam next year.
Well, maybe it's my little effort to see if I can get us a golden ball by putting on the golden shirt. I think Vinny's had the same idea because, well, we haven't had one so far. What do you think of these two squads?
Yeah, hugely different in the way they go about their cricket, but they have split their 2 games across this championship week, which is no surprise. I think it's fair to say that they are both the deepest teams in this championship week finals day, and they should provide a great matchup. Big advantage for whoever wins this game, Rico, because having that game off as opposed to having to not only play 3 games but then go on and win 2 in a row is a big ask. So this won't determine who is the winner of the tournament, but whoever is victorious in this clash gets a massive advantage. And as far as advantages go, supercomputer favouring the English at the moment.
Yeah, 68% to 32, but you're absolutely right. It's not just the fact that the loser here would have to play an extra game. It's who you're playing. And you're playing Scotland. And Scotland at the moment are playing some good cricket. And if there's one thing that we've learned about these Scots is that the further they get into a competition, the better they get as well. So really, you want to win this. You want to book your place in the final. You want to relax a little bit over the afternoon, getting prepared for that final. You do not want to be preparing to be playing the Scots. So it's a big match, this.
No, certainly not. And you got to watch them from close quarters in that last game, Rico, but I was tremendously impressed with the Scottish batting lineup. I know their bowling lineup has sort of been up and down at various times, depending which personnel are in the team, but the batting lineup, and particularly as Brown starts to find his range here, McBride, the skipper, has actually come on in leaps and bounds in the last couple of days. They are looking like they are peaking at the right time with the bat, and will provide a very stern test for whichever of the teams on show here now loses. So big game this in so many ways. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I think there'll be a few fireworks as well from the bat and from the bowlers. You heard Maximo talk about the man that we were calling SKW, Samuel Keating Wright, and he has been quick. There's no doubt about that. Here we go. Here's the first. It just gets played away for a single. To start off with, it's Sebastian Allison who's going to be opening up with the ball. He picked up 3 wickets yesterday, bowled very well. That's the thing with England. They just have a lot of depth in their bowling. Good, quick bowlers. And then you got somebody like Tom Hinley, bowls a bit of spin and also is pretty crafty and nifty at picking up those wickets as well.
Yeah, probably not as much variety as the Dutch, but they do have a broader and probably stronger all-out pace attack. This man at the top, Allison's, I think he's gotten better as the tournament's gone on as well, Rico.
Clayton Floyd opted to be the opening partner once again with Damien van der Berg, and he plays and misses at his first one. He's up there ready to get them starting in the power play.
Yeah, so the Dutch, have, as far as their side goes, they've persisted with van der Berg at the top here. They've left out of the side as 12th, 13 man, rolled Hagen and turned Leica. So they've settled on this as their best 11. They have mixed and matched the batting order at various times.
Well, that's going to be 4-leg buys as it hits the top of the pad and it races to the boundary rope. And a little bit of luck, but it's 4. And that's all that counts. They get the first boundary there. It comes courtesy off the pad. And buys for this one. So Mukesh Patel is out there at the bowler's end, and alongside him, his partner. Once again, it's the Sheriff.
A great ball from Allison. He's tended to stay away from leg stump throughout the tournament. Generally bowling his outswingers slightly wide of off.
That's the areas though, isn't it? That's where he needs to be. You can see that. Clayton Floyd, he's trying to get this away out on the offside, but he's been beaten here a couple of times. Just a little bit of extra pace and extra bounce from Sebastian, working in his favour here.
Look at the way he plays this, Rico. Doesn't really get the back foot across for a legitimate cut shot. It's trying to play the ball off the front leg, thrash it more through cover with the extra base and pounce that Allison has. It's a difficult shot. As Floyd just resists the temptation to face up when it seems to be a few people moving in and around the sight screen.
Yeah, I like that. I think it was I think it was just making some adjustments to the field, and I can see what it is. There is people that are behind the bowler's arm as well. And I like the way that Clayton just looks back at Dan, says sorry, but this, and Dan says, yeah, no worry. That's good. That's good respect that these players have with each other. Good delivery, slow ball, Yorker length, and nicely played. And Allinson, I like what he's brought to this English side. He's just given them some extra strength and extra depth. They certainly have got a very good bowling attack.
Yeah. Hides his change-up pretty well too, Rico. Doesn't rely on it overly in the opening stages, but when he does unleash it, it's a difficult one to grab out of the hand. Very conservative start here from the Dutch. None for 6 after 5 balls, but really too many thrashes at the deliveries to date.
Well, high in the air, loses his shape and could lose his wicket as well. And he won't. It gets dropped. Not an easy catch. He's going backwards. And I think that's right up in the ball of fire as well. So the catch goes down, and that's Johnny Connell. So gives the left-hander, Damien van der Berg, a life. They wouldn't expect chances to be going down from either one of these two sides.
Yeah, it brings the end of the over. The Dutch 8 for none. I'll tell you, if there's one man in the England team you don't expect to drop a catch, it is Johnny Connell. He's an exceptional outfielder, already taken a couple of the best catches in Championship Week so far. Speaking of Championship Week finals day, we're here into Qualifier 1, the top 2 seeded teams, England 11 up against Netherlands 11. It's off the base of their performances from the group stage of Championship Week, and the loser of this game will then go on to play the Scotland 11, who were victorious not that long ago against Germany.
Yeah, and Scotland, best finish that they'll have in the Euros, whatever happens. It's punched away nicely, 4 runs. Beautifully timed. This is a very good example, isn't it, Rhino, of where you don't have to crunch the ball. If you can time it and place it on the outfield here at the Cardamom Oval, you'll get value for your shots, and that's a good shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, you said it, Rico. And I guess that shot's also a touch easier to play against Greatwood bowling an off-speed ball than it was against Ellison in the first over. Glorious placement from Floyd.
And this one just gets past the infielder who was going there low for a catch. I wonder if it carries or not. It looks like it probably just drops in front of him and gets through him.
Oh, I'd love to see the replay on this, Rico. I think he's probably had a play at this ball. Dropped quickly, and it's sort of almost just hit his foot as he's gone down.
A bit more fortune, so both batters probably have had a bit of a life. Big swing here from Clayton. A few times Clayton Ford has gone for this big shot and he's not got it right. This time, once again, he's swinging and missing. Not like Clayton. He's normally a very good striker of the ball.
Feels like even though Greatwood is now bowling the second over and being given more responsibility in the early innings, he's almost upweighted the volume of his change-ups to the extent that his quicker one is almost the change-up now.
Really good bowling. That one is that quicker one. One thing that I've noticed big time about Toby Greatwood, I'm not saying that he hasn't bowled well here in the past. I think he's a quality bowler. But this year, the amount of variations in his pace and the slower ball and the cutters is been extraordinary. And he's been so good, and that's why he's been so difficult to play. That one, though, will be mullered. It's a little bit shorter. It's in the hitting zone of Clayton Floyd, and he finally gets one away. It's going to be 6 runs, 6 carreras. There's 20. Gets on the ball with the ball to go in this second.
Gee, that came off the bat like an absolute rocket, didn't it, Rico? We were in perfect position to see that ball travel not only just across the boundary, but it went there at terrific speed. Beautiful shot from Floyd. Greatwood went for the on-pace ball. He's punished. I suspect this will be one of his change-ups.
Well, high up in the air. This one probably will also make its way to the boundary. Yeah, it will. 6 runs. Manos. Arriba, arbitro. Back to bat from Clayton Floyd to end the over. 2 overs complete. And it's 26 without loss. As you have a replay of that one. And also, you'll see on your screens just how and where these teams finished in the standings in Championship Week.
Yeah, it ended up being a topsy-turvy Championship Week at times, didn't it, Rico? Obviously, with a few no results there, both the English and the Dutch having 3 games in which they weren't completed, the rest having 2. But it's the unlucky side there, Spain, who ended up tied on points with Scotland. But unfortunately for them, their net run rate kept them out of contention. And I'm speaking to Corey Rutgers, Dutch captain, this morning, Rico, and he was very philosophical about what they've learned from this tournament, but recognised that a couple of those big losses really made it hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and I think Corey was the first to say, last night, well, we just didn't, it's our own fault, and I think that loss to the Netherlands, when they lost by some over 100 runs, certainly did hurt them. Change up here from England. They have gone with Freddie Fallows.
We haven't actually seen Fallows at the bowling crease that often in the tournament, Rico. Maybe they particularly like this matchup of him bowling to Vandenberg. Vandenberg far more comfortable against the seamers than the spin. I think an over from left arm of Fallows could be the play.
Delicately played away, but that's a good stop. One thing that we really do appreciate when you see these top sides playing, talking about England in the field and also the Netherlands, Scotland to a degree as well, the field placements. There's little subtle changes to what we're used to seeing. I mean, that fielder just there that makes that stop there, Tommy Sturgis. You wouldn't normally, some of the other teams wouldn't deploy a fielder there, but he's there for a purpose, and he does his purpose, and he fulfills that purpose beautifully. So they've got close fielders, they've got catches. And Floyd looking to go funky here, jumps across, but fellows, what a great over this is turning out to be.
Yeah, moment of inspiration from Captain Dan Lincoln. Throwing Big Freddie the ball. He's gone for one of his first 4 deliveries.
It's played away, and this is going to be 4 runs, but that's so close. You can see Dan Lincoln and Freddie Fellows, they thought they had him for a moment, because I think he's gone right across. He's managed to get back onto this at the last moment. I think if he doesn't, he's gone for all money.
Oh, he would have been dead gone with an LBW as that ball just tailed back in. Would have hit somewhere probably between middle and leg stump, but Floyd gets some bat on it.
Oh, that's too high, surely. I reckon that could be a no. He's up in the air. The catch will be taken. The throw comes in. The spectators are applauding, but I'll tell you what, they're going to be told any moment that it's probably a no-ball free hit coming up. This looked too high. Let's have a look here. Yeah, that's too high. I know he's batting deep in his crease. So no ball called. Won't be out. They'll take the single. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, interesting. Have a look at this. So Captain Dan Lincoln's used the excuse of having to give the ball back to walk down and having a little chat to Fellows. He's now got the left-hand batter on strike, so the field can be adjusted. So minor advantage there for England. And I think Fellows probably likes this matchup more than he did against Floyd. So free hit.
And we'll get 4 runs. Hits it pretty straight. Nobody on that long on boundary to the left-hander. Cuatro carreras to finish the over. So the free hit kind of gets punished. There's another boundary at the end of the over. So the score moves to 37. Well, that's the power play score. And I suppose, look, when you get 2 big teams like this playing against each other, it's not that normal that you see big scores, because you're seeing quality bowlers up against quality batters, right?
Yeah, certainly you are. I mean, they're at a run rate of about 12, so if they kept this for the entire innings, you'd be sitting at about 120. I think against this England batting lineup, the Dutch would be looking to get in excess of 150, but made a little bit difficult by what you'd call a middling start from them, but long way to go. They haven't lost a wicket. Vandenberg's chewed up 6 balls for only 8, though.
Hindley. More spin, and that one is going to go all the distance. Boom. Shaka lagya, shaba, shaba. And that's nice. He's tried. Look, these 2 teams, they have, of course, played each other. And we saw that the Netherlands got a win over England first time in match number 14, 189 to 169 by 20 runs. That was when Shariza Ahmed scored that spectacular 80 not out. So first blood did go to the Netherlands, but England got their revenge yesterday, didn't they? England were restricted to 135, but it was enough. Dan Lincoln scored 39. The Netherlands, they were 1 or 2 for 7. Second Zulfiker was in the runs, but it was good bowling from Sebastian Allison, 3 for 15, and this man, Tom Hindley, 3 for 18.
A nice piece of bowling from him there. I've got to admit, I'm slightly unsure of this matchup for England. Floyd uses the crease better than most, which is the problem that a lot of batters get into against Hindley, as that is called wide. He stepped right back deep in his crease to give himself the leverage to work that first ball for a Maximo, but it's a good response from Hindley, the second delivery.
Clayton Ford would be disappointed that he's missing these. I mean, this is not the Clayton Ford we know. I mean, yesterday when he opened up, he looked really in good touch. But these sort of deliveries you'd expect Floyd to be getting at least bat on them.
Yeah, Hindley's increased the fullness of his line, as no one was going to be wide, but Floyd's taken it from outside leg stump with the reverse.
Interesting shot, because really, I don't know what he had to gain from this. He takes a single, but it would have been a wide anyway, and with the field set the way it was, the chances of getting it past those fielders look pretty slim. Anyway, he gets himself to the other end, and that means that the left-hander, Damien Vandenberg, has 2 balls to face from an impressive Hindley. Only 8 off the over so far. And now they're liking this. They're appealing. They're wanting it. And, well, it could have been a runner at the other end, but unfortunately, I think Hindley was so involved in the appeal, he wasn't there to take the ball. Let's have a look at this. What are your thoughts, Rhino?
Yeah, I mean, Hindley gets a fair bit of overspin. I suspect it's probably concerns about going over the top. Admittedly, if I'm the English, I'm not sure I desperately want to see the back of Vandenberg, given you've got the likes of Sulfica and the two Ahmeds still down.
And this one is going to be the over. So let's hang on a minute. What are we seeing here? I think we're seeing a retirement. We are seeing a retirement. So who is that? It looks like, yeah, Damien van der Berg is going to retire himself. Well, you're absolutely right. You said it. You don't think you want to get his wicket, and he probably heard you. I think the Netherlands heard you and say, yeah, you know what? Rhino knows what he's talking about. It's time to pull him. So a retirement. Damien van der Berg, having scored just 8 of 7 balls, will be retired out, and Musa Ahmed comes in.
I love watching this too, Rico. So, as you mentioned, Vandenberg's been yanked, and given that Ahmed has come out, they actually had Samuel Keeling Wright at the end ready to go in and take the ball. But once they saw Musa Ahmed come out, they've given it back to Allison. So, interesting call here. Not sure whether they think that Allison coming around the wicket, just getting the ball to spear back into Musa might make him slightly less comfortable, or whether they want to save Keeling Wright for later in the innings. But intriguing to see that last-minute change.
Yeah, well, tactics are everything. Tactics, planning. Both these two teams will know a lot about each other. And this one looks like it's going to be okay, says the umpire.
I'll tell you what, I don't think Musa's going to get too many balls on his hips here.
No, they're just checking to see if it's a wide or a no ball. I think it's just a wide, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. There's no one down at deep square, either forward or backward of square leg. No one here at fine leg, but he's got someone essentially in between backward point and third man. So Allison's going to keep this wide of off stump.
It's hit pretty well, and Musa is off and running. And that's why the retirement, and this is something that I think we see good teams do. If a batter's not going, they don't want to waste any more time. They say, right, you've had 7 balls, you're not scoring well enough. They make the change, and Musa comes in and he hits his first ball for 6.
Absolutely moosed it, Rico. But that also is the danger when you're telegraphing the line that the bowler's going to bowl. Field placing's telling Musa exactly what's coming.
It's going to go in the same area again, and that's going to be back-to-back 6s. And all of a sudden, that decision from Sebastian Bratt to remove Damien van der Berg coming out to work a treat. He goes 2 balls, 12 runs. He's already outscored van der Berg, who scored 8 of 7.
He's just too good a player, Musa Ahmed. There's some players that you can keep down just by targeting a certain area, and clearly he's a very good player over the leg side. You don't want to feed that, but at the moment, he knows precisely what Allison is trying to do. This is forced a change in the field, so Cameron Hemp has been put out to deep square, so it's at least causing some confusion in his mind. Struck beautifully. 3 consecutive maximos for Musa Ahmed, and this change has worked a treat, Rico.
Well, how about that? We've had 3 balls, 3 6s. This time it's just a low full toss. I think they tried some mind games. They pushed back the square leg on the boundary behind square. They made Musa feel that maybe it was going to be a shorter delivery. In fact, it was a slower one, but it was too full. Musa doesn't get fooled, and he mooses another one to the boundary. So 3 balls, 3 6s.
If I'm Allison here, I'm going to try to in-swing a Yorker, probably starting about 2 or 3 inches outside off stump. Just see if you can jam down and get the single.
Played away. You want to take the single on. Both batters almost run into each other as they're busy looking at the ball. Right, Clayton Floyd, 31 of 18. He's not been at his best himself, but at least when he has hit it, he's hit it the distance. Yeah, just watch here. They almost go into each other.
Yeah, if you're the non-striker, it's sort of your job to make sure you're giving adequate space. The striker, who's always slightly more inconvenienced by having to run after playing the shot. So 2 balls left. Allison probably much more comfortable going back to his regulation over the wicket, having the right-hander to face.
well, wide delivery. Trying to keep, I think Clayton Floyd has played and missed at quite a few that's been outside the off to him. So slightly quicker delivery there from Allington, but goes too wide.
It's been a big, wouldn't say a game changer this over, but the big paceman Ellison coming back on, if he had bowled a tight one, they would have been getting to halfway through the innings and really not have accelerated at all. But this has been a great start from Musa.
And again, it's called another wide. So you can see what the plan is here to Clayton, but at the moment, they haven't been able to keep it in right area. Now, I think there's a little bit of talk here from Dan. Maybe you can see Charles Croucher, the umpire at square, getting involved. I don't think they probably like that call, maybe.
It's fairly wide, so I'm not sure there should be any argument.
Slower, in the air. Fielder gets set, takes a catch, and they get the wicket of Clayton Floyd. That's clever bowling. Allington, after firing a few quick ones outside the off, all right, be it that they were wides, he then changes things up. He gets a slower ball in Fuller. Floyd had to go for it. Doesn't really get good full contact. He's not getting the weight or the distribution into the shot. Gives the opportunity. And England, well, we have seen them make one error in the field, and that was very rare, but they're not going to make too many more. That's the end of Clayton. It's the second wicket that goes down for the Netherlands. 68 for 2.
I thought Floyd would have been sitting on that change-up, to be honest, Rico, because the previous two balls, Ellison had gone on speed, really dragged them wide, sort of forced to make a change, but it's worked out in the end. Nice take from Tom Hindley. Few little fumbles in the field earlier from England, so they'll be happy to have taken that wicket, but to be honest, Floyd wasn't looking an amazing touch, so I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing for the Dutch, as Skander Zulfiqar walks to the crease, and you don't want to leave this man too few balls to play with at the end. So him coming in at this stage, 68 for 2, 1 ball left in the 5th. Not a bad outcome for the boys in orange.
Okay, ball to come. It's Skander Zulfiqar, who's been probably the most consistent performer with the bat for the Netherlands. And, well, he's miscued it, but got enough to get it, well, not just past the infielder, but also past the diving fielder out there on the boundary. And having taken a catch, Hindley can't stop this one. It's going to be 4 runs. One hand coming off the bat, but Skander Zulfiqar doing enough to get it to the boundary. It will be 4 runs, and it's a good opportunity for you to join us up here in the comedy box. Rico Fulham for the first time, and Iran on finals day.
Happy to be here, Rico. Always a tremendous day on the European cricket calendar. I guess one of our biggest days with the National Teams Championship, the ECC, having its concluding stages, and we've had 4 tremendous teams qualify through for today. Already lost Germany, who fought bravely in that last game, but Scotland have come up well, and I can guarantee that whoever loses this game, Rico, they will have a battle on their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And be getting ready for some more of that battle. It's a Musa who started well. And, well, he gets a swivel on this. And this one will go for 4 runs. He just manages to guide this in an area where there's no fielders. He might have broken his bat here. Musa is examining it pretty closely. It doesn't look like he's asked for another one, but I think that's just caught him right up the top of the bat. That's why it doesn't really ping off the bat, but he will get a boundary.
And it didn't come off the middle. Interesting here. So we've got Sam Keeling right coming on, and a complete change of tactics as compared to what Allison was doing against Musa. So SKW's bowling over the wicket, that first ball right into his chest. That's actually, I've got to say, that's why I prefer, if I'm a quick, coming over the wicket to Musa, because if you're able to push that ball across from him, obviously he can open the face, hit well over covers and behind point. But if he wants to go over his favoured leg side, then he has to change the trajectory of the ball, and it's very difficult to do at Keeling Wright's pace. Good ball.
Once again, it's one that gets scuffed at. It'll just be a single, so maybe Zulfikar will go back on strike. I want to mention that today is World Humanitarian Action Day. Honours the ones who have died while saving others. People from around the world are encouraged to join humanitarian organisations such as UNICEF, the Red Cross and others, and become active messengers of humanity.
Lovely message from Rico Fall. Very humanitarian focused man. You're a lover of all flora, fauna and humans, aren't you?
Ooh, I'll tell you what. I don't think SKW is he, when he's firing in those, it's going to leave a mark, let's just say that, for Secunda, because this is quick, it's rapid, and that could be nasty.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you can even see that Secunda tried to almost short arm his pull shot to get the stroke through quicker once he realised the velocity that ball was coming at him. That's a really, really good short ball.
Shot. Beautiful. Well, what a comeback. Secunda keh raha na, bas mere te maar diti hoga, main bhi marunga. You got me, I'll get you. And that really, I mean, we've seen some delightful shots here today, and this one is right up there as one of the best.
Well, I think he was still a little bit shaken by that last one, but he's kept his form, and that's a delicious cricket shot, Rico. I guess the one downside of bowling the speed of Keeling right is that it comes off the bat just as fast.
That's a wild one down the leg side. Well, you mentioned speed, which leads me on to another international day here today, but nothing to do with speed. And hang out and celebrate International Sloth Day.
Felt like that at probably about 11 a.m. this morning after getting back from a session at the gym.
Slow-moving animals, the sloth, found in Central and South America. So, International Sloth Day. You weren't a sloth this morning. You were pretty active as that one gets played away beautifully. What a lovely hook shot this is. And
SKW having a few words to Secunda in the middle of the pitch. And tell you what, I'm not sure that I'd be rolling it out after you've been pumped for 16 off your over. It's a good adjustment for Zulfikar. He knows he can't play necessarily his same expansive pull shot, but I think he's sweated on the short ball there, really minimised his swing and just used the pace of the bowler. Intelligent batting from a very good cricketer. Still plenty of power left in this Netherlands lineup, isn't there, Rico? Noah Crow's seen him play some excellent innings already. Riaz Ahmed, Saqib Zulfikar. There's plenty of runs still down that lower order. So they're going at about, not far off 15 runs and over at the moment. So they will need to accelerate. They're going to have to do so against one of my personal favourites, the Sturge. Finally gets thrown the ball. Up to over 7, so the man with the best handlebar in the tournament steaming into bowl. That's a pretty good length ball. Musa mistimes it. Went hit over to the mid-wicket region. Zulfikar's probably the man who's a better matchup for Sturgis here. Got 14 off 4. Did a good job in that last over. SKW really troubled a lot of top batters in this tournament. He struck Zulfikar once, but he came back well. It's dragged across, so good start from Sturgis. Pair of singles off the first 2 balls. Get the feeling he probably really wants to step it up. Didn't have his best day with the ball yesterday. Very, very impressive bowler. He's been in the wickets throughout most of the tournament. Interesting, he's been given the responsibility slightly later in the innings. Kept this bowling attack and the structure of it very, very flexible. And Lincoln just mixing and matching his bowlers to create the best matchup. That's a shocker from the Sturge. It's a massive full toss, no ball. And as a result, Musa will have the chance to take a free hit, no ball. Field can't move either, so he'll be eyeing off a couple of spaces. So there's only one player out there on the sort of cover boundary. Long off, long on. Cow corner. That's struck beautifully by Ahmed. Sturgis was probably always going to take his chances of at least floating the ball wide of off stump. Didn't want to be hammered across to leg. And Ahmed, I think he's sweating on these balls wide of off stump, and that's the way to deal with a free hit, Rico.
Yeah, it's different with Ahmed to what we're used to seeing out here. He's shown his strength outside the off here. All right, I know that's where they're targeting him, but he's been up to the task. And now, well, that's the Musa we know. When you go short to him, anything on the legs, anything short, he's onto it. Here's a little bit of the old MJ. Oh, as he gets a swivel on that, and he sends it big. 6 more, bringing up the 100 for the Netherlands.
Oh, youngsters, watch Musa. This is how you play a big heave over to the leg side. Beautiful rotation of the hips, generating power, and you can see how early he picked up the length. So the pressure goes back on Sturgis. He's persisting around the wicket to Musa.
It's a bit fuller this time. It's going to have to rush here. And, ooh, I got the feeling this would have been close. I wonder if we get a chance to have a look at a replay here. I reckon if this hits the stumps, he could have been in trouble.
Yeah, I suspect so. Musa's probably also disappointed that he would have gotten through. He probably should have turned his bat around, see if he could have got that one off the meat and directed it towards the boundary for some overthrows.
Right onto the bat. Okay, so Musa's shown that he can deal with Sturgis pretty well. Now it's Scan Zulfika's turn, 15 of 5 deliveries. A good little partnership developing between these two. England will be keen to break it.
That's a good ball. That's that really difficult length to hit Sturgis off. It's tailing back into the right-hander a touch. So this match, it's turned out to be an absolute belter, hasn't it, Rico? A few little twists and turns, but with 3 overs to go, the Dutch are 104 for 2, and there's a man who's very happy to see a Dutch fight back, Sir Rob Kemming.
Yeah, he's around. And also, look, just to remind you, coming up, it will be the ECL, the European Cricket League 25 draw. We'll be revealing that. Mr. Maximo will be doing that right after this match. So slightly later than the scheduled time it will probably be because of the later start we had to today. But yeah, look out for that. Of course, the ECL is one of our big stellar events that sort of comes at the beginning of our 25 season. Floats it up, but it's in the air. Is it going to be taken? No, it's not. It's going to go all the way and gets plenty of it. Musa Ahmed goes high, but also goes mighty.
Yeah, that ball was up there for an eternity. I think young Sam Keeling Wright may have actually passed another birthday waiting for that one to come down. Tall man. It's probably who England wanted under the ball.
Good comeback from Hindley. I think Musa, I think this is one that he should have really played out on the off. He's trying to cart this over the leg side boundary, but in hindsight, I think it should have been a shot on the off. And he plays this one away. It'll drop a couple of bounces where it tamely goes to the fielder.
I know that's where his preferred power zone is for the spinners, Rico, but he has got plenty of space to work with. They've got fielders at almost a fine and a wide third man on the 30 for him, but there's a fair bit of open pasture out there around the point area on the boundary. Jason Hindley again, maybe step back and cut it hard.
Plays that out onto the leg side. It's the fielder there. They've got the field well set, England, to help the spinner, Hindley. Oh, very well, Hindley. I think I've been impressed with Hindley and Fellows.
Yeah, for what is mainly a right-arm pace attack, he provides the English 11 with some variation. So seen that from Fellows earlier. Nicely bowled. Dan Lincoln's pretty confident, and the finger goes up already, Rico. So a sparkling piece of work from the England 11 wicket-keeper and captain, and Musa is gone.
Well, Lincoln knows he's got his man straight away. Just look at the lightning speed, quick hands. And this is just absolute lightning. Here we go. And he's gone. Look at that foot. It's not even on the line. He's out and he's gone, and Lincoln knows it. That's tremendous work from Lincoln. And that's the end of Musa Ahmed. He'll fall short of his half century by 5 runs. 45 of 16. It's been a good knock, but Hindley, he's bowled very, very well.
Yeah, exceptional knock from Musa. He's actually got the Dutch back right into this game. 45 of 16, including 6 Maximos. But an excellent piece of bowling by Hindley and only bettered by such sharp work with the gloves by Lincoln. He's also taken the opportunity to have a chat to Hindley about what to do first ball here. Shiraz Ahmed.
Yeah.
He has been very good in this tournament so far, the diminutive left-hander. And I suspect they think he's probably going to attack him over mid-wicket.
Well, he plays a beautiful shot. Shiraz Ahmed, he's just sensational. We're calling him the little ninja. Some people have been referring him to the Ninja Naranka, the orange ninja. He's just spectacular. Remember, he's not first time round that these two teams met. And still hasn't got a shirt that fits him. It's almost like a dress he's wearing. He doesn't like to tuck it in, but who cares? Because he's an exciting player and he smashes it all over the place.
Yeah, tremendous player. Had a look on the replay just there, Rico. He got so deep in his crease and had his body weight pushing backwards so much. He's actually ended up in his follow-through probably about 2 steps behind the wicket, but skillfully evaded them and really, really impressive batsmanship there. So 2 overs to go. The run rate still just a tickle behind 15. But this next 12 balls could genuinely decide this match, Rico.
Yeah, it could do. You can see that Newcastle just stopping the bowler who was charging in there. That's Samuel Keeling right, because the fielders were still moving around. All right, ready to go.
Tell you what, Rico, I just had a look at the YouTube chat. Premier League Cricket Club with a big well done skipper for Dan Lincoln for that stumping in the last over. Certainly a man on the edge of his seat back home.
He played away, they'll take the single. In comes the shy and well backed up. I'm just loving the standards that we're seeing out there in the field from England. The field placements are good. Dan Lincoln's done his homework. The bowlers have done their homework. They're making Netherlands work hard for the runs. And the Netherlands, fair play to them as well. They're doing what they need to do. They should be looking to get close to that 150 mark here. That's what their plan will be. England, of course, will be trying to keep them to around about that 130s if they can. Remember, 135 is what the Netherlands restricted England to yesterday, but England were able to defend that.
Big over this one, Rico. I mean, leaving aside that it all happens in the night. Ski right's been so hard to get away in these later stages.
And it's played away. There's going to be 4 runs. And, well, some will say this is a little bit lucky. What do you think? He plays this or not, Rhino?
Well, let's have a look at the replay. If he's legitimately stroked in this direction, he has opened up the top hand. I'm going to give Ahmed credit for that. Yeah. That's a brilliant shot because that was an excellent ball from Keeling, right? I'd be furious if I was a fast bowler and that got taken for 4.
Plays that out towards the fielder who's quite wide there in that long on position. It keeps it just to a single. Very interesting field, isn't it? Because you've got the, I mean, it will change here now, of course, but let's see how they go to the right-hander Sikandar Zulfikar, because it's almost like Dan Lincoln is saying to the bowlers, I don't expect the batters to be able to hit straight over. And certainly they're giving Sikandar Zulfikar a fielder back there, but certainly to Ahmed there wasn't.
Not too many slot balls in this innings.
Slow ball, but gets it wrong down the leg side. No run.
Feels like it's almost a bit of an English tactical policy, isn't it? That if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to play square of the wicket, and you're going to have to do it against pace, because they really don't give too many opportunities to the batter to get under the ball and drive straight down the ground. They've got some bowlers who can bowl some pretty good Yorkers, but it's really used intermittently rather than as a frequent weapon.
It's been hit well, but there is a fielder out there who will make the stop. And once again, fielders in the right place. That man's been busy out there, that's Priestley. Look out for him with the bat, by the way, Nils Priestley. I wonder if he'll come slightly higher up. They've sort of kept him mid-table with the batting, but we know he's better than that.
It's the Hollywood glamour of Nils Jason Priestley, and he's come up with another sparkling save. Excellent fielder, and as you mentioned, Rico, it's been a very consistent bat throughout the tournament. So 2 balls left in the 9th. Netherlands 1-2-6 for 3.
Good delivery. So you can see the field set here now. This is what I'm talking about, the left-hander. So you've literally got 2 men You've got a fine leg, very fine for one that top edge. Third is back as well, pretty straight. You've got a man on the 45. Then you got long on back, but no deep mid-wicket. Mid-wicket in the circle, but it's more the offside. Nobody long off. You've got 3 men in the ring on the offside. It's going to be down leg side. So basically, they're saying that we know. Well, he could go here, taking it on. He's running to the danger end. He's going to be gone here. I think he's going to be gone. They decide late to go here, and it is the little Shiraz Ahmed who decides he wants to take on the run here. It was always going to be dangerous, and you knew if it was a direct hit, he was going to be gone, and he is a direct hit. They're checking upstairs, but there's no doubt. You can see Ahmed, he's already ready to go. He just hesitates. Look, he's watching, then decides, yeah, let's go, but he ain't going to make it, and that's really good work once again from Tom Hinley.
Yeah, nifty little piece of work from Hinley. I can understand the tactics there, trying to squeeze through for an extra one, and also Zulfikar's probably looked a little bit more comfortable against the pace of SKW, but unfortunately they've lost Ahmed. Obviously still some decent batting to come, but he's walking back to the dressing room. I guess the upside, Zulfikar will face this final ball from Keeling right, so if he doesn't go to the boundary, probably want to rotate the strike and at least have the last over, which probably looks like it will be Sturgis coming back on for that 10.
And Noah Crows is the batter that replaces Ahmed.
I wonder, hopefully Rodney, his dad, is watching. He's been with us in the chat for most of the week. Hope you enjoy it, Rodney.
It's gone. Yeah, gets a bit of bat on this, and he's going to have to go. I mean, it's a quick ball. It's short. I get the feeling it's one of those which, if he doesn't touch, could quite easily be going to be a wide, because he really does bang this into the deck. But you can see that Sikander Zulfikar is going to have to go for it. He does. He gets the toe end on the bat, and this time Lincoln leaps into the air like a gazelle, and he holds on to the catch.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Good bowling from the paceman. He challenged Zulfikar again with a rising short ball. It was delivered with good pace and really awkward angle for Zulfikar to deal with. Swats across the ball. It's a good take from Lincoln, a flashing edge. And a nifty little celebration dance from SKW immediately afterwards. Wouldn't have looked out of place on the dance floor at Fabric back in old central London, but he's unleashed it at Cardimer Oval here in the glorious sunshine. And so 2 wickets in 2 balls. So downside for the Dutch is they've got fresh batters at the crease to take advantage of the last over, and it actually will be Greatwood, who's still got 1 left. So they've left Sturgis with just the 1 over. His control was a little bit off, so I understand the skipper's thinking here, and Greatwood does have some excellent change-ups, which I'm sure we'll see just about every one of them in this innings. Yeah. Rico, what do the Dutch need to get to here?
Well, I think certainly the 145 is what you're looking for. It's played away nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Good shot. Interesting, I was listening to you about Sturgis. Yes, Sturgis, look, he went for 16 in his over. I know he had some control issues, but Toby Greatwood went for 18, so it could have been either one. I think Dan Lincoln's probably just thinks that Greatwood has got some more variations, which could become more key and more necessary in this final over.
Beautiful first shot there from Crows, though. Proper cut shot backward of point.
And goes again, and this time it'll go all the way. Bolle, 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 que wa, que genial. But not only are the Dutch supporters here in the fan zone jumping up and down, well, a certain Rodney is jumping up and down as well. He may have spilt his cup of tea.
Rodney, those days of throwing cut shots to young Noah in the backyard, refining his technique. It's playing out here at Cardimer. He had to make a lot of the pace there himself because that ball sat in the wicket.
Slow ball, and that's the variations I think that Dan Lincoln would be calling upon from Greatwood, and you can see Lincoln applauds that one. They do rotate the strike, so you're going to get now here. Saqib Zulfikar hasn't faced the ball as yet.
I did say, Rico, that these last 2 overs could decide this game. It is really still close. A couple of maximos here to finish. The Dutch get up to 150. You'd say they might just have the edge.
And, well, that is one of them. Glorious shot. And it's good because he sort of reads what he's going to get sent down. He jumps across, he turns this into a full toss, and he crunches it for 6. Really good strike of the ball.
Shades of his brother Sikandar in Qualifier 2 last year at Cardimer Oval. It's a beautiful strike from Saqib.
Plays this well to take the single. So the 145 is what I was saying they'd be wanting to get to. Well, they're at that 145. They've got a ball to go. A boundary here could make it a 150 chase.
Well, let's see what Crows does here. So assuming that he's cut great wood for 2 6s, he probably won't be dropping wide of off stump. They are actually now shifting a fielder down there to find leg. I think Lincoln has preempted that Crows was probably going to step inside, try that little lap to find leg.
Oh, this is, well, played away, but it's pretty high. It's a great stop. They will come back for 2. Here comes the throw, and they'll get 2. But I want to know, let's have a look at the height of this ball. Let's see how high this is. Does he sneak it in under the waist or not? Slow this right down. Ooh,
that's tight, Rico, isn't it? The batter's staying out there.
Very tight. You can see the England boys are walking off, and it looks like they're saying that that's okay. That was really close because he was deep inside his crease. I think that's borderline. I think that's umpire score for me. They decided it's okay. They'll get 2, and that means the Netherlands, they'll get to 147. Well, it's the highest break in another sport, but will it be enough for the Netherlands to book their place in the final? England, if they're to do it, they need to get to 148.
Oh, Rico, I wonder if we'll be talking about that one later on in this innings, because this really is positioned as a 50-50 game at the moment, and wouldn't the Dutch have loved to have a free hit on a final ball? But a big round of applause from what is a substantial crowd out here at Cardimer Oval. Great to see all of the fans out and amongst in the sunshine and giving high fives all around to the young kids who have been thoroughly impressed by what they've seen here today. It's an incredible atmosphere and absolute privilege for us to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's great. And of course, everybody here on the weekend. It's a great weekend. Lots of kids here. A lot of families enjoying some great cricket. And, well, that was an early one that went down. And it's normally a guy who doesn't make too many mistakes, Johnny Connell, who puts the one down. That one almost carries as well. So both openers did give chances. And in the end, though, one of those openers would have to be retired out. And it was Damien van der Berg, because he just really wasn't going. Clayton Floyd, well, that was the free hit. That didn't really matter. This one gets played down the ground, and that's going to be Cuatro Carreras. But one thing is, Clayton Floyd, he did get a few away, so he did start to find his form, 31 of 19. But, yeah, this one was, I think, just the sign that he really had to go. He was only going at less than runnable. Musa Ahmed came out, and Rhino, as you said, he moosed his first 2 balls for 6.
Yeah, he certainly did. He's tremendous player, Musa Ahmed. We've been a little bit critical at times of him trying to look a little bit too much leg side for the ball, but he picked what the English were going to do today, and he capitalised on it. Speaking of capitalising, one of the few full straight balls that Sikandar's tried to hit straight down the ground, but as it was, and look at the big smiles of Sir Rob Kemming, the world's favourite Sir after Sir Mix-a-Lot, but he's certainly popular down in the People's area today. And the boundaries just kept on coming as the Dutch recovered from probably a fairly sedate start and given a nice boost from Noah Crows there at the end. Nifty bit of work from Dan Lincoln behind the stumps, and he created a victim for Hindley. This was an amusing one. Shiraz Ahmed trying to change the strike after the wide, and Hindley with a fabulous bit of fielding.
Yeah, I mean, that changed things slightly. I mean, if he had stayed there, you'd never know. Would they have gone over and got past the 150? And then straight after that, we saw the short ball from Keeling, and that was the end of Sikandar. But big hits there towards the end. I think Saqib Zulfikar hit 1 big 6. Then also, I like what Noah Crows did there. Played a 4 and a 6 when he got started, helping the Netherlands to get to I think a respectable 147.
Tell you what I love about this, Rico. So I had a call out for whether Rod Crows has spent all of his time throwing underarm balls to Noah to teach him how to cut. He's come back in on the chat and he said many balls thrown at young Noah. And he's a good Burundara product. So lovely little spot just outside of Hawthorn down in Victoria is where Noah Cross learnt a lot of his cricket, but he is plying his trade for his very proud Dutch heritage. And 13 off 4, that could be a crucial contribution, but it was Musa Ahmed, 45 off 16, and Clayton Floyd, who was a bit up and down, but 31 off 19, who were the main contributors. And not sure what you thought, just a little bit more of an error-strewn performance from the England 11 today, Rico.
Yeah, look, the thing that surprises me more than anything else, that Freddie Fellows didn't come back for an over, because I think both the spinners bowled superbly well. Hindley was spot on, Fellows bowled really well, but yeah, the Pacers, I mean, when you look at that, they didn't particularly bowl badly. I think Toby Brentwood would have put like slightly better figures than Sturgis. They didn't go back to him for another. Yeah, maybe that it's one of those which I think the Netherlands perhaps they've done their homework on the quick bowlers. They've also had their fair share of playing the pace bowlers. Remember, they've dealt with the German pace bowlers very well as well. But the spinners, I think going forward, those slower bowlers, the spinners could be key. And I think also in the innings of England, let's just see how the spin options for the Netherlands work out.
Yeah, well, it's all to play for, Rico. That's a fantastic first 10 overs in this game. Netherlands recovering after a slow start to post 147 for 5, powered by 45 off 16 from the bat of Musa Ahmed. And the wicket shared amongst a couple of the English, but they have a lot of work to do to be the first team through to the grand final tonight. It's Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network with my man Rico Full. We will be back here for the chase in just a couple of minutes, so please join us then.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Benny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And looking forward to the reply here from the England 11. I just get the feeling that this one could go England's way very quickly, or it could be one that goes right down to the last over. I don't know what, Rhino, your thoughts are on this one.
I'll tell you what Rhino thinks. He's very interested to see how England go against Big Ben Fletcher, because he sat out the match yesterday. Maybe the Dutch not wanting them to get a look at their big left-arm paceman.
And yeah, could start with a wicket, but just gets enough off this. And oh, well, how about this? Shaba, Ginna Sona. Well, the man who holds the record for the most catches on the European Cricket Network in one innings. Took 6 yesterday. That's Sebastian Bratton. Have a look at this. Mera. Gets it, and then Magia. And look at this. He does the, look at that. The high jump as well. Not only does he do a somersault with a high jump, and he saves a boundary.
I've seen blokes on the stools at the Sunset Beach Club at 2 a.m. doing something similar to that, but he could be MVP just for his fielding, Brat. He's been incredible.
In the air. Well, here he goes again. Iwa. This time he says, nope, I can't do anything about this, and that will go all the way. Wasn't the cleanest of strikes, though, from Connell, but he gets him a boundary.
No, it certainly wasn't. It looked like it popped up to start with. Ball short of a length from Fletcher, not coming through with a huge amount of pace. Needs to get a bit of snarl in him, the big man. He's got so many weapons with that height, bowling left arm. Get a fastball swinging back in.
Oh, that's just too quick, too bouncy. Is going to go for 4 byes, I believe. And this one is just taken off. And
interesting. I saw that one. Not sure if you heard, Rico, a little sound as it went past.
Well, I must admit, I didn't hear anything. I'm not sure what the bowler, you can see the bowler and the batter is having a conversation or something. Ben Fletcher there. Yeah, what's it? It's been given runs. It's been given us 4.
Yeah, I agree. I heard a little nibble as it went past on our stump mic. Noah Cross got up high, unfortunately for the Dutch. Couldn't pouch the catch. Much better ball from Fletcher, though.
Yeah, that was quick as well. I mean, just look and see how far back that Crozier is standing. Oh, great delivery. Really good delivery. Now, what a ball this is. That was quick. Well, England, they might have a few quickies themselves, but how about that one? I mean, it's not just quick, but the placement of this delivery.
Yeah, well, given his height, Rico, even if he does bowl a low full toss, the trajectory makes it very hard to lift for a maximum. So aiming fully, what he doesn't want is just give easier balls to hit short of a length, just slightly outside off. Like that.
Yeah, see what you mean. That is, it just holds up, doesn't it? That one just holds up. So is that what you would call a comfortable height? And one thing that we know about Johnny Connell, he's not somebody that holds back. He's up there opening the batting in this format to score runs quickly.
He's quite an arm bowler, Fletcher, and I think he's just so much sharper and quicker when he gets the ball up full at the stumps. And when he does that, he gives the chance for his in-swinger to come into play. Just too short in this over for me. He's got one ball to rectify things.
Yeah, he's gone for 18, so at the moment, it's what I was saying, that could go two ways. Either England knock them off pretty quickly, or it goes to the nervy last. But at the moment, the way England have started, they're looking to knock them off quickly. Oh,
well, he's definitely gone fuller on that occasion.
Well, he has gone fuller, but a little bit too full. So no ball now coming up. 19 off the over, and well, there's bound to be more coming up here because there's going to be a free hit as that one comes out completely wrong.
Yeah, let's see if this will rattle the young paceman. Never a good feeling when you spray a full toss at chest height. Looking for the Yorker.
Well, he might be looking for the Yorker again, Fletcher, but Connell is looking for the Maximo here. Free hit. He hits it hard, and, well, it's a great bit of fielding. It's a sensational catch, but, of course, it was the free hit, so they'll get the single. Well, that is a remarkable stop. Well, I thought it went straight to him, actually, but it does actually bounce. But good work done. There you go. But it was quick. But they'll get the single, end of the over, and it's gone very much England's way.
Yep, 20 for none. So the England 11 will feel they're certainly ahead of the run rate at the moment. Long way to go in this. And the Johnny Connell timing the ball very well. This is probably the danger over for them, though, Rico. Arnav Jain's taken a bunch of wickets in the last few games. He's got two right-handers to work with, which will keep him happy.
Yeah, he's been sensational yesterday. He took 4 and 4. Took 8 wickets in the 2 matches he played yesterday.
Made an irresistible case for getting overs on finals day. It's a hush around the crowd, isn't there, Rico? It's just pensive as this match sitting on a knife edge with 9 overs to go.
He'll start with the wide. He tries to just toy with that wide line.
Tell you what, though, that did curve a bit in the air. Started wide of off stump, but really took off.
That's firmly hit. Good, powerful shot off the back foot. Good placement. And Connell keeping hold of the strike at the moment and doing very well with it.
Yeah, excellent shot from Connell. Probably just a touch shorter than Jane's looking for, and didn't try to overhit it, didn't try to slog to the leg side. Found that gap through the covers. Excellent strike. Geez, he's making a cracking sound off his bat in this innings so far, Connell.
And he's making it look easy at the moment here, Rhino, because that is another glorious shot. Well, the England, and that was Sturgis, he's blowing his kisses at the moment. And no wonder they're happy because Connell has given them an electrifying start.
Beautiful shot, but Arnav Jain's gone too short with one ball, too full with the next. Let's see if he can find his length.
No, because that's 6 more. And the man who took 8 wickets yesterday, bowling brilliantly. Remember, he took 4 for 28 against England. And earlier in the day, he destroyed the Spanish, taking 4 for 18. Well, today's another day in England. Well, they got a good look at him yesterday, and they know exactly, it would seem, how to play him.
Might have to give one of our ball retrievers the key to the staff van to go and collect that one. It has travelled a long, long way. Connell quickly putting the England 11 on top. Oh, geez, that's a tight call.
He doesn't like it. The Sheriff spreads his wings and...
Right call, though, I think.
Yeah,
very tight, but great call for umpire Charles Croucher. Don't question the sheriff.
Sophie Bullock has put a very good question in the chat. I'll go back to it. This one's hit beautifully down the ground. Got to get down. And Sebastian Bratt covers that area beautifully, doesn't he? Will just be a single? Yeah, it's Sophie was asking, somebody explain why the bowlers are allowed to wear the white long arm sleeves. Well, the thing is this, they can wear them, but if the batter objects, it's down to the batter. If the batter says, hey, hang on a minute, we're using a white ball, that's a bit off-putting. Right, high up in the air, Sebastian Bratt gets called off it, and it gets put down. Bratt was coming in to take the catch. He gets called off it by Saqib. So Bratt pulls the handbrake. Saqib, well, it's not quite there. He puts it down. Oh,
Tell you what, the man with Velcro hands coming straight at that ball from long on. Oh, geez, if I was the Dutch, I'd want Bratt to go for a 50-51. That's a much harder path for Zulfiqar to take. Got the left hand on it, but it was a slightly awkward-looking dive. 20 off the over of Jane so far. Still one ball to go.
And that could have been Young gone for a golden. He gets put down. You don't want to give good batters opportunities, do you? And that one probably would have been wide, but he says, why take one when I can take six? And Connell, he is motoring along at the moment, moves to 42. And England of 2 overs are 46 without loss. So just to finish, Sophie, so it's down to the batters. If the batters feel that anything, it could be just a white wristband or the white armbands or anything like that. Sometimes it's just fingers that have been plastered white. If the batter says something, then the umpire will ask the bowler to remove them.
Well, speaking of the chat, Rico, had a note from John LaFollette who says, Rico Full, good to hear your commentary again after he's been away for a long time, and hope all is well from your fan across the pond. So what a lovely message. Yeah. And also how lovely of John to just absolutely not recognise that someone else is in the commentary box with you. Obviously has no respect for what I'm saying. Thanks for that, John. But anyway, kind words for Rico.
That's going to be a wide to start off with. That's Oliver Allenbass. I know you like Oliver Allenbass.
Yeah, really do. Really do. Good bowler. Not a great start for him. You can see what he's trying to do to really push the ball wide of Young, who's only faced one ball. He started off the tournament as premier partner of this opening combination, but Johnny Connell's looking so comfortable out there.
He's a good, confident batsman, isn't he? He plays nice shots. He doesn't get flustered. He always gives England a start. And it's a chance this time, though, and it will be taken. There's the catch. There's the wicket. It is the ninja that holds on to the catch. And Sam Young, well, he was put down on 0, but he wouldn't go on to hurt the Netherlands. They get the breakthrough. They get the wicket. England, 47 for 1.
Rico, whatever the question is in relation to the Dutch bowling lineup, more often than not, the answer should be Ollie Allenbaas. Tremendous player, good change-ups, really disguises it well. Bit of a sort of just regulation slot ball, just swinging late. Young doesn't get a great piece of it. An excellent catch from Shiraz. But didn't the Dutch desperately need that wicket? England 47 for 1, but it's been a flying start. With the depth of their batting lineup, the Dutch have got to find a way to bring this rate down and also send a succession of batters back to the pavilion. Dan Lincoln striding to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, Dan Lincoln's been in very good form, hasn't he? Every time he goes out there, he makes things happen. So Dan joins Johnny Connell, who's been in superb nick. Well, it's a short one to start off with. That probably will be the one for the over.
Yeah, it's still an off-speed ball, though. Just sat in the deck for a little while, and I think it surprised Lincoln. I mean, it's a funny thing, isn't it, Rico? If you bowled that ball in any other form of cricket, it would probably be called absolutely dreadful, but it's actually quite a good bit of variation here at Cardimer Oval.
Allenbaas bustles in.
Off spinner here, I think.
Well, they're like this. They're asking, it's a shake of the head from the umpire, Lincoln. He does go right across the line here. Let's see how close this is. Allenbaas cannot believe it. It's a huge appeal. Crows goes up as well. Let's have a look. Probably on the way up, Rhino. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a good shout, but possibly over the top of the stumps. Possibly it cut a lot off the deck. So I think good call from umpire Nilkesh Patel. There's enough doubt there. Would have been a massive wicket, though. And Allenbas giving the Dutch exactly the over that they needed. 1 for 1 off 3 balls.
Lincoln yesterday, 59 not out against Scotland in that win. And then he would score 39 off 16 against the Netherlands. Ooh, well, making him run. In comes the throw. And, well, where's this one going? On the Eva, and Lincoln will get 5. Oh, well, that's the way it goes sometimes. I'm actually surprised that he throws at his own end here. I think the bowler's end would have been better, but it will go all the way, and that's the last thing the Netherlands needed to do. Lincoln, he gets lucky here, almost chops it onto his own front stumps, and there's the throw from Crows, but he misses, and then it goes, and there ain't no catching the Grizzly when it takes off.
Well, you could see what happened up the top there, Rico. Skander Zulfiqar had actually pushed across to his right because he was backing up at the bowler's end, and then as soon as Crows went for the keeper's end, all of a sudden he's out of position. Unlucky for the Dutch.
And this one is going to go all the way as well, and that just rubs it in to Netherlands. First of all, the overthrows brings the 50 up, and that also changes the strike, and Johnny Connell continues to batter the bowlers to all parts of the park as he gets 6 more.
Yeah, it wasn't actually that bad a ball from Allenbas. Probably touched full, gripped off the deck, but Connell is just timing the ball so well. He's too short of a 50, and he's there in only 13 balls. So the run rate required down to 12.5. Has been a good over from Allenbas, but you just feel the pressure was released with those overthrows.
Right, good luck. Keeper's got to call it, surely. But he calls it. Oh, well, they don't know who's taking it. And Allenbas in the end puts it down. Oh, a real calamity here from the Netherlands. It goes high up in the air. I thought maybe the keeper wants to get it. Allenbas goes for it, stops, has a look around, sees nobody else coming. There has to try and take it himself. Meanwhile, the ball goes like it's going behind and over his head, gets hands to it, doesn't hold on to it. That's a big opportunity. That goes down, and maybe with Connell surviving, that could be the match.
Oh, I can't believe that, Rico. Dutch fans' hearts must have sunk into their chest. Connell has been so destructive in this game to date, and they had such an opportunity to send him back. I'm not sure what the call was that distracted Allenbas because his head went to the left-hand side. I'm not sure if there was a competing call, but it should have been his catch the whole way.
Yeah, there's a couple of times they got that wrong here, Netherlands. There was one that Saqib could have taken for Young before Young got going. He called off Sebastian Bratt, and that one is just going to be miscued from Connell.
Interesting. So they've brought Bratt into the bowling attack. He's probably the most like for like with Allenbas. Got good change-ups, touch slower than Allenbas, but they've clearly decided that the English bats looked a little bit uncomfortable in the 3rd over. So Bratt's brought himself on for the 4th.
It's going to be a big wide. Good take there from Crows.
God, that is just such a massive moment in that game, isn't it, Rico?
Would you say it was up there long enough for the keeper?
See, I know a lot of people like the keeper to take the ball if they're within distance of it, but for me, Allenbas has got to take 3 steps to his right there. It's coming at the trajectory, it's comfortable for him, he's moving forward to the ball. I say it's his catch the whole way.
It's played down the ground, and work to be done here by the fielders, and well, he's filled the spot of Sebastian Bratt very well.
In fact, I find it one of the more, as that 50 comes up for Connell, so probably it's not his most swashbuckling strike today, but it's been an excellently made 50 by the young batter, 50 off 16. But I find it one of probably the most irritating maxims in the game, that it's always the keeper's catch if they can go for it. In those situations, the bowler is just so well positioned to take it.
They'll take this one. Lincoln hasn't quite found the normal sort of blistering starts that he makes to his innings. He's had 4 deliveries. He's on 6. He's had a close call LBW appeal.
Well, both of these bowlers, Allenbas and Bratt, can move the ball both ways. And just see that the element of surprise just stopping the England skipper and Connell for that matter. Just getting into the rhythm.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Well, forget about that ball. It ain't coming back. Well, we're not that far from the beach here in the Costa del Sol. Well, that has gone to the beach. Give it a towel and slap on some sun cream onto it, because that grizzly is not coming back. It's somewhere on the coast.
Yeah, it's gone a long, long way. And for all of the good balls in this over, that was a poor one from Brat. He's got 2 to correct here. Still only gone for 9. But you don't want to release the pressure by being hit for a succession of maximos to finish the over. He's got to think through this moment. Big off-speed one coming up.
Oh, well, this is that. Well, this is the slow short ball, and it's
been called a wide
for
square leg. Hopefully we can get a replay from side on. That ball did feel like it was dying.
Well, I don't know if it goes over the head. I mean, let's see here. Well,
actually, surprise. I guess that's the deceptive part. That's a great call from umpire Nilkesh Patel.
Yeah.
And see why the players were slightly perplexed, because the ball sort of really did die at some stage, but certainly as the time it passed the batter, that's the right call. The umpire's on the money.
Very good call from Nilkesh Patel. Yeah, well done. And you can see from the bowler's end, that's why I think Brat was surprised. From that end, it didn't look like it. Got him. Beautiful delivery. Slower delivery. And gets the wicket of Johnny Connell. Very well bowled. It was a slow, short ball, the ball before. And this one is the slow, pitched-up delivery. Is on off peg. And it gets the wicket of the dangerous Johnny Connell. They needed this wicket, and they get it. Connell's batted well for his 56, but he goes, and it's the captain, Sebastian Brat, that gets the breakthrough.
Well, Rico, I talked about him possibly being MVP of the tournament simply for his fielding. He's come on and bowled an excellent over here. That's a gorgeous slower ball. So much dip on it, and he's gone through Connell like a hot knife through butter. Delicious bowling from the Dutch skipper. England 69 for 2. Yeah. This contest is sizzling, Rico, isn't it? Every time you think one team gets the advantage, something happens. And that is the mark of why these two have qualified as the number 1 and 2 for finals day.
And Neil Priestley comes out. I like the look of Priestley. I think he could quite easily be another batter. That could be the top of the order. Well, he's got to deal with a ball from the captain, Sebastian Brat. And Sebastian, I wonder if he'll just go with a double bluff and get the slow ball in again. And that'll be 3 on the spin. Here he comes. And he beats him outside the off. It's a very good over from the captain. Really well bowled. And, well, some sort of discussions happening here now between Dan Lincoln and Sebastian Brat. So it's all happening out there. It's a big contest. The two captains share a word.
Yep, things getting feisty out in the middle, Rico. I like it. I like it a lot. And the crowd here at the Cartama Oval absolutely engrossed in this contest. Lincoln on strike, and as long as he's there, you'll feel that England's got the nous, the experience and the power to take them home. But it's been 2 good overs from the Dutch bowlers, the pair of Allenbaas and Brat. Now a bit of a change-up because they've gone to Shiraz Ahmed with some leg spin. I did wonder whether or not Allenbaas might get a second.
Shot lofted over for a big 6. Adios, Pelota. Is that one? It's going to disappear in the shades under those trees. And goes for the fuller delivery first up. And it gets whacked. You can see that a lot of the time, Shiraz Ahmed, the ball that's worked well for him is the one that it's a Yorker length delivery that he just squeezes in inside that wide line. I think he's gone for it there, but he doesn't get it right. And that's a good strike from Dan Lincoln.
Such a powerful hitter, isn't he, Rico? It's an uncomplicated strike, but when he hits the ball, it just travels so cleanly.
It's nicely played. Once again, well timed. It runs quickly across the beautiful outfield here of the Cartama Oval. What do
you think Ahmed does here, Rico? Bowling to the left-hander, Priestley. He's new to the wicket. Do you take a lot of the pace off it, float it outside off stump, and see if you can get him to either miss time or completely miss the ball from trying to go over mid-wicket?
Looking at the field, I think that's what he's been asked to do here, to go across him.
Maybe even the wrong end. Crows is setting up wider of off stump.
All right, he's not out of the middle, you know, but it still makes his way over the boundary. It's going to be 6 runs. You can hear the Netherlands saying, catch it, but it goes all the way. And interesting to see that the Netherlands, most of them applauding the delivery there from Ahmed because they feel that it is a miscue, even though it does go to the boundary.
Yeah, I agree, Rico. I think it was quite a nice piece of bowling, but Priestley just enough bat to send it for Maximo. Oh, what a ball! Shiraz Ahmed floats the first one to the left-hander, wide of off stump, gets mishit for a Maximo, and then comes in with a searing quicker one. What a young talent on display here for the Dutch. And all of a sudden, England, 82 for 3.
Gets hit for 6, but then the Ninja fights back, fires in a quicker delivery. Yorks Priestley. I think Priestley probably, when he looks back at this, probably finds he ends up yorking himself, but doesn't play the right shot, gets done with a beauty, stumps are clattered, and it is Shiraz Ahmed that gets another breakthrough. Another one bites the dust. That's the end of Priestley for 6 of 3 as Tom Hinley comes in now at number 5.
That's part of a very good fight back from the Dutch, Rico. They went for plenty in the first 2 overs, but this trio of Allenbas, Braat and Ahmed have bowled an excellent 3 overs here. There's been wickets, they've kept the runs down, and they've thought through their attack very intelligently. So 3 wickets here, Lincoln there, 13 off 6, but hasn't looked completely fluent. Big couple of balls coming up, another lefty on strike for Ahmed.
And this one's a little bit short, but gets worked away. Just be a single. I think you can get away with that length to the new batter, but you wouldn't be bowling that to Dan Lincoln. He's got an interesting kind of a run-up, hasn't he, for what he's bowling? Because when you look at him there, if you don't know him, you wouldn't think he's going to be bowling some spin to you. You think he's going to bowl medium pace.
Yeah, certainly plenty of steps to get the wicket. He gets some pace on that quicker one as well. Let's see if he gives this a bit of air. Maybe tries to go through the gate with a big wrong un.
He comes, and well, it's just punched away by Lincoln. And they've got the field well set. They've got the 2 men straight pretty close to each other, and that's the end of a good over. Another wicket. So after England went off to a romping start, Netherlands have come back well, and well, this is now becoming a very good contest. 84 for 3 as we welcome you into the combat position. One thing that we're seeing here, Rhino, is 2 top teams that not only put on the effort when they're out there in the middle. I think both teams would have done a lot of work behind the scenes for this fixture, not just for this one, but I think the feeling is, and the belief probably from these 2 teams is, that they'll probably meet again in the final.
Yeah, probably meet again in the final. They're probably also the 2 most well-planned teams we have in the competition too. We talked off air before. They really do not only have a game plan that they try to stick to, but they work to get the best matchups on an over-by-over basis. They're captained by 2 very intelligent young men. It's part of what makes this such a gripping contest as Saqib comes on for his first.
Good bit of fielding. That's those standards, high standards that you expect to see. That's Clayton Floyd. He gets down, he gets dirty, and he makes the stop.
We haven't seen him at the bowling crease yet, Clayton Floyd. Curious whether or not they'll leave him for some variation, particularly if they get to the middle order. It's like he's just slightly inconvenienced after that diving stop.
Saqib now
Very different bowler here, Saqib, compared to Shiraz Ahmed.
Well, they can't get the field right here. You can see that the 2 fielders, well, they're doing kind of a dance trying to get the sweeper in the right place. All right, I think they're ready here now to Hinley. And Hinley doesn't get this out the middle. Tamely goes to the fielder and keeps it to 1.
Interesting change there. Hinley hits pretty well in that area, wide of cover, slightly straighter. So if I was the Netherlands, I'd probably be tempted to actually have the outfielder where they did originally. Only the single from that ball.
Gets plenty of rip on this one, does Saqib.
Nice little bit of air from Saqib as well. He's not afraid to toss the ball up, still pushing it through, but a little bit of bounce off the deck.
And he goes for it straight and he'll get it. So 6 runs, good solid strike once again from Lincoln. I wonder if you'll see the Netherlands maybe deploy this Southern Cross field, because Lincoln is liking to hit straight through the ball. And at the moment, he's getting away with those ones that he's hitting dead straight.
Doesn't miss it too often when he does, though.
Gets played away into the offside. Once again, well fielded. This time, it's the chance for Damien van der Berg to get down and make the stop.
Good to see him contributing to the fielding effort here from the Dutch. Difficulty here for the Dutch. That run rate's only 13.2 for England. They really need wickets to take this match, as that is swung handsomely. Hindley was sitting on the slower ball, stepped outside off stump and has swung it for a delicious maximum.
Yeah, I think he knew this was coming. He was ready for it. It was a similar delivery to one that he scuffed earlier, but this time he gets plenty of it, finds the middle of that bat, and it goes all the way. 6 more runs. A good way for England to end the over. And 99 for 3 at the end of 6.
Well, this is the difference, Rico, between the fast start that the English had in this game and then what happened to the Dutch in the first 3 overs, because the Dutch were really fighting to get to that 150 mark, whereas England smacked so many boundaries in the first 2 overs of the game. Even though the Dutch have come back well, England only need 49 off the last 4 overs, so 12.25 runs per over. It's certainly in England's control at the moment, but a couple of wickets can change everything. It's a bowler-heavy team for England, so if they get some of the lower order in, it could be tasty.
Big move this to go back to Arnav Jain. Remember his first over. It was this, they gave him the second over, and they did this yesterday, and it worked a treat. But today, he went for 26. But now he has the protection of some extra fielders out. Let's see how he fares. This is that quicker one. And a few times he fires this in, but today he hasn't been able to dart it in inside that wide line. It's going to be another wide.
Yeah, good ball. I mean, that's the method that he's used, Jane. It's been successful for him. He's just had his radar off a touch in this game. Again, wide of off stump. You've got a patient Dan Lincoln. He's going to be selective at the balls that he goes after, because he knows probably 2 boundaries every over will get England home.
I could see him getting funky here, Dan Lincoln. No, he doesn't have to get funky with that. They will take another wide, turn that into 2. So, well, I don't know, Jane just fighting to find the sort of control and accuracy that he had yesterday when he took 2 lots of forfeits.
So now he's got the left-hander on strike, so his ball that moves away from the right-hander will now be coming in to the left-hander Hindley, who is strong over mid-wicket.
That's a better delivery. Hindley has to go back and place his out onto the offside.
Pretty good ball, you're right, Rico. Just curled in from outside, off stump. Strange, it's really, with the amount of drift away that he gets, it's almost like playing a medium-pace outswing bowler. Gone for 31, so not to his high standards.
It's a slightly shorter one, which seems to surprise Lincoln a little bit, who is more than happy to just fend this one off.
Well, if I'm a spinner against Dan Lincoln, what I don't want to do is allow him to get on the front foot and hit straight down the ground. If he beats me any other way, then so be it. Jane just taking a little bit of extra time to make sure the field knows what he's up to.
Place this down, so good comeback this from Arnav Jain in this over. He started with a few wides. 3 of them
his
in
length,
total.
though, hasn't he, Rico? I mean, those full balls have been Yorker, sort of block hole type length. Nothing's been in the slot.
Okay, well, that's the one that Hindley's waiting for. If he gets a chance to step across and hit right over that cow corner area, he's going to do so. And it's the second time he does it, and he gets the boundary that England are looking to get in every over, and that'll do nicely.
Yeah, if I'm Jane, I'm not sure I give him the air on that one. His first ball, where he pushed it through and curled from outside off, made Hindley look far less comfortable. Dutch can't be afford to giving away big maximums at this stage. And again.
Yeah. Not clever bowling, really. You know what Hindley's looking to do, and I think Janie's got to get the line. He's got to be pushing him a lot wider with a fuller delivery, but he's allowing Hindley to, well, determine what he wants to do. He's allowed to play the way he likes to play, and he punishes Jane there. What could have been a good end to the over is not. 18 will come from it, and England, they're cruising away quite nicely as they've taken the rate required now down to around 10 and over.
Well, looking ahead to the remainder of games, still 3 overs to go in this qualifier 1 between England 11 and the Netherlands 11. So a reminder that the winner of this contest will go straight through to the ECC 2024 final, happening later tonight at 18:30 GMT, 20:30 CST, and even midnight Indian time. They've gone back to the leg spin. Shiraz Ahmed, 31 off 18, Rico, so just a touch above 10 per over required.
It's not a bad delivery, you know, but the power in this shot from Lincoln is just exceptional. It really is. I mean, he misses the Yorker length by a fraction, but look at the response from Lincoln.
Tremendous strike, and he makes sure he lets Noah Crows behind the stumps that his fellow keeper has just witnessed a beautiful piece of batting. Just so much power at the bottom of his swing. It's a great strike, and Lincoln's clearly decided that he's going to see this game through.
Now, what are they talking about? Well, they're having for lunch, I reckon. What do you reckon? What do you recommend?
Well, I think they've probably seen paella on the menu and just having a little bit of chat to each other, whether that goes down better than the chicken burger.
And that's going to be 6 more. Lovely stroke. This time, Shiraz Ahmed decides he'll go just a little bit wider to stop Lincoln hitting him into that cow corner area. And Lincoln says, well, you know what? I can go over extra cover if you like as well. As, well, him and Crows continue their discussions about lunch.
Yep. Ahmed just allowed Lincoln to extend his arms. Beautiful strike.
And now he will go straight down the ground as that smashes into the side screen. What a shot. Qué guay. Qué genial. Qué forta tienes esta hombre. Qué grande. 6 más. Y ese golpe es más dulce de tarta de chocolate as that smashes into the side screen.
Looks like Crows just behind the wicket, congratulating him for another super strike. Triple of Maximos to start this over, and Lincoln, he might have eyes finishing it here.
Well, this could be caught. Oh, it doesn't quite carry. It's one of those that I think Sikandar Zulfikar thought, well, maybe, but at the last moment decides that the catch probably not on.
I'm not sure what you think, Rico, but it felt at the time in this game that the Dutch made the England bats look the least comfortable was the 2 overs from Allenbaas and Braat. And neither of them have come back for their second to date. It's been all spin since that point.
And this is going to be 6 more. Well, watch out in the tower. In fact, it clears the camera's towers and goes all the way. Well, I think that's, I'm not sure who that's up there. It might even be Dennis, who's up there. He's signalling 6 as that ball sails over them. But England, they are almost there now, aren't they? With a ball to go here. They could finish it with this ball.
Certainly are. And these last 2 overs of spin, Rico, have gone for 18 and now 25 for Ahmed. The young leg spinner getting taught a lesson.
And that's nicely played away. The sweep shot from Hindley gets 4. It's the end of the over. And the score's 146 to 147. 2 required for victory. But yeah, you're right. I must admit, I'm a little bit puzzled why you'd go back to Jane before Sebastian Braat probably bringing himself back on. He only went for 10 of his over. Allenbaas, you mentioned, went for 13. So, yeah, I don't quite understand it. You go for those 2. If you win the overs, you take the rate up a little bit as well, and you could be taking it into the last. But I think with those 2 overs, that one going in the end for 29. and the one before from Jane going for 18.
Yeah, well, it is that man, Sebastian Braat, who's coming on to bowl the ninth. It all happens in the ninth, Rico, but I suspect the only thing happening here now will be an England victory with only 2 runs off 12 balls required. Lincoln deserves to finish this. Oh, outside edge.
He'll do with an edge. The 2 captains will come together here. Just stay on the captain for a moment in the middle. I think that's a lovely moment. I know that both of these men, they battle hard and they set high standards, not just for themselves, but also for their players. But there's a lovely moment, even though it's an edge. I'm pretty sure that Dan Lincoln is the first to go over to Sebastian Braat and say, hey, unlucky buddy, you beat me there. But the ball goes to the boundary. It's the end of the contest. And the reigning champions, England, will book their place in the 2024 final.
Yeah, much deserved, Rico, and it was well set up with some excellent power play bowling by the English. And they also won the power play with the bat too. The openers, Young, and in particular Johnny Connell, got them off to a flying start. And as it is, that's probably the difference between these 2 teams, those power play periods. But England, a decisive win, and that was pretty comfortable in the end, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. I had the feeling that it would be done either comfortably or it could go down to the wire. But a couple of moments there, I think Ben Fletcher didn't quite step up to the mark that he needed to, giving 20 off that first over. I think Alan Bass did brilliantly well to bring it back. Don't forget, there were 42 off the first 2 overs, so Alan Bass does well to bring it back. Sebastian Braat. But yeah, the question marks remain. Why didn't those 2 come back? Why did they not finish their spell?
Well, it certainly was the period in which the Dutch looked most on top, but in the end, tremendous innings, particularly from Dan Lincoln. You got the feeling he set himself to make sure he was there at the end, and he's led his England 11 to victory. And most importantly, they make their way through to the ECC 2024 final later tonight, and the Netherlands 11 will have to do it the hard way. They go into qualifier 2 against the Scotland 11.
Yeah, Netherlands, I think it's a fixture that they or England did not fancy. Scotland to get better all the time. And just remember that they are a team that really can turn on the star. With Sebastian Braat, well, you saw him and then you didn't as he disappeared. We've seen some comical moments happen on that part of the ground where those banners are. And Sebastian Braat, well, luckily, he never injured himself as he did the high jump over the banner. But they needed something and they almost got it. That's one that got away from Saqib when he called Braat off it. But this one, though, didn't. That was a really good catch. And it was Shariz Ahmed that got the catch to take and remove the dangerous Sam Young. This one, though, well, what a way to get off the mark. And it went all the way to the boundary. Iba for 5. So Dan Lincoln would start with 5 and then he would stay there towards the end. This one, though, big moment, wasn't it? That was one that got away. And that wasn't Connor, was on 48.
It was a big moment, Rico, because it was a super over from Alan Bass, but those 5 overthrows and the dropped catches just took away what could have been some significant Dutch momentum. It was a great piece of bowling from Braat in the next over. And then when Shiraz went straight through and nailed middle stump of Priestley, you thought the Dutch were right in this game, but Dan Lincoln stood tall and he was given pretty good support by Tom Hinley, who gave them the left and right combination, made life difficult for the Dutch spinners.
Yeah, Hinley, I think he batted very well, actually. He scores 31 of just 8 deliveries. I mean, they just didn't bowl in the right areas to him. They were bowling it in his hitting arc, and he was hitting it big. But Dan Lincoln, yeah, what can you say about him? Remember yesterday, I mentioned he scored a fine half century, 59 not out of 14. And then when they beat the Netherlands in match 19, he scored 39 of 16. And here he is again in the runs. So he certainly is the danger man at the moment. I think Connolly is batting beautifully well. Sam Young, you know, he's always going to come back into form. Priestley this time wasn't able to click, but Hinley looking the business, and I love the way Hinley bowled as well. He could be the player of the match.
Yeah, it could be, Rico. Well, Rico, take us through the batting scorecards. We've got an absolute treat of Maximo coming on to take us through the ECL draw, so I'll do a quick switcheroo with him, but take us through how this game was won.
Well, thank you very much to Rhino, and looking forward to your calls a bit later as well. But yeah, it's Connell, 56 of 18, very well batted from him before he departed. But of course, they just have so many good batters. And of course, Dan Lincoln, 46 of 19, Tom Hinley played their part with the bowling. I think Ben Fletcher. It didn't go to plan, did it? But of course, for me, as Rhino said, the question mark is why Alan Bass and Sebastian Bratt did not come back earlier. Bratt came on to bowl just the one ball, but by then it was already done and dusted. Things could have been different, but it will be England that booked their place in the final. Let's hear the thoughts of Mr. Maximo, who joins me now. Well, Maxi, you know one of our finalists, the reigning champions, England, have booked their spot.
Yeah, and the defending champions looked really strong there, didn't they? And you see the odds suggesting they were going to do it pretty easily. I won't say it was all one-way traffic, but yeah, once again, this English side has really shown the way. Dutch have beaten them though, and they may get that chance later on, or we'll have an England-Scotland final. So I can tell you that we are around about an hour and 5 minutes away from the next game, but now it is time to do the ECL 25 draw. Now we're really excited about this. I know a lot of people are tuning in from around Europe and around the world. We'll have, once again, 35 different teams in the ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. All of these teams have qualified by being national champions this year. There are two exceptions that didn't have to qualify, and that's the two finalists from last year. So that's Hornchurch from England and Old Victorians from Jersey.
Okay.
How this was done, it's becoming a more involved process. So we essentially have 3 pools of teams, and each team has one from the top pool, if you like, or pot. 2 from the middle pot, 2 from the bottom pot, based on their previous performances. And then there are a few logistics, for example, because people need flights. So if there's no flights from this country, it does get moved around a bit. But yeah, essentially it is random, and really excited to start. So let me first tell you that, it's the same format as last year with 7 groups, 5 teams per group. They will play 3 days each. 2 days against each other, and then the third day's finals day, and there's no days off. So it's exactly the same format as ECL 24, and it starts on the 24th of February 2025. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready out there?
I'm ready for it.
Okay, so let's have a look at our first group, Group A, which will kick things off on the 24th of February 2025. And just wait, there we go. We've got Group A now. This is going to be great because we've got Drew, former champions of 2023, there with Darmstadt CC of Germany. We've got a new team in the ECL from Romania, ACCB or ACC Bucharest will be here. Stary Grad will return from Serbia, and a new club also to the ECL from Isle of Man, Peel and St John's. What are your first impressions with that group?
I think
by the way, you're looking at these for the first time, right?
Yeah, I am looking for the first time. I think one that always comes hits you straight away. France and Germany both in the same group. Those two are going to have to fight for each other. And, a new team from Romania. Now, Romania, they know the format well. And they play a lot of this, the T10 format. So, interesting. That'd be a very interesting group to start off with.
ACC Bucharest will, I imagine, have Abdulaziz, who's a very, very good player from Romania. We've seen him here in ECC cricket before. Stary Gradwell, we saw the Serbians and what they were able to provide in the Challenger. And I wonder if they could maybe get a Luca Woods or something like that as a wild card. Of course, every team will get 2 wild cards that don't ordinarily play for the club. Peel and St John's, Isle of Man also played a lot of good cricket out here. I know that their captain, Webster, he does play for them, and probably might be able to get a few others as well. So Ollie Webster, expect him to lead Peel and St John's, and if they were able to get an Eddie Beard or something like that, or of course they could get anyone.
Yeah.
So so that is a power-packed one. Obviously, Drew, we didn't really talk about them too much, but we've talked about them a lot in the past. They are former champions. Nabi Hamza Niaz, something like Cameron Ahmedzai, Mohamed Nisa as well, holds a record for consecutive 50s. So we have to move on, but that is Group A, 24th, 25th, and 26th of February. Let's move on to Group B now. And Group B is essentially the group with the 2 English sides. I was sure also I didn't mention this at the top, but because we have 2 teams from England and 2 teams from Jersey, it is now the protocol to put them in the same group because we want to have different countries represented in Championship week, so we want to remove the possibility, it's happened once in the past, that we had 2 teams from Spain, so we think it's better to have more countries represented. That means Hornchurch, the champions of ECL 24, will run into Northern CC. They're from the Liverpool and Districts League, and they were the champions of 2024 there, as well as ACT, the Austrian Cricket Tigers from Austria. From Cyprus, we don't have a qualifier yet, but whoever qualifies from Cyprus will be in Group B. And then Byron from Greece returned for a 3rd ECL. They didn't quite have the time they wanted last year, but we just saw some of the talent in Greece at the they won the Challenger Division, didn't they? Maybe a Sajid Afridi potentially to turn out there. What are your thoughts with this group?
Yeah, look, I mean, 2 English sides together in the group, that means it's going to be pretty explosive. I think the standard's going to be high. But look, ACT, we know all about them. They've got some good players. I think you'll have the Akib in there. Imran Asif probably will be there. Got some good players. Again, play the format really well. But Greece, I mean, could they surprise us again? They surprised us in the Challenger division here of the Euros of cricket. So, yeah, keep an eye on them as well.
Yeah, tough draw in a sense, but also I love Cyprus and Greece being in the same group as well. Obviously, they're very close together. Cyprus normally have an interesting-looking team. Obviously, they didn't weren't quite able to do too much in the international game here, but I know that they'll be very competitive. And let's not forget that we saw Punjab Lions Nicosia go very close to winning their group against Pakistan just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they got very close. And in fact, it was, once again, if I remember correctly, it was a rain-reduced match. And if things had gone differently, for example, if they didn't play that match, they would have gone through ahead of Spain, ahead of Pakistan.
Hornchurch, obviously, actually, George Hankins and Harry Hankins are here today. They're in the fan zone, believe it or not. So I'm sure they'll be a part of it. Hello to all of our friends in the UK. Looking forward to making some new friends from Northerns. I'm really excited about that. They're going to really enjoy their adventure. But it does certainly have the English flavour, doesn't it, that Group B? Or can one of the other teams spring a surprise? Let's move on now to Group C. Of course, Group B, you saw 27th, 28th of February and the 1st of March. Group C is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of March, and it's headed up by a new team from Scotland, a new qualifier, not Forfarshire this year, not Carlton as we had in the past, but it's Grange who are heading up Group C. And then you've got the qualifiers from Malta, not yet announced. We have Skanderborg Stingrays, they're back from Denmark. We have the Norwegian qualifier, so a bit of a northern flavour there. And then Sofia Stars from Bulgaria. This is Group C, and what are your initial thoughts?
Well, Malta, we know that Malta have great players. They play the format well. It'd be interesting to see which team. Of course, we're going to Malta from here, so we might know a bit more when we're there. But also, look, Sofia Stars. Bulgaria, they're a team that I think if they had the right players here, I mean, who knows, maybe someone like Manan Bashir might be someone that comes to that side, and he was fantastic here for Bulgaria during the Euros of cricket. So good talented players. I think, again, Scotland, though, be interesting to see who turns up for them.
I think that they'll be a very good force. But Malta obviously didn't have the ECC they wanted, and they've been relegated to the Challenger division. But it could be a team like Gozo Zalmi, for example. And we don't know who will qualify, but they were certainly here last year and were a bit unlucky, actually, to get eliminated when they did on finals day. It was a crazy kind of group. Skanderborg and the Danes, they're a team that are always there and thereabouts. Can this be the year that they can go forward? So, yeah, looking forward to that. Norway, obviously, we don't have their qualifier yet, and we'll kind of fill in these blanks as time goes past. But that's Group C, and they will be playing the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of March. Shall we move on to Group D? Group D is normally a group of death.
Group D,
let's have a look.
All right.
Well, Group D, look, you've got the Spain, Switzerland together again. They've been drawn together. We don't have the qualifiers from Spain yet. I know the qualifiers will be at the end of this month, end of October, or maybe the start of November. But we do know that it won't be Alton from Switzerland this year. It's the Zurich Nomads who have qualified, and they've got some very good players. Hassan Ahmed is one. Fahim Nazir, maybe he could be coaxed out of semi-retirement to head up the Nomads. You got Brno back from Czechia. Now, last year we had Prague CC from Czechia that actually beat Wimbledon, if you remember. They beat Wimbledon, the English side. Brno and PCC have a big rivalry there in Czechia. Brno did qualify in 23. They just didn't have the time they wanted, but they do potentially have someone like a Paras Kari. You've got Riaz Afridi, who's a real wild card as well. You've got Zagreb Assassins from Croatia, and you just wonder who they might be able to pull in as well, because Croatia are pretty well connected. So Assassins actually beat Sarova Split in the recent playoff for the ECL spot. And then we have the qualifiers from Hungary. So we don't know who that is yet, but we're looking forward to finding out. Pretty interesting group, this one.
I think it is, yeah.
What do you think? Any favourites in there that you see?
Well, I think whoever qualifies from Spain probably would be right up there to favourites. But the cricket that's being played at Hungary at the moment, and we saw some of that here at the ECC, I think whichever top club from Hungary qualifies, I think they'll do well. I think Hungary and Spain, it'll be probably those two teams who will be going head-to-head. But I'm interested to see if for the Zurich Nomads, or maybe they could get the Rhino in the side. I mean, it'd be great to see the Rhino out here, wouldn't it?
The cross-club rivals, because you do get two wildcard spots. I'd be actually curious as well with Brno.
Rhino.
But with Brno, they have a big rivalry with PCC, but a lot of the players they might want to pinch probably are PCC players. Yeah. So I still don't know what we'll see. But I'm looking forward to Group D. 5th, 6th and 7th of March. Okay, still got 3 groups to go. Let's hammer through it. This is Group E now, and these 5 teams will be playing on the 8th, 9th and 10th of March. Now, a new team from Ireland as well, with Lisburn qualifying from there. This looks like a really tough group, actually, because you've got VCC, Voorburg, from the Netherlands as well, and they've potentially got players, like Baz de Leijden, like Viv Kingma in there as well. You've got Sweden, Ariana CC, who have qualified. It's their first ECL. We've seen Ariana Keefe play before. They're actually their arch rivals. So they're from the Skåne region in Sweden. Maybe we'll see someone like a Nusratullah there, who's a big unit. I hope he comes out. Empire CC are back from Finland, and we had to finish a very plucky bunch. And the Talon Strikers, a new team from Estonia, because obviously we had Talon Stallions in the last couple of years. So again, a little bit of a northern flavour there, isn't it, with Sweden, Finland and Estonia up there, but also Ireland and the Netherlands, I'm sure, will be very, very strong.
Group E is for excitement, I think, and explosive action, because looking at all of those, we're going to see that. I mean, Estonia, very interesting to see who comes from them. Of course, we've seen some great master blasters from Estonia at the moment, like the Arslans Amjad, the Sahil Chauhan as well.
Yeah.
They could quite easily feature. Finland, I think every time we've seen them, whether it's at club level or country level, they get better and better all the time. So, and Sweden, well, you never write off the Swedes.
Yeah, someone like an Arslan Amjad, 183 scored in a game earlier this year. Biggest individual score this season. So, look, that's a very unpredictable one. Can't wait. 8th, 9th and 10th of March. Still 2 groups to go. Let's go to Group F. And this will be the Jersey group. So, Old Victorians, because they were runners-up last year, they automatically qualify. And the other qualifiers from Jersey are Farmers. So, yeah, we actually saw last year, obviously, Jersey reinforcing their team with a couple of wild cards. But now maybe they might not have it because they might be playing for the other club. So, Old Vics and Farmers heading up Group F. And then one of my favourite team names I think I've ever seen is the Wolfendanger Optimists from Luxembourg. They're in there. The Turkish qualifiers, again, we don't have that information just yet, but we will by the end of the year. And then Ljubljana from Slovenia. And we know that Ljubljana actually performed really well when they became the first Slovenian club in the ECL earlier this year. So we'll get the Jersey boys and 3 other really interesting teams in Group F.
Yeah, F for fiery, because the Turks are in there and we know they are fiery. They like to celebrate. I'm looking forward to that already. And Ljubljana, I'm expecting to see a lot of young players as well. I mean, that's one thing that we're seeing really from Slovenia. The youngsters are coming through. So again, but you'd imagine having a look at that Farmers or Victorians will be the favourites.
You would, but Luxembourg are a team. I mean, remember Heritage this year performed very, very well. I know they'll have Ed Packard, I think, and unfortunately won't get the chance to play against his brother, who's likely to play for the Vikings. But they might cross paths because I think they've been drawn in groups next to each other. Look, another really exciting group. Anything can happen. Let's go on to the last group, and it's Group G. This will be a weekend group, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the 14th to the 16th of March, headed up by the Italian champions. Again, we will find out the Italian champions when we show the final, which is coming up just a couple of weeks after this tournament finishes. And the Italian champions will be decided then. We also have Indies of Guernsey back again. So they have dominated from Guernsey as far as ECL qualification has gone. We'll have the Portuguese champions, again, hasn't been decided yet. We'll have Beveren back from Belgium, team that have made championship week before in an ECL. We didn't see them qualify when we had the Mechelen Eagles last year. And then the Mediterranean Vikings are the 5th and final team in Group G. So a little bit of an Italian flavour, a little bit of a Mediterranean flavour with Portugal in there, Guernsey obviously from the Channel Islands, the Belgians and the Gibraltarians. What do you think?
Well, having the Italian champions, Portuguese champions, and the champions from Belgium together, I think that's going to be very entertaining. I think that is one, like some of the ones we've seen there already, it could be anybody. And I think the surprise, well, I know in Gibraltar at the moment some very good cricket's being played, so I'd expect them to perform well. And yeah, Guernsey, they always play well when they're here at the Carlamo Oval.
Yeah, I think they will have Charles Packard. Remember the name. He took 32 off the Norwegians in the last over to get them into the top 3 last year. Indies as well, don't count them out. I think Indies have a really good bowling attack. They've got like Will Peatfield and various others that are very good defensively, and that's something that has seen them actually perform really well in some tough groups. So, yeah, that's Group G, 14th, 15th and 16th of March. Obviously, we'll have Championship Week straight after that, so that'll be 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21st of March. So if people are booking travel or things like that, the final will be the 21st of March, and Championship Week will start on the 17th, which is actually St. Patrick's Day. So we can actually give you an overview now. You can have a look at all of those all of those groups, and we'll be showing it obviously now throughout the broadcast as we go on our ECN tour next to Malta, and slowly but surely we'll be filling those gaps as well with the teams that haven't quite won their qualifiers yet, but it should be really exciting. Once again, 35 teams. It'll boil down to just 7 in the championship week, 4 on the finals day, 1 ECL champion, and they will join the likes of VOC Rotterdam that won the trophy in 2019, the inaugural one, and then who can ever forget Paco Care winning in 2022, and Dreux, the boil over in 2023, and then Hornchurch, the finalists in 2023. They got their revenge winning in 24, and any one of those 35 countries could be holding the trophy in 2025.
Yeah, very exciting for it. Of course, it's our main stellar event for the start of the year as well. And, well, we've got the dates now. So, again, we encourage our viewers to come down. It will be here once again. Carter Mania will rock the world once more. So come on down if you can and join us in the fan zone.
Definitely. Get that travel organised if you do want to come. You know what I love about the ECL is that for some of these cricketers, might be their only chance to ever come.
Yeah.
I think if you're in a national setup, you probably know if you play well, you hold your spot, you get to come year after year. But there's something special about the ECL, something a bit different. So, yeah, we do encourage you to join in all of the fun, to all of the clubs out there that didn't qualify this year. Commiserations, but work hard in the domestic competitions. This is firing up the game at the grassroots level. But anyway, we have to get back to it now. I want to say, looking forward to seeing a lot of familiar faces and some new ones at ECL 25, which starts on Monday, the 24th of February. There are your 7 groups. Study it, look at it, do your homework, read, go on the channel ECN European Cricket Network. You can probably find some cricket from your rivals. And it all helps because we'll have 1 European Cricket League champion in 2025. Good luck to all those involved in ECL 25. And as far as this, we'll be back with Qualifier 2 in around about 45 minutes' time. Get ready for more action here on ECC Finals Day.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through finals day here. Final day of the Euros of Cricket in 2024. Great to see some of the cricket school kids and plenty of the locals getting involved in cricket. That really is what ECN is all about. Netherlands 11 versus the Scottish 11 for a spot in the final. The England 11 are waiting for the winner of this game. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier. We had Ian Ramage right there with the two captains.
Netherlands, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Scotland, the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
Parry match.
It's been called parry match. It's come down European cricket, so you won the toss. Okay, toss from the Netherlands, who will bat first?
So the Netherlands 11 have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. So they did bat first in the previous game. Ended up in the 140s, wasn't enough to hold the England 11, but still the Dutch side, they're sticking to their guns. They just need to try and get that batting order right. I think decide who they're going to go with. They're not afraid to make a tactical change, as we saw in the last game as well. Shuriz Ahmed probably didn't have the best game, especially with the ball. He wasn't able to contain the way we've seen him do consistently over this ECC. But the Dutch, they have been to the big dance before. In fact, they have made the finals the last 2 years, of course, winning it back in 2022. They'll be hoping that they can make it to the big game for the third year in a row. For the Scotland 11, well, third is already the best finish they've ever had in a Euros of cricket. They finished in fourth place 2 years ago, but they've got a real free shot at trying to get over the Netherlands here. I do think they come in as underdogs, but they do have some players in form. I think that Finlay McCreath has been a big addition for the Scots, and Lloyd Brown's a very classy player, but McBride came good when they needed him to earlier with the bat. A 10-ball 50, of course, equal fastest 50 we've ever seen here. And the Scottish bowling just seems to have the answers just to contain a little bit better than some of the other attacks. And of course, the Scots got over the Germans in the first game of the day to be in Qualifier 2. Well, Qualifier 2 last year was an absolute banger of a game, and the guy that called it with me is Andrew Ryan, and we'll be doing this one from the Dream Box. Also, a very special guest, well, not really a guest, might join us during the first innings of this one as well. Rhino, I know you're looking forward to this one. A year since we saw the Zulfikar magic. Will it be lightning striking twice? Let's find out as we get ready for Qualifier 2 with the news from the toss that the Netherlands 11 have won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Maximo, you're giving me heart flutters with that reference to Qualifier 2 from last year. One of the greatest games in not just ECN, but cricket history. And can we have a repeat here this afternoon on ECC 2024 Finals Day? It is the winners of the Eliminator earlier this morning, the Scotland 11, who will take on the vanquished team from Qualifier 1, the Netherlands 11. Those lineups, one change for the Dutch. So Damien van den Berg has been dropped from this team for this game, and coming in his place is Roel Verhagen. It looks like Noah Kroes will continue to take the gloves for the boys in orange. As for the Scottish team, same lineup that they had out this morning, but the big piece missing for them, Charlie Castle. We'll talk about him shortly. As the Dutch 11, as far as the supercomputer is concerned, big favouritism, 64%. But one thing is for certain, momentum is a big thing in T10 cricket, and the Scots have come off a win this morning, and the Dutch will have to get over their last start loss to the English, and the fact that they've only really had about 45 minutes to an hour's rest in between games. Always a big challenge coming back from a loss in Qualifier 1 on Finals Day. So with van den Berg out of the team, it's caused a reshuffle for the Dutch, and I think it's a positive one, to be honest. Clayton Floyd, as he's done throughout most of the tournament, going out to open the batting, and he's joined out there by Musa Ahmed, who has found some form over the last couple of days Would have the left and right combination maintained. And it will be Adil Ghaffar tasked with bowling the opening over for Scotland. Short, wide, cut powerfully. It's an excellent shot from Clayton Floyd. Ghaffar relies on his outswinger far more than his pace. That is just too short, too easy for a player of Clayton Floyd's class. Speaking of class, look at Jay Wild down there in his Cricket's Cool shirt, showing incredible flexibility for men of his stature. Ghaffar steaming in, wide, swung at heavily by Floyd. Started basically on the wide line, swung away. So Ghaffar will at least be happy to see some movement. Actually started this championship week bowling really, really well, but the last probably day and a half, I gather he's been battling a virus throughout the middle of the week, and you just see he's not hitting the crease quite the same rhythm. Short ball, Floyd, a little bit under it, but it will carry the boundary. So his first Maximo of the game, and the Dutch race along to 11 off the first 2 balls. Excellent start from them. This is what they didn't get in the game against England earlier today. It was a very pedestrian power play. In contrast to the English team, who got off to an absolute flyer in the first 2 overs. It's better full ball from Ghaffar. Well bowled. Change of pace, just carefully nurdled away by Floyd for the 1. So this theoretically should be the much tougher matchup for Ghaffar. Bowling in swingers to the left-hander, particularly against Musa Ahmed, who will happily pick up just about anything that sits on just outside off stump or beyond, whip it away to the leg side. Changed his approach delightfully against the English in Qualifier 1, was really sitting on those balls hard, fast, wide outside off stump. Flashed a number of boundaries through the cover region. Steps across to the offside. Bar pushes it across the face. A call from the umpire. Side that wide line, or at least touching it. See Musa, that back foot goes right across early. The ball easily inside that corridor. Nice bowling from Ghaffar. Resisting the urge to use his natural outswinger. Steps across there again. This one is signalled wide. Not a bad delivery from Ghaffar though. Off-speed ball, just hung in the pitch. 4 balls. And slower ball. Musa saw it early. Just missed that wide line. Dutch 13 for none. 2 balls left in this first over. It's just a slight murmur comes over this Carteret crowd. Musa goes bang, doesn't get a good piece of it. The keeper garden comes. Oh my goodness! How do you describe that? Gaffar's had such a half-hearted effort at taking the catch. He saw a charging Callum Garden, and somehow Garden, like a running 3-quarter on a rugby league field, has taken the short ball, run through, grabs the catch, and the Dutch are 13 for 1. What a time to bring Maximo into the commentary box.
What a catch. I've never seen anything like it. They had trust issues all over the place, just like someone that might have found a question or message on somebody's phone. Then eventually it lodges, and then he just senses it, doesn't he, Garden? He feels it hit the left side of his body and ends up within the right glove. Garden wanted that the whole way, but the bowler never believed him, and in the end Garden had to leave him. But by then the bowler had doubts that that was Garden coming, was he not? And it basically lodges in the little cabbage patch, and it's all over. What a dismissal.
Oh, that is incredible, and in such a big game, such a huge wicket. Dutch, 13 for 1. Gafard, swung down the leg side. Noah Krols comes out. First ball goes for 4. And the Dutch, 17 for 1.
But it was always about that Garden called for it, but it was blowing away from him. So I say the keeper should call it if they can reach there comfortably. But the bowler wasn't going anywhere, was he? He was saying, no, look, I think this is coming towards me. I'm not prepared to step aside, but it works out absolutely perfectly. This is where on finals day, England 11 booked their place in the ECC 24 final. And of course, they will take on the winner of this game. Crazy.
Crazy stuff. Just when you think you've seen everything on the European Cricket Network, somehow the most ridiculous duo catch. Not of all time, but my goodness, it's such a big game. God, I had no idea where that ball was going to end up. Great reactions for the keeper. Adrian Neil on to bowl the second. Bit of an appeal, but very unlikely. Not much excitement from the bowler. And they'll charge through for 1. Vinny, I like Crows back towards the top of the order.
Yeah.
He's been languishing in the middle order for too long.
You got to look at the balance of what's happened kind of across the whole campaign. And Crows guy got it back in the top 3. Does get that 3 spot back. Just going back to that catch. It's improvisation so important. You can practice everything you like, but occasionally it's instincts that matter.
Ball from Neil in the block hole. Change pace.
The instincts of Garden there to just feel the ball and have a natural sense of where it was going to bounce off. It was crazy. I like the rugby analogy as well. I think it was spot on.
Bobbled it a couple of times as he hit the gap. Callum Garden, but extraordinary work in the keeper. Tell you what, if that catch had have gone down, that would have been 2 of the easiest caught and bowls we've had all week. It would have been shelled on finals day. So put down 1 in the last game. Neil, that was looking like a ball that was about to be dispatched to the square leg boundary, but it took so long to get to Clayton Floyd. Just through the shot with poor timing.
It's a genuine back of the hander, and he spots it, he picks it, but he just gets in a bit of a tangle, doesn't he, Floyd? Taking it on the glove.
The opposite end of the spectrum to what they had from Ski Right in the last game, where almost no one could play a pull shot effectively to him. Change pace from Neil. That's more legitimate bouncer, and it's mistimed. Good bowling from the big man. And another wicket back in the hatch as Kasim Khan takes a very simple catch. And the Scots on top here early. Netherlands 19 for 2.
Yeah, slow bouncer, quicker bouncer. And that's basically what does Floyd. He's mistimed the shot. It's a ballooning catch. And so Floyd's going to have to walk for just 12. It's 19 for 2. Check it out. Just gets big on him. That's 2 short balls. He hasn't been able to time up. It's high on the bat. And I don't think Scotland are going to drop that. Only 1 fielder required. That's Kasim Khan, who does the job. Doesn't for Clayton. And it's 19 for 2. Hey, speaking of Dutch cricket experts and aficionados, we will have a special guest commentator coming in pretty shortly. Right, I know who will be back by.
Who is it
Before too long,
be,
I think.
Who is it going to be?
The mystery man. I think most people have a clue who it might be. Popping in, obviously, has been part of our coverage this week in Championship Week, but was a huge part of our coverage, obviously, prior to Championship Week, and of course through the Challenger Division. We're going to get Corey in. So if you want to throw up a few messages for the Corey in the comment section, please.
What you're about to say, if you want to go and get a cup of tea while Rutgers comes on and explains the Spanish approach, as that's blown off the outside edge. Shiraz Ahmed goes for a Maximo. First ball. Tell you what, Vinny, the Scots have had to make some adjustments today, haven't they? Charlie Castle has been far and away their best bowler. Fortunately, he's been able to take his position in the side.
Yeah, he's got the Beryl Madden belly.
He's been stopping the runs all week with his pace bowling. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to do it from another perspective today. But it's forced some readjustments, but they're working well.
They're getting there.
Slap down the ground. Beautiful shot. Shiraz Ahmed. And He races along to 10 off 2 at the end of the second over. Netherlands 29 for 2.
Yeah, it's a shame that Castle's out, but I actually like that they've gone for Lloyd Brown as well as a bit of an option when they've just been searching that extra bowler. I haven't really trusted the spin too often. The Scottish 11, they did go in the 10th to the finger spin in the earlier game, but that was with 40 still to defend, and I think that they went for 26. So 29 for 2 off 2. Neil, another good over from him. He's worked out this game, he's worked out his strategies, and they're working pretty well. As we get ready for over number 3, last over of the power play. Far comes on, gets driven down the ground. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Rhino stepping out just for a little while because we did want to get this man on just for his last contributions from the box in ECC 24. It's Corey Ruckers.
Hello, Vinny. Good to be back and good to hear you through the headphones again. Yeah, look, it's championship day. 3 teams left. England in the final, of course. Will we see a new face there tonight, or will it be a similar final to the previous few years?
Yeah, it'll be the end of a trilogy if it is an English-Dutch final again. 1 championship each when they've come up against each other. This is Shariz. I know you like him a lot. His batting has really gone next level since we last saw him. As he's going to get 4 here, just kind of stepping across, opening up that leg side.
Yeah, sure is for the Dutch team. No, this is the Dutch 11, but even in the Dutch national side, I know Ryan Cook, who does a lot of good work with the Netherlands, he's looking for him to become the number 7 finisher, also with his bowling as well. Well, he's in the running for MVP. I think if the Netherlands go on and win these next 2 games, he could win it. He's had such a good tournament. He might not be the tallest man you'll ever see, but boy, he gives it a punch.
Yeah, agreed. He's a triple threat for the Dutch as well, sure is. Now he's mishit this though. It will get over the mid-on and the long on. Well taken. Oh, the catch has been good on and off the field, but Shariz probably didn't quite get that, but he spotted that mid-on was in the circle. And even the coaching staff showing that they can handle themselves.
Yeah, look, coaches can usually take good catches, Vinny. I'll be the first to tell you, but Shariz has come out here at a pretty tense moment in this final, and he is clicking, isn't he? Where do you bowl to him? He's 360 player.
Yeah, very difficult. And he's also, because he is quite short, he's good at getting under things and kind of doing the kind of crouching tiger hit and slap shot.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm glad I don't have to work it out. He does play a high risk, high reward kind of game with the bat. And this one is high. It's really high. Another steeper. Everyone's looking at each other.
Oh.
No one's catching it. The bowler probably was the closest. He looked around for help. And we've had a couple of crazy high balls with unusual outcomes already in qualifier too.
Oh, I don't think that's the bowler's catch either. He's in the follow-through. There was a couple of people looking, no one really shouting for it, and that's a big opportunity missed. That's the first one to his arm. It's mistimed, and that's a life.
Yeah, well, I think it was the fielders that time waiting for high ball to the return of Gafar. But he never turned around. Maybe the second time we've used a reference like that during the tournament. Leg side, doesn't get anything. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about, obviously, your week with the Spanish. Obviously, it didn't work out the way you hoped for, finishing in 5th, but still must have been a great experience with a wonderful group of guys.
Yeah, good bunch of boys. Wasn't meant to be. Yeah, we just didn't really click this week. We had 2 good games, 2 very poor games, and then one a 50-50 game that didn't land on our side of the die, and that's cricket. And good to see the level of cricket rising another year at the ECC. Found it tough this week, but we'll come back stronger.
This one is going to be runs. It's going to be 4 runs. Pitches just inside. And yeah, just nice little pickup shot.
Yeah, very good batting. If there's one thing, Noah Croce loves the pickup shot. If you bowl straight to him, usually bad things come for bowlers, and that's a pretty loose delivery. Down the leg side, good clip from Noah Croce, and well, he's starting to get ticking here as well. If he can continue on with Shariz Ahmed, I think the Dutch will be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you might have flashbacks from Qualifier 2 at the ECC.
I'm waiting
Happy anniversary.
Waiting for Sikander Zulfa to come out and bat.
Oh, it was one of the best games ever. I suppose except for you. Pitched up.
Oh.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. And that's what Crows can do. We maybe haven't seen it so much, but when he goes straight, it's powerful. It's pretty. And that's a big bomb, 6 runs, and well fielded by the youngster.
Yeah, great to see such a big crowd out here at Cardham Rover, but that is a beautiful shot from Noel Crows. Maker's name, that's a 10 out of 10. And this is the thing, Vinny, Scotland, you've got to try and stay with this. These are the 2 players in this squad going to Oman in 3 weeks to go play top-level cricket. If they can break this partnership, maybe Scotland will be feeling a lot more comfortable.
We've got Corey here just for a few overs, so if you want to send him a message, I don't care what it is, put it in the comment section, ECN European Cricket Network. I'd love to hear the chatters maybe sending their thoughts your way, of course.
Hopefully sending some love.
We'll hear you again doing a little bit of Malta coming up.
Couple of weeks off and then off to Malta, and looking forward to that in the end of the year, just around the corner. But yeah, it's been a fantastic event again. Love the EC, love the Challenger division. I know that feels like it was so long ago, but the Greeks winning that, gotta love the Greeks, Vinny.
Yeah, I know there's a bit of talk. I know that you've talked about you are technically qualified to play for Greece. Maybe it's time for the Rutgers comeback. Oh, short and hit and 6. Maximo spotted that one, was slightly off speed, I think, from McBride. I think it's whacked away for half a dozen.
Oh, Shariz Ahmed, he's a 360 player. You bowl full, it goes over the offside short. He laces it over mid-wicket. Just a talent. I think he's 21 years old. He's going to have a long career. Long career.
All right, mate. The crowd split about which way this game might go. It's very close to call. That one asking for trouble and going to find it. It's gone all the way. Maximo over the rope and far away. Come again another day.
Yeah, Shariz is clicking on the hip over the leg side this time. And right now, the Scots just trying to find the right zone to bowl to him. He's got such quick hands. As you mentioned, Vinny, because of his small stature, he's very, very quick at just clipping it away and getting under the ball, getting the elevation he's looking for.
Yeah, this is very close. On the replay, it's probably not as clear, but we saw it as a 6.
Well, like 6 to me.
Yeah.
He's flying here. So are the Dutch.
That goes after this. Is it near the fielder? Not really. That's going to be 4. Cuatro carreras. Shariz has come out. He's 37 off 8.
Yeah, he's playing in a different universe. We might be looking at the MVP if he continues on like this, Vinny. He's been effective with the ball. He's a live wire in the field as well, and he's always looking to steal the extra ones. And, well, overall, he's just a triple threat on the cricket field.
He's really good at chasing those wide ones, and him literally throwing himself at the ball on the offside.
So McBride comes around the wicket here. Wouldn't surprise me if Shariz maybe tries to step inside it, get it over backward square leg here. Well bowled. Good comeback delivery.
A very good comeback from McBride. But he had a bit of the Benel Madden belly. Have you ever had it here? You had the...
No, I heard there was a little bit of a flu going around for some of the players. Big loss, Charlie Castle, let's be honest.
Yeah,
losing his 2 overs today, very difficult for Scotland. That's a perfect ball. Perfect Yorker. Good comeback.
McBride a mixed bag, but he did hit a 10-ball 50 earlier in the day. Scots just seem to bring their best on finals day. We saw it. I remember we did the Group A finals day together as well, didn't we? Swept beside the Irish a couple of times. This one is a big hook shot, though, from Crows, and that goes into the jungle. Maximo, 6 more. This over's gone magical.
Yeah, brilliant batting from these two. It really is. Under pressure, they come out, they go all the way around the ground. It's slightly short. Crows isn't going to miss out on that, and the Dutch look like they're going to pile on the runs here, Vinny.
That is whacked away.
That must be one of the quickest 50 partnerships we've had. They must have raised 50 already.
That one hit, but straight at the field. It's the end of the 4th over, and the Dutch 11 are 76 for 2.
76 for 2, staring down the barrel of something 170, 180 plus, and usually good things happen if you get that many. But yeah, last over for me, Vin, it's been exceptional, ECC. I feel like the standard is getting better every year.
Yeah, okay, that's the question I've got for you. How has this ECC been different to others, or are there any trends you're seeing in the game? Obviously, this is the 4th edition we've had of the tournament.
I think the gap's closing from the teams that are maybe in like the 20th seeding, 19th, 18th to maybe the top 5. I think the gap's closing. There's the likes of Sweden and Norway. I think they've evolved quite a lot. Good examples. Obviously, Hungary cricket as well. I think those sort of teams are starting to catch up to maybe that top 5, and then we're all still chasing Germany, Scotland, we're all Spain. Sorry, we're all still chasing the big sort of two.
Yeah.
And great to see Scotland. I think it's awesome they've come out here with a really good T10 team, make the final 3. Just good for the competition.
Yeah, I like the Scottish side this year, and even the players they brought in, like McCree. All right, this one is short-ish, and Crows is going to hammer it over square leg. Maximal, 6 runs. The Dutch are on a heater, and this partnership is dangerous.
Yeah, this partnership's beyond dangerous. They're going to hit 200 at this rate. Comes into bowl at just back of length. He reads it. It's the off-speed delivery. A lot of fast bowlers this week trying to go off-speed into the pitch, but if it gets picked, it usually goes a long way.
Comeback ball from Kester Judd. Tries to Qualifier this time, Crows. It tells us a little bit about, someone like Noah Crows, and it's the first time we've seen him on ECN, but obviously we covered him during the T20 national series that we did at Kampong and at VCC.
Yeah, really good find for the Dutch. He's been working a lot with Scotty Edwards, who's obviously the Dutch national keeper and captain. And yeah, won't be surprised to see Noah be flying around the world a lot over the next couple of years, representing the Netherlands with Shariz Ahmed. These are the two. These are probably the 2 biggest guns on the team sheet, and you're seeing it for a reason. I just think the best thing about Shariz, Finn, especially, is how much his batting's come on.
Yeah.
He's always a tricky bowler, a wily customer, but to add this level of batting as well, he's just an X factor. He is a complete X factor.
I know he had a bit of an off game in the last game against the English, but still, he's come back quickly and strongly. This is timed so well. That's going to get to the fence. So he moves to 42 in just 10 balls. This partnership is completely out of control. They came together 19 for 2 after 10 balls. So that means now that they've put on 68 in just 2.5 overs.
Yeah, crazy. Just crazy. I like that they're not overhitting the ball either, using the gaps when they need to and exploiting some sort of loose bowling. I think Scotland just sort of love a block hole here. Just any sort of Yorker to get out of a couple of deliveries.
Question earlier in the comment section. Come back to it after this ball from Sajjad. Good shot that time, rare one from Shariz. About why aren't Ireland a part of this weekend? The short answer is they were in the same group as the Scottish 11, and the Scottish 11 beat them on finals day. So every team except England 11 actually who auto-qualify for the finals because they were champions last year. They had to win their group, and Ireland didn't win their group. The Scottish didn't. The Scottish team are here in the top 3 right now. Steps across. That's absolutely creamed by Shariz Ahmed. Thanks for coming, Maximal. This is lightning stuff from the pocket rocket. The full ninja style coming from Shariz.
Yeah, he's going at 400 strike rate, and he doesn't look like slowing down at all. Lovely clip. Such a good timer of the ball. The Dutch racing away in qualifier 2. That is a beautiful cricket stroke.
Look at Michael Levitt in the chat right now as well. Good to see you, Michael. Happy first year anniversary of your qualifier 2 as well.
They barely used him last year. Levitt, he has kicked on and some.
What a summer. I loved covering him in the Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands.
The Bison from the bakery, he can really hit a big 6.
Yeah, obviously against the North Americans as well. Ah, he's got him. So just when they needed something, Sajjad steps up. Shariz is going to go on the brink of a half-century, but this game, it's going to have ebbs, it's going to have flows, and it's going to be Shariz that goes. It's 93 for 3 after 5.
Top innings from Shariz. Good comeback from Scotland. Will this turn the final a little bit? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, you still feel after 5 overs, Vinny, the Dutch are ahead.
All right, well, meanwhile, we'll have a look at this ball, and he might have been slightly off speed there. Probably a bit disappointed that he goes across the line, but that's what he's done several times. He's pretty good at it. But yeah, Sajjad's been a good player as well. Breaks through, and the Scots have something to cheer. Shariz Ahmed with a brilliant 48 off just 13 rocks, and the Netherlands up at 93 for 3. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Corey, I know you got to get back to what you got to do, but I've just pulled you out of the crowd. Thank you so much for your commentary during this Euros. I know it's tough splitting it with your coaching. I know how much you love your coaching, but we love you here at ECN. I know the crowd love Corey as well. I know you're always someone that creates a lot of entertainment. And we'll see you later in the year, of course, in ECS Cricket.
Yeah, I'll be in the VIP section for the next 5 to 6 hours. It's been a pleasure, everyone. Thank you so much, and enjoy the ECC.
How did you get into the VIP section?
Bye, Vinny.
Oh, well, more questions than answers. Anyway, this would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be sliced away. And it's going to be a single first up. Oh, look who has come out. It's Sikander Zulfikar. And what a qualifier too he had a year ago. No wonder Corey's leaving the box, because he hit 92 off 21. Now that was on the chase, and obviously the Dutch are batting first this time around. Kasim coming on, so we're getting some spin. Pretty well located. It'll just be a single. Corey is out. That means Rhino is back, and right on cue we've got Sikander Zulfikar in qualifier 2 time.
Challenging act to follow, but I'll do my best, Vinny. And a man who has to follow only his own act from last year, Zulfikar. This is a time and place that he loves. Drifts onto leg, and it's hit very, very nicely indeed by Noah Crows. Another Maximo, and he is playing a blinder here in qualifier 2.
Yeah, but that one's asking for trouble, isn't it? Crows, got to bat him top 3. I'd be batting him either opening on top 3 or number 3. But yeah, kind of knee high, steps across. He's very quick on his feet, Noah Crows. And it probably makes sense. He's a very good keeper as well, and footwork's so important. Plus, he's got a great eye. So Kazim, interesting they have gone to spin, because earlier on in the day, we saw Brown being used actually as a 5th bowler and doing a pretty good job. Obviously no Castle in the lineup due to the illness today for the Scots.
Yeah, a little bit of a struggle for them those last few overs, hasn't it, Vinny? McBride's been pretty good with the ball since he's come back into the team the last few days. But went for 24, and then Sajjad 17.
Up in the air and gone. Well, Crows goes, and it's a big moment, so spin does get the win. Kasim with the breakthrough. Feels like a big moment. Crows out for 37, 101 for 4.
Yeah, indeed, Vinny. That ball was there to hit as he first struck it. I thought Crows was going to launch that somewhere over the side screen, but probably just sliced it a touch, didn't get a great piece. And neatly taken catch down there on the long off boundary. It's 4 wickets down. That feels like the wickets are the only thing that can really get in the Dutch way here in this innings. You see just a little bit inside out with the shot. Safe catch taken down there, and a much needed wicket because Crows was timing the ball very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, and look, we know the Dutch have a long, strong order, but just felt Crows was on, just didn't quite get the elevation there. So we've got the Zulfikar combination. They're identical twins, part of a set of triplets. It's funny how life works, but they're out there.
Representing numbers on jerseys, Vinny.
I'm back on. I've been picking them well this week.
It's a 50-50 call every time. Drifts that onto the toes.
Haven't I told you my strategy? I get them to try and bowl leg spin, to mind bowling leg spin, and that's how I can normally tell if it's Saqib or Sikander, because Sikander bowls will seam up. But I'm back. I went through a phase of second guessing myself, but I can't tell my part again.
You can't tell me the player is telling us Sikander can't bowl top ball.
Does a pretty good impression.
Oh, return catch just through the hands of the bowlers. And at the other part of the field, McBride dives to his right, can only parry it away, and it rolls over the boundary for a 4.
Yeah, that was hit so hard. It was great effort actually from McBride, who just tries to slap it back into play, but the ball was a bit too powerful. Came off the end of the fingers. End of the over. So 106 for 4 after 6. William Chigavis.
Incredibly interesting. It was a great start from the Dutch. Been going at a rate of knots despite losing Musa Ahmed early, largely thanks to Noah Crows and Shariz Ahmed, who both played very good innings there in the middle. But another wicket for the Scots, and they sort of start to come down to the part of the lineup that hasn't batted that often in the tournament. Sajjad spears it down the leg side, but not taken advantage of by Saqib, but it does get Sikander back on strike.
This is closer than you think, even though I think it's a good decision, but he does stand right in front of the stumps, hits him in line, probably just sliding down the leg side. Not too much interest from the Scottish.
Sajjad does come from pretty wide of the crease, so certainly wouldn't have worked in his favour. Sikander swings hard. Didn't feel like he had great control of it, but it has gone flying away for Maximo.
Yeah, again, don't get outside the front here, because both these two, and they're pretty similar. That's probably obvious to the naked eye, but just very good quick hands from Sikander and enough bat to get it up and out of the ground.
Looking dangerous, Sikandar. We know how much he loves this game. 11 off 3. Short ball, held up in the deck. Far, who has to sprint around to his left. Probably had enough backup on the boundary. Finley McCreath coming around for mid-wicket.
Odds haven't really moved since the first ball now. By the way, a few questions about when can you hear Corey again? He'll be doing part of ECS Malta, but he's got a little bit of a break, probably in a couple of weeks. Don't despair.
Sajjad speared in at Sakib.
Bigger question is, when will we hear Andrew Ryan again? We'll have to get the diary out, won't we, Rhino, and see when we can
start a bit of forward planning, Maxie.
Yeah, just get you and the agent around again. Butt heads.
See if you can thrash out terms.
Well, we'll try and get you. Maybe not this year, but maybe the start of next year. It's probably wide. It's very short from Sajjad.
Oh, no way.
Such two. Probably reasonably easy call. We saw one of these from Sebastian Bratt in the last game, actually, of a slower ball bouncer that pitches very, very short and looks like it almost just floats past the batter. Sikandar's missed it by a long way, but let's get the wide call. So certainly a better over here from Sajjad, though. Coming back after making a few in his first. Oh, big swing. Have a look at see if there's any batters. Looks to see if there is the possibility of a second.
There's definitely some sort of telepathic understanding. Jeez, that's very close, isn't it?
That's what I was asking, whether or not there was an inside edge on that, Vinny, because fairly, certainly in front.
Being given a run, so it must have been an inside edge.
Oh, mighty swing. Sajjad kicks the turf in frustration. And it's Sakib Zulfikar who launches him for a mighty Maximo. Glorious shot.
Yeah, what a powerful strike. It's kind of in the slot. Both these two are very good batters. I know Sikandar's a bit more of a recognised batter, but we saw Sakib actually in the Western Shield, which is theoretically it's the highest level of cricket we've ever played here on ECN. He scored a very good half century that got Team Europe right back in it. So 7 overs down. It's the old 1, 2, 3 for 4 after 7. These are some of the upcoming events. And yes, we will have Corey as part of our Malta coverage. But Phil G will be taking you through tomorrow for the second tour in a row. Charlie's flight has been basically cancelled. So Phil G will take you through the first couple of days. I'll be there on Tuesday, and then Charlie should be there by then as well. But anyway, there will be cricket tomorrow on ECN. Of course, you can watch on our YouTube channel. Meanwhile, this one is air-mailed, and it might be going to Malta.
McBride has been slaughtered to the leg side. Well, Sikandar has seen what his brother's done in the previous over, and he says, I raise you another 20 metres. Such a clean strike. And when he gets the opportunity to hit to that mid-wicket region, Vinny, he does not miss.
Yeah, well, Scots must feel like they're seeing double at the moment. Double trouble with the Dutch up to 129. McBride with the comeback ball.
Swung across the leg side. It's probably a better line from McBride. He knows Sikandar is hedging for his mid-wicket strike. It's a good line.
This is another key partnership. But look who they still got. They've got Bratt to come in next. It's a perfect time for Bratt to come out if they were to lose one of these two. They've got Verhagen, who's a recognised batter. Ellenbas. They'd probably go Ellenbas before Verhagen.
Slightly off-speed ball, dragged across to legs. A couple of singles just to settle things down. Good Netherlands comeback. Still in a good position here, though, Vinny. 17.5 runs and over their run rate at the moment.
Credit to McBride. He's copped a bit of tap at times today, but he's generally come back and fought through the over. I think he's very good at just letting it go. Letting it go. It happens. Just try and win the next ball, and he's come back well a couple of times.
Oh, that might be the ball that turns the innings. Very close to a full toss, no ball, and it has been called, and it's been pumped to square leg by Sikandar.
Yeah, that's a clear no ball, and it's been dispatched 7 up time. Have a look at here in the replay. Clearly over the waist, even if it is waist high. It should be 6 anyway. It should be a no ball anyway. So 7 up and a free hit to come.
Pressure back on the skipper. He's now gone for 39, and he's still got 3 balls to go. been pretty reliable since he's taken up his position in the bowling attack again after missing a day with illness. But in this huge game for Scotland and Scottish cricket, it's been taken apart by the double Zulfikar attack. Short ball, just awkwardly cut with a sideways bat. I'll just take the one.
Netherlands have just had a bit of a kick here and they're up to 76%. I had a question, I think it was Corey asked me actually off air, how many do I think the Scotland can chase? And to be honest, with some of the heavy hitters they got at the top, if they, and with McBride coming good today, I still think they could chase 170. Right?
I agree. Don't want to, as that one is
That's true.
pressed wide. But no, they've got so many guns in that batting lineup. Mentioned last night that I've been very impressed with the return of Lloyd Brown. He's come back in his last couple of games and has looked very, very good, particularly enjoys playing the pace bowling. They've got some young men in that team. No matter what the Dutch put on here, they will give it a rock. Slower ball, struck down the ground and struck very sweetly indeed. So Saqib showing that he's not leaving it all to Sikandar, and it's another Maximo.
Interrupted the game of backyard cricket going on over there, but yeah, he spotted that slower ball, he backed himself. Again, these two can really go for pretty much everything now. With only 13 balls left in the innings, with 3 recognised batters still in the shed, they are going to go looking for every single run they can get. McBride trying to avoid a 50.
Oh, it probably won't happen. That's a Maximo. The Scottish skipper's head goes in his hands. None for 53 off his 2 overs. An unhelpful return for them in the context of this game. But Saqib and Sikandar Zulfikar are hitting the ball sweetly. This is starting to get into danger zones for Scotland.
Yeah, and all the fish come home to roost because that was the extra ball he had to bowl after the 7 up. It went for 6. 29 off the over. 150s up for the Netherlands. 152 for 4 after 8. And have a look how that run rate is taking off.
Climbing, Vinny, and the way they're going, the Dutch are probably looking more 190 more than 170.
They're on 190 pace. This is a big gamble. They're going back to spin. And I know he's a recognised bowler, but I thought maybe they'd give Lloyd Brown a go. Let's have a look anyway. It's Kazim.
Big swing across the line. As you say, it's a risk, but it's a risk probably worth taking at the moment, Vinny. Sikandar Zulfikar so good against right arm medium pace.
Yeah, one over for 13. Kazim bowled well earlier. Took a wicket as well.
Steps across, big swing to the leg side. Well, at least it's not a Maximo. Falls a couple of metres inside the boundary, but Sikandar continues his love affair with Cartermore Oval.
Yeah, just had enough length, and he's so quick on his feet as well, Sikandar. This is very, very dangerous territory. It reminds me of actually when the Dutch knocked up 189 against the English. That's the kind of way this is playing out.
Struck down the ground. Khan gets his digits on it. Slow it down, but just one run either way.
Be happy for any small win at the moment. Such a big difference between chasing, say, 170 and 185, 190. It's like a bell curve of what's achievable. It starts to drop off very quickly when you get over 175.
It's on the leg stump, flicked, and it's put down. Ghaffar drops what was a fairly easy chance. And Saqib Zulfikar survives when he should have been walking back to the pavilion.
Just got so low on him, and it's funny how these things happen when the game's not rolling your way. Early on, they were catching catches that were bouncing off shoulders and everything.
Oh, Sikandar goes bang! What a strike. And the Netherlands continue to climb to the upper reaches of a gettable target.
Yeah, fire's burning orange right now. Let's have a look at the way he goes after this. Opens up that leg side again. That ball really screams off the bat. That's deep. They like what they're seeing, the Dutch bench.
One ball still to go for Kasim. Even with that Maximo, it hasn't been a bad over from him. Get away with a dot ball here.
Yeah, 12's not the worst. It's hoping someone can come up with an amazing over, like a 3 or 4 or just...
Even 180 would better than chasing 190.
All right, last ball for Kazim. All happening in the 9th here.
Wide. See what he's trying to do. He wants to keep it away from Sekander's ability to hit long on to mid-wicket.
Good eye as well, not to flirt with that one.
Steps back, drives straight, drives handsomely, so he finishes the over with consecutive maximos. Brilliant striking from Sikander Zulfikar. He goes up to 44, and the Dutch 171 for 4.
Staying on that 19 and over pace. There's 19 off that over there. 171, another 19 will get 190. It's interesting to see who they go for. I mean, actually, I know who they're going to go for, Neil. Bit surprised, though, that, especially with McBride, kind of a bit hit and miss. Thought maybe Brown bowled a good over this morning. They might go and just try and mix things up, but they stick with those 5 bowlers. But what I will say is, Neil, I think as this final series has rolled on, he's been the most difficult to handle of the Scottish bowlers, and they're bowling him here in the last.
Say, Vinny, I probably would have brought him back a couple of overs before this. Sikander Zulfikar, I guess the area that he tends to score less regularly from is pacey balls, wide of off stump, bowled short of a length, and he's been fed up a diet of balls slot over the last few overs. Slower ball, and Sikander tries to look for the extra, but just sent back by his brother as Neil starts with a wide.
Can't really see the future, but could it be highest chase record gets broken 1 year to the game in Qualifier 2 of Championship Week? Just saying, it's possible.
How poetic would that be? Neil short of a length, cut beautifully by Sakib. That's landed on the DJ's tent. Such power from a small man. Beautiful timing. And O'Neill gets pumped from Maximo.
Yeah, that's Neil's kind of go-to ball. I know the Netherlands would know that as well. But even if you know it's hard ball to kind of to get on top of, or kind of get the bat high enough because he is so tall. But that was a very good strike by Sakib Zulfikar.
Neil started the over with 2 off-speed balls. Going back to pace on. Got to get one to jump out over the top of the bat of Sakib. It doesn't go over though. The only thing it goes over is the boundary. It's Maximo Fest here at Kardama, and the Netherlands are up to 184.
Yeah, that one is smashed away.
Up on the right.
We are in record territory if the Scots are able to pull this down.
Zulfikar show out there in the middle of Kardama Oval. Neil feels like he's slightly out of options. Still 4 balls to get through this over. 200 is on. Slower ball, short of a lane. It's just slapped down the ground for a single.
Interesting, yeah, Scott's still given 10% here. So you wouldn't count him out with some of the players we've seen. And let's just think about someone like McCreath and Brown coming out. But the other thing is the Netherlands, they have more variety in their attack, I think. And yeah, if you can't handle one, you just can't settle as much against their attack, I think is what I'm saying.
Zulfikar swings across the leg side, just be 1. So he progresses to 45. Pretty keen to get back on strike, but no opportunity. So 2 balls left for Neil to get through. Dutch 186 for 4, so it's likely they won't reach the nosebleed section of the double 100. It's 10 overs. Let's keep it on strike. Outrageous paceman. Just having his field move, so they've gotten a deep point now and brought square leg off the boundary.
2 to come.
Swing across the line. Sikander's going to push through for the 1, but great change of pace from Neil. It died on Sakib, and he didn't pick it out of the hand.
Great understanding though. Slow balls are always going to take longer to get to Garden. He's going to get it on the second bounce, and there's no chance they could even get a run out there. So yeah, still trying to squeeze every single run out of this first innings.
Final ball here. Hasn't been a bad closing over from Neil by any stretch, especially compared to what's happened to some of his teammates. Sikandar Zulfikar on strike. The Prince of Cardamom.
Last ball, seatbelts on.
And Sikandar goes bang over the leg side. What a way to finish by the boys in orange. They have set a mammoth 193 for 4 of 10 overs. And this is going to take a record-breaking chase by the Scotland 11 to make their way through to final game tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. And we might just start calling Qualifier 2 on Championship Week, finals day, the Sikandar Zulfikar match, because it's the second time he's come in, he's played a real key role. Okay, this one isn't quite as dramatic as last year, but still just as important as far as his team's chances of making the final. 51 off 16, brings up the 50 off the last ball, but a real team effort there. Okay, Floyd scored 12, Musa missed out, but Crows with 37, Shariz 48, Sikandar Zulfikar 51 not out, and Saqib Zulfikar 35 not out. Team effort, and the team's flying. The Dutch 193. Well, that's one of Derek's long-lost relatives that's been hanging around the ECC trophy today. But talk us through the first 10 overs of this Qualifier 2. The Dutch in it again. This time it's the Scots finding out the hard way that these bats can bang it.
Well, they certainly did. Musa didn't bang anything to start with. He was a victim to a ridiculous catch between the combo of Ghaffar and Garden. Garden didn't know where the ball was, but somehow held on after it smacked into his bicep and chest. But that was the first bit of celebration. There was another wicket not that long after, as Big Neil had some early success. But from then on in, the Dutch bats took control, and didn't the injection of Noah Crows up the top of the order make a difference? Been languishing in the latter parts of the middle order for the last couple of days, but this incredibly talented young cricketer came out there and showed the world why he is a top-class batter for the Orange team.
Yeah, I love the Orange team. Shariz eventually went to the well once too often, didn't he? Probably this little bit, maybe seam away from his body there. It's caused the edge onto the stump perhaps, but this just meant we got the Sikandar Zulfikar and Saqib Zulfikar identical twin show, and it really just kept things rolling the right direction. They end up putting on 92 in 26 balls. And there's a little bit of serendipity in that, because Sikandar scored exactly 92 in this game last year. This time he gets a little bit of help from his twin bro. And the Netherlands flying. We're going to have to see something unprecedented. Otherwise, we're heading for another England versus Netherlands final.
Well, certainly the Netherlands have put themselves into pole position to take their place in the final later tonight. That's a marvellous batting effort. The Scots obviously down their premier baseman, Charlie Cassell, today. And unfortunately, despite a couple of early strikes, because Musa went in the first over and then Neil picked up Floyd in his second. And at that time, Scotland were right on top. But Crows played a lovely innings, and Shariz Ahmed continues to impress with his power and his range of shots. He was eventually bowled by Sajjad for 48 off 13. And from that point on, it was a Zulfikar family exhibition with Sikandar 51 off 16, bringing up his half-ton off the last ball of the innings. There was a lot of pain. The Scottish bowlers, both Neil and Sajjad, kept things reasonably tight in the circumstances, but unfortunately Christopher McBride going for 53 off his 2 overs. Skipper's been bowling well over the last few days, so that put the Scots on the back foot and not something they recovered from. So they have a big job to do here in Qualifier 2, chasing 194 for not just victory, but the opportunity to play in the final later this evening against the England 11. And Ryan here for the European Cricket Network, here with Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back to take you through the second innings in a few minutes' time. Please join us then.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Welcome back, European cricket superfans. We're here at the Cardimer Oval for the second innings of Qualifier 2. It is do or die for both of these teams as the winner will go through to the final later tonight, and the loser will unfortunately take their place in the hospitality area and just be onlookers for the big dance this evening. And certainly the team that is looking better out of these two at the moment is the Dutch 11. They scored 193 for 4 off their 10 overs. Give you an excellent all-round batting performance. Noah Crows promoted up towards the top of the order, responded very, very well. Shiraz Ahmed continued his tremendous tournament, and then things were finished off in the later overs by Sakanda and Saqib Zulfikar. So plenty of work for this Scottish batting lineup to do, but we have seen them really, really go hard and flourish, particularly in the early overs, and no man more so than this chap on screen, Finlay McCreath, who has been a tremendous addition to the Scottish 11 for this week. He's going to have to do the business against the big left arm paceman. Ben Fletcher standing up the top of his mark, but there's nothing that too much that phases young McCreath, and he's joined there by Lloyd Brown, who has been getting better and better over the last day and a half. These two get motoring along. They could very well be in touching distance of this target. It comes down to the final stages. Saying that though, the Dutch are playing confident cricket. They've responded well to their defeat by the England 11 earlier this evening. Fletcher standing at the top of his mark. Steaming in. Swung straight down the ground, doesn't make great contact, and the gravitational force of Sebastian Braat. He is unstoppable in the field at the moment, and it's a first ball wicket for Fletcher, and even worse for the Scots. Their gun, Finlay McCreath, is on his way back. Scotland none for 1. Tremendous start for the Dutch. Remember, it was Fletcher who was pumped in his first over by England in the previous game. Big left arm paceman didn't really have any answer to the early onslaught, but on this occasion draws the mistimed shot from the Scottish opener. Creeth is on his way, so what a start. Things have just gotten that much harder for the Scotland 11. You know, there's still plenty of talent in their lineup. As Gus Sajjad comes to the middle to join Brown. Get the sense that it will be this group or this pair, along with Christopher McBride, have to do the bulk of the work. There's another ball that goes up. Could be 2 and 2. Fielder tracking back from the 30. And they've put down the catch, so Sajjad gets alive. Incredible start here at Cardimer Oval, as Scotland could have had 2 wickets down. I think it's Sakanda Zulfikar who's put down the catch. Could have been a disastrous start. Nice ball again from Fletcher. It was, man, Sakanda Zulfikar, who batted so well, just slightly unbalanced as he's tried to take the catch. And Sajjad gets a much needed life. What a start by Fletcher. Swung over the leg side, and Brown tries to pick up the mantle from his opening batting partner, McCreath. He says there's more than one superstar at the top of the innings for Scotland. Moves across to outside off stump. Swings that ball very sweetly off his hip. Well, this is just incredible stuff. 1 for 7, 3 balls gone. Ball outside off stump. Driven strongly, but straight to the fielder. Tell you what, Fletcher's copped that in a somewhat awkward spot. The ball's tipped the top of the stumps, knocked off one of the bails. He's got a smile on his face, but he's also breathing pretty deeply. Not surprised. 4 balls gone. Excellent over from the big paceman so far. That target, 187 off 56 balls. Swung away again. Brown gets deep in his crease. Excellent batting. Said earlier that he enjoys the pace to work with. Another Maximo. Scotland cannot afford a go slow over. Great start by Fletcher, but a couple of Maximos here for Brown have sort of brought some equilibrium. And another one here, and they'll be there or thereabouts with the asking rate. Full ball driven straight down the ground. Fortunately for the Scots, slightly missed times, doesn't carry to Brat. Long on, and that's the end of an eventful first over. Scotland 11 after 1. They are 13 for 1, and very opportune time as we start looking at golden balls to bring Mr. Maximo back into the commentary box.
Good to be back. I think with that singlet's 14, but much of a muchness there, Rhino. Good to be back with you. Are we going to get another classic here, or could this be a bit of a stomp job from the Dutch, who've put 193 on the board? Worst case scenario as well, with Finlay McCreath going very first ball. Sajjad really should have been gone first ball. That's the only ball he's faced so far, was drop catch out there. Brown and McBride, last great hope. I know there's other good batting there, but I don't think you can chase a 194 without your top 4 firing, 1 or 2 going really big. Anyway, Ellenbaas is going to get this second over. They've trusted him with this role, and sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. He's a very clever cricketer. He's got a very good slower ball as well, and a slower bouncer.
Inside edge just misses the stumps. Diving effort. Sajjad cleanly through for the 1. That was close, Vinny.
Yeah, that was close, because that could have gone anywhere. I think it was safely home. Just a bit of throwing practice. Hello to Monica. Buenas tardes. Hopefully you're well today. Hello to all the chatters as well. I know it's tough. It's tough to spend too much time looking at the chat when we get to the pointy end here.
Short ball swung high. That's pretty good contact from Sajjad. He's a powerful young man. Enjoys hitting up in that sort of upper waist area. Makes great contact. So Ellenbaas goes the distance.
Yeah, just jumped on it, slight short ball. But I wonder if this is kind of like a setup, because Ellenbaas got a good slower bouncer. And if he bowls it now, I bet it fools Sajjad. He thinks it'll be the same again. The old Shane Warne, let him have one hit to the boundary. Next one, I'm going to get you.
Comes charging, hedges leg side though, a nice little away swinger from Ellenbaas. Big fan of him, Vinny. I think he's gotten better every time he's appeared in this tournament, and he's given the Dutch something different outside of their spin attack.
Yeah, he's pretty experienced now. Remember when he first came, he had the nickname the Tourist, because he wasn't doing too much. But since then, he's certainly become an integral part of this lineup. Always gives you 100%.
Not well timed from Sajjad, but just escapes over the head of square leg and does roll away from the boundary. So it's not a magical start from Scotland, but just scratching enough boundaries at the moment to keep it interesting.
Yeah, almost got the bat at a hole out there to Sakib, who kind of owns that mid-wicket square leg kind of boundary. You got a lot of well bowls there though. Alan Buss almost full. Sajjad, like I said, Sajjad very lucky to still be there after being dropped first ball. 5% Scotland, but it's something.
Big swing, Sajjad really taking his eyes off the ball, getting a close look at this glorious Malaga sunset. Scots will be hoping this is not sunset on their tournament, but pretty neat start from the Dutch bowlers. Haven't given them too many loose deliveries. Good over from Alan Buss so far. 11 off it with 1 to go.
It's been a really good over. Really, no matter what happens, he wins the over, but he'd like to have a big win here. Keep this on the park. It's all the second.
Swung straight down the ground. Will it be caught? It will! It's all about that Alan Buss, and he gets 1 for 11 off his first over. Scotland, the second wicket down, probably a wicket they couldn't afford to lose. Sajjad goes, and only 25 on the board.
Well, my mama said don't worry about the size, and I certainly know that Sebastian Bratt's got the sideways. Have a look at this. Just skips to his left, and that is all she wrote. So Sajjad doesn't go on to hurt the Dutch too much after being dropped first ball. He's picked up by the Dutch skipper at mid-on. Alan Buss with a strike, and after 2, Scotland 11, 25 for 2.
Bratt continues his incredible catching today.
6
That's
catches.
another 2 to add to his tally.
6 catches in innings, a record. It's a record. We've never had 6, and he did it yesterday.
We have been having off-camera discussions as MVP candidates. I'm putting it out there. Could Bratt come into the reckoning simply through his fielding?
Just for his fielding. Even, yeah, not that he can't bowl a bat, but just given the other options they've got, we haven't seen him too much with the ball or in the bat. His leadership and his catching is a good point. They're very important. Ben Fletcher to come back as Alan Buss will finish 1 for 11. Interesting, they'll probably kind of put Alan Buss on ice, but I wonder if he's worth maybe bowling out.
Goes down the leg side. Well, this is something Fletcher didn't get the benefit of in the last game. Second over, somewhat wayward and punished in his first, but pretty useful first over from him. And big paceman brought on. If they can get through one of McBride or Brown in this over, then Scotland are going to find things incredibly difficult.
Brown, can he provide something kind of Zulfikar-like from last year? Somebody needs to.
Full ball from Fletcher, just drilled out forward 1 shot at the stumps.
Body language and everything, and the Dutch are up. You can see they've got the perfect start, that kind of like perfect shot of adrenaline first ball to get Big McCreath, who hit that 130 earlier in the tournament earlier in the week. This is what's coming up tomorrow, by the way, with the ECS Malta starting. Phil G is standing by. We're going to see Gazira United and the Victoria Lions going on display in the first game. Now, it is on the ECN YouTube channel, so all you have to do if you want to watch for free and enjoy more live cricket, join the community. Don't forget to like and subscribe. ECN European Cricket Network, 49 weeks of live cricket this year.
Full ball from Fletcher. Brown tries to open the face. He played an extraordinary innings this morning, didn't he? I wouldn't say it was the only reason Scotland won, but it was such a big part of it.
And it was backs to the wall as well, really. Came out as the momentum had drifted away, and he was able to get it back. 8 sixes in his first 10 balls, a 10-ball 50, equal fastest here at the Carter Oval. But this, yeah, if it's unprecedented to get 194, it's also unprecedented to go at kind of 22 and over for the last 7 overs of your innings, which is what needs to happen.
Pretty decent contact though from McBride. Looks like it might have just escaped over the boundary. It's signal 4, but we'll hopefully have a chance to check this on replay, Maximo. I think our instinct was that it was the maxi.
Yeah, we thought it went over, but we're a long way away. Let's have a look at it. I think it's just inside. I think it's already on the way up.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call
it's
from
over
the
the
umpires.
road. Yeah. A lot closer than we are.
Fletcher just gets driven up and over cover. McBride needs to turn that into something more.
Short ball, gets past him. Been a pair of good overs here from Fletcher. He's responded after a disappointing qualifier 1. They need the big paceman to be fit and firing. They're going to take down England in the final, which is looking more and more the likely matchup, as Scotland may have just been asked too much here. There's still plenty of time to go. Still capable. Run rate now above 22. Fletcher, full ball. Unfortunately I was going to say unfortunately for Scotland, they couldn't do much with it. Ball escaped through the clutches of Verhagen, who's there at mid-off, but unfortunately for him, sweeper on the boundary, comes around. Round back on the strike. Finish this over. Boy, oh boy, do they need to get motoring, the Scots here, Vinny. 32 for 2, 1 ball left in the power play.
Fletcher certainly done his bit, hasn't he? 21 with the ball to go in his spell.
They do win this Dutch. It's going to be a well-deserved victory. They had the quick turnaround from qualifier 1 to qualifier 2. It's a good ball again. Big paceman. Bowling with energy, accuracy, some velocity as well. So that's an excellent power play for the Dutch. Fletcher goes 1 for 22 off his 2 overs, and Scotland 33 for 2 after 3.
We're looking at that first innings. Just have a look at some of those magical overs, including that 29 in the 8th. It was McBride that kind of went the journey, but the lowest over was 12. So when you have that kind of consistency, it's no surprise when you get a score up in the 190s.
Certainly isn't, and unlike earlier today, again, Allenbas is getting his 2nd over. So the Dutch skipper, Sebastian Braat, very happy to keep the pace attack working. Steps across, off-speed ball, swung around backward of square, but Anup Jain will swoop around and keep it to 1.
Is there any way back now? What are we talking? 23 and over. Yeah, hard to see it. Yeah, interesting they do go back to Ellenbus. I thought maybe it was worth it. He was hot. He was good against these opponents in that last over that he bowled.
Oh, caned, absolutely caned to the mid-wicket boundary and a long way over. So McBride finally wakes up, goes to 11 off 5. Boy, oh boy, they need a run of Maximos, and a run of Maximos very quickly, the Scots.
It's just fraction short, they hammered away. Everyone's trying to find the Grizzly, and they found it. That's a good spot.
Love the reports that it's near the palm tree.
Yeah, near the palm tree. Be more specific. That's quite a famous palm tree there. We used to have the old big Andalusia sign, and maybe we got too big to handle. Might have blown away actually. Big sail.
Last drops short again, and Brown pumps him the leg side boundary. So consecutive Maximos. And sorry, this is McBride. He's determined to be the McBride and not the bridesmaid. He's got a long way to go, but 17 off 6 and 12 off the last 2 balls. This is precisely what they need, Vinny.
Yeah, certainly a shot that wouldn't have looked out of place in Browntown. But it was long, and that ball's has ended up with the Dogs.
Seeing the power this man possesses.
And look at all this. There's a whole bunch of... what's going on? Is this about someone behind? Maybe they think it's not the same ball. But now, how would the batter know that? I don't know. Now there's another one getting thrown out there. Very, very confused. I suppose that, yeah,
that ball is been replaced, so it's definitely not the same ball. It was the ball before, actually, that got found in the bushes and thrown back.
Wade McBride's hit those last two. I expect he'd be pretty keen to have that same ball sent down to him. So Alan Barr's been taking the journey on consecutive deliveries. Oh, glorious shot. McBride, high elbow, swinging straight down the ground. And all of a sudden, a bit of pressure back on the Dutch. Alan Barr's 18 off the last 3 balls.
It's your only way out is sixes and a lot of them. That was pretty, wasn't it, from McBride? And yeah, that's Jose here. Yeah, and look at that, just giving a few free bits of advice as well. Alan Barr, what's he come back with here? 50's up, by the way, for the Scots.
Oh, that's gone high, but the fielder's lost it completely, tumbles back.
Wow.
And in a comedy of errors, it has gone over the boundary line. Vinny, can you explain that?
I can explain it, but I don't believe it. He just lost it. He did not pick this up. And in the background was a little bit cloudy. Okay, the natural sunlight's fading. The sun's behind him, but he just could not track it. And then he kind of saw it. And the biggest thing with this, and then we had a big air swing from the ninja who came in, Shiriz Ahmed, that, okay, then when you see it, you've got no sense of relation as to where it came from. So that's why he misjudges it even when he sees it, and he just hurls himself at it. You know, credits is kind of there, but that's 4 runs. A bit of a comical one. This is 6.
McBride launches Alan Barr such a big distance. And is this the over that gets Scotland back in the game, Vinny? They are now 62 for 2 off 4, and the patient suddenly has a heartbeat.
Yeah, more needed, more. But that's the thing, end of the over, 62 for 2, so the decision to bring Ellen Bass back kind of backfires. 29 come off that over. But they've got the ability to change their bowling style so easily, the Netherlands. They're going to go to Shiriz Ahmed here, something very different in over number 5.
Tell you what, there was some scintillating hitting in that last over, and you can see what a difference it has made to the required run rate. And McBride, who was trudging along at one stage, has now raced to 33 off 9. Brown gets his weight onto the back foot and then powers over the boundary. Vinny, are you getting a tingle for Qualifier 2 last year?
Yeah, I do remember that, but this is such a long stretch that you need to have a hot streak.
The Scottish supercomputer rating has quadrupled in the last couple of deliveries. Right outside off stump, hit high, it's not going to carry. And the buckets of Brat Pouch, his 3rd catch of the day. He is on a fielding rampage, the Dutch skipper.
Yeah, case in point, you can change the bowling style, and yes, the first ball disappears. Exploded off the bat of Lloyd Brown, but he has to go. 3rd wicket down, 68 for 3, and Brat, you don't expect him to drop any catches. Once in a blue moon, maybe, but yeah, once it goes high in his direction, you might as well start walking. Fletcher, who's in front of us, actually started undoing his shoelace while that ball was in the air. He was that confident that Bart was going to catch it.
It's incredible. Almost just everything seems to be going his way at the moment. He's only just taken that one in the end of his fingers. Looks like he's almost caught it in knuckleball fashion.
Loved the series from Brown. He's been a great addition to this Scottish 11 side, and yeah, hopefully we can see him again soon. This will bring Callum Garden to the crease. And Callum is a guy who burst onto the scene in ECN cricket, and he's showing glimpses of what he can do during this tournament as well. Very good hitter of the ball, but always an awkward customer, Shiriz Ahmed, and he breaks through with just his 2nd ball.
Good stuff from Ahmed. He's continuing on a fabulous tournament. He is a man who's definitely in MVP calculations, but he's got a much more important job to do here. Finishing off the 4 balls. This 5th over. Garden on strike. Smacks it down the ground, but smacks it straight in to the safe hands of Rolf Verhagen. He had his heart in his mouth at one stage. but has managed to keep control and consecutive wickets, and that last flurry from Scotland seems a distant memory. 68 for 4.
Yeah, we got a good piece of it here. Did Garden, but just didn't get the elevation. Verhagen uses all 3 touches, doesn't he? Volleyball style. Let's have a look on the replay. Popped out. 1, 2, 3. Hands to body to hands. Anyway, all's well that ends well. Unfortunately, it doesn't end too well for Garden, who has Golden Derek for his trouble. The walk-off with Shrews Ahmed on a hat-trick. And Scotland 11, 68 for 4.
Yeah, but that last resurgence from McBride taking the part Alabas in the previous over. All of a sudden, we're now into the Scotland middle order. And things were difficult before. We're losing those 2 wickets. It's certainly not made it any easier. So, Shiraz Ahmed can add to his continuing legend in this tournament with a hat-trick. Qualifier 2. Float outside off stump. Little wrongin'. New batter who's there, Ahmed. Talented player. It's good enough to pick it early. Swings it for 1.
Yeah, look, again, it has been good in back-to-the-wall situations. He was on for a 9-ball 50, which is something we still haven't seen in the Cardiff Oval. We've only seen it once in over 6,000 matches. Ahmad Naeem, who did it finals day in Austria just last month.
Bride steps down the wickets. Clean striker, isn't he, Vinny? That ball just so crisply off his willow.
Yeah, sure does. He's a real good all-rounder. McBride, you can see where he's been tasked with leading this side. I know he had some illness issues this week, but he's been great on finals day. Let's see what Kazera can do. Last ball of the 5th over against Shriz Ahmed. What a tournament he's having. 2 for 8 this over.
Just jamming the pitch. Kazera can't do any more than just take a single. Downside is it also keeps McBride off strike for the start of the 6th over. So Scotland halfway through, big chase 194. They are 71 for 4.
Let's welcome you into the box then, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Andrew Ryan. Rhino, I know we'll say goodbye at the end of the game, but I've really loved having you here. I know you came round about, when Corey had his coaching commitments around Group C, right? But we have absolutely loved having you here, doing a little bit extra as well. Rico needed a little bit of extra time off, but yeah, hopefully we see you again here at the Cardiff Oval very soon.
It's always such a pleasure. Love spending time with you, Maximo, Enrico, and even Corey Rutgers, who we thankfully had back behind the microphone for a few overs earlier today. Love you, Corey, and congratulations on what you've done as a coach with your team here this week. But it's hard to describe how enjoyable it is. I know we'll have a little wrap up at the end, but absolute privilege to be here. But we've still got a game on, despite the Scots definitely needing a record-breaking resurgence here in the final 30.
Yeah, I can't possibly see any path back, but I suppose, yeah, keep hitting 6s, you hit enough of them, maybe you can. Couldn't really see a path back last year in this corresponding game. Bratt grabs the ball himself in the 6th.
Big swing from who's there, and it's taken relatively comfortably out there on the boundary. Skip Zufka continues his good game here in qualifier 2. Not a bad strike from Ahmed, but unfortunately not strong enough to take it over the boundary, and the Scots lose their 5th with 72 on the board.
Yeah, how about that with the big Sebastian Bratt grabbing the ball and saying, all right, this is a good chance for me to get an over in. Obviously got lots of options. And so he has the right idea, but just can't quite clear Saqib Zulfikar. And so the score is 72 for 5.
The big challenge for Sebastian Bratt here, Vinny, is that he's been a catching maestro throughout the last couple of games. Can he add a quarter bowl to his portfolio?
Yeah, true. 6 catches. I wonder if that'll ever get beaten. To have it happen only once in 6,000 matches. The thought of getting 7, it's probably possible. It's just that long on hot spot.
There's not that many innings even where you necessarily get 7 wickets.
Yeah, maybe one day. Got to tell you something though. Springs to mind is Majid batted really well earlier. Nice chops on first ball. Hey, oh, geez, it would have been out there. He never made it, McBride. that's on my final frontier. I made a little notepad of things that I thought I would see one day on ECN, but hadn't happened at the time. I think it was April. It was around in Portugal, around Western Shield time. And since then, there have been several of them that have happened this season. I'll run you through a couple
during the next few overs. Yep, I will.
I called it Final Frontier.
Sounds like a bad video game releases. McBride has hit the most relaxed Maximo you're likely to see this week. Grant just drops it short, sitting up in the deck. Beautiful strike.
All right, so now I'm going to make a note that it was achieved on the 18th of October. So the three things that have happened this year that were on my list. The first one was two batters hitting 100 in one innings. And that was achieved on the 16th of July. Jeremy Polarutu and Sheikh Razid. Oh, that's hit pretty well, but almost amazing catch out there by Ellenbass. The goalkeeper trying to tip it over the bar, but I don't think he got a finger on it. Maximo takes McBride to 46. Yeah, so that happened for Cobras in their 257 score in the ECS. Equal record as well. 9-ball 50 was on there. That was achieved 6th of September by Amanaim in Austria. Yeah, and 6 catches in an innings. That was on there. Achieved yesterday by Sebastian Bray.
Short ball, smash! Straight down the ground, and what a way as he's pitched that just a couple of metres short of the fans up in the Tesla Centre. So McBride has brought up his 50 of only 13 balls. Just one more ball than it took him to rack up 50 with his bowling earlier in this game, but he has batted superbly.
That's a monster. I'm going to read you there in three little three sections, going by decreasing likelihood.
Oh, lifted. Will it carry? It's holding up in the breeze, and it's taken. And it's taken by the young man who is having an absolute whale of a championship week, Shiraz Ahmed. And that might be all she wrote for the Scots. A brave innings from their skipper, Christopher McBride, who has tried to keep them in this contest as long as possible with wickets falling around him. Unfortunately, once he gets to the half-ton, he falls next ball. Nice piece of bowling by Brant. The dropping slower ball, McBride didn't quite get enough of it, and well taken by Shiraz and Vinny. That might be the end of the Scots challenge.
Yeah, well done to McBride with back-to-back 50s on finals day, but yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It means a lot to him. Batted really well. He's the 6-4 into 6, and it's 91 for 6. Brant takes 2 for 20 in the over. Well, while I got a second, the two things that are on my kind of most likely of the rare things, so in my final frontier list, a 7-wicket haul. We kind of looked like we might get one at one point with Murad, who took 5 for 6 for Spain against Belgium. So 7-wicket haul, still never been done. We've had 12 6-wicket hauls. I actually added this when the 9-ball 50 happened, but I'd love to see a 9-ball 54. So like a perfect nine, because you can have 2 4s and 7 6s, right, in your 50, which is how it was done. Shane getting a ball, first one knocked down for just a single. Okay, then there's the kind of medium category, which yeah, these are things I think will happen one day but haven't happened yet. Now we've had a lot of things happen because we have so much cricket. A 200 chase, I think we've seen a couple of times.
Almost
it's almost seen on. A 20-ball century, so we've had a 21-ball century. Something like a 20-ball century is someone going at a strike rate of 500. 5 wickets in 5 balls. We've had, I think, 7 times 4 wickets in 4 balls. You'd remember Deesh Panika.
I remember a 4 and 4 up in Sweden the first time we did it together.
There's another wicket coming. There it is. It's going to be Gorman Findlay who's going to go next. Another catch receives Ulfgar. So this game kind of petering out. Scotland have had such a good run, especially in finals games, but really on a hiding to nothing now in the Netherlands. They can just kind of drop the intensity level as well and refocus, I think, when the lights go on for the final. But right now it's 92 for 7. So yeah, Yusuf Sahark's the guy you're thinking of.
That's the one. What a legend of Swedish cricket.
We had Malmö needing
12 off 3 overs, and they were only 2 down. And then they lost 8 wickets for 4, including 4 wickets in a row in the last over. And then the last one, then it was a run out next ball. It was actually 5 and 5, but not to the bowler.
I think that's why it's one of my absolute favourites, because it was done at a time in which his team was almost ready to just shake hands.
I still use it as an example of like how unlikely things can happen when you least expect it. So yeah, 5 wickets and 5 balls. Because I know one of my criteria for this list of there was a chance of it happening, but it just didn't happen. So because people have taken 4 and 4, one day maybe one of those will be a fifth on the trot. One of my other thing is back-to-back golden ball games. So we've had 2 in 3, which is just 1 without a golden ball. Reverse, but no contact here. Corey's called this one the Big Bang, which is a 50-run over. Because you know how we have supersonic, then hypersonic. He calls a 50-run over the Big Bang, meaning that ECN will actually implode and collapse on itself.
Maybe not just ECN, maybe the whole planet. I'm not sure it can go with that.
I got one more, which is 5 stumpings in an innings. We've seen 4. We actually only saw that once. All right, this is up in the air, and that's going to be 6. Maximo for Majid, having a pretty good day. Gives the fans a souvenir. Well, there we go. That's Stephen. And look at the body. He's been working on it, and it's all paid off. You love to see it.
Well, love might be a stretch, but it's great optics to see in the crowd. Lovely shot by Majid. And young Steve, he's been out there all day.
He's been doing
thoroughly
sit-ups most of the
enjoying
day.
himself.
Might have a slight issue with the lawyers, actually. Lucky they're nearby. I think he consented to that.
Majid goes very funky indeed, trying to swing down to third man area.
End of the over, 99 for 7. After 7, this game is almost done. Scotland know that really they won't be in the big dance this year. Yeah, so 5 stumpings in an innings. When Kuldeep in Portugal did 4 stumpings, he actually missed a stumping, a tough one off the last ball, and that would have been 5 stumpings in the innings. So I think that could happen. Now,
just before you jump off that one, before today, would you have thought that 5 stumpings in an innings is more or less likely than 6 catches from an outfield?
I would have said that 6 catches was more likely, though they're both quite unlikely. Well, 6 catches and 5 stumpers were together on the list.
There's England 11, patiently waiting. There's some of the German team in the front row there, watching from the Tesla Centre, over number 8. It's Keebzovka getting a ball. Okay, last 2, they're on my list. One is an 8. And by an 8, I don't mean like an 8. Well, I mean an 8 off the bat. So, like, going for the 4th run and 4 overthrows, probably. All right, in the air, this could be another one. Shariz caught well, and he's dropped. Oh, has he got it?
I think he's taken it.
He's got it. I thought he dropped it. Well, he did drop it, but he got it second time around. This guy is so good. 99 for 8.
He's such a talented little player, Vinny. He sometimes makes the hardest stuff look moderately easy. Just moves so well. He's very quick across the outfield and such a well-balanced athlete. That's actually a very, very difficult catch. It's hugs all round. Little Shariz. Unfortunately, another wicket perishes for the Scots.
Here goes the one-hander. I think here we go. Shariz just kind of, I wouldn't say panic, but actually got it. Never juggled it, did he? I thought it was the way his hands came apart. I thought he dropped it, but no, it was clean. It was faster than the eye could handle. Ghaffar goes for 199 for 8.
Yep, Ghaffar, an agonising 99 runs, short of his century, but sure he'll get some pats on the back from the team as he goes back into the dressing room, and things are fading fast for the Scots. Big Neil at the crease. Wouldn't mind seeing his levers launch a few in these remaining balls.
Chris has a go at running him out. Yeah, so an 8.
We almost saw. Before we go on to the rest of that list, is this the greatest difference in height between a pair of batting partners in ECN history?
Well, we've got 3 balls to a potential mid-wicket conference, and then we can check it out.
This is serious Muggsy Bogues, Alonzo Mourning areas.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito, take the pick.
Well, one of the twins has tried to swing it over to mid-wicket, and it will just be 1.
even if you count the steps it takes them to run a single.
It's even more exaggerated from our perspective here because now Neil is far closer. He looks 3 times the size of his batting partner.
Looks like in a video game how you can choose your height or your Wii.
Keep short of the length. Neil's heaved it down the ground.
One shot. Okay, I'm almost done anyway. We almost had an 8 in Austria once, which last ball chaos. They kept running, and then the last thing was a throw at the stumps that looked like it would go to the boundary. We had an all run 5 on that.
Reverse. Well, if you're going to go down swinging and go down with some funkalicious cricket, and Majid has timed that very nicely indeed. And
great shot.
End of the over. Scotland,
There we go.
114 for 8.
Yeah, Zulfikar is going 1 for 9, but still a very, very good over. We've got the side-by-side right now. That's how you can see they're a long way behind where they need to be. But anyway, the last one I had is, it's not really scored this way, but it's how I describe it. 6 byes or leg byes, where the ball bounces maybe off somebody's helmet, goes over the rope for 6, but it's actually only 4, according to the laws of cricket. Or bowler bowling so fast.
Can you say that one again?
So the ball may be coming off the body of the batter and going for 6.
Okay.
But like probably off the helmet, I imagine. It might happen. Or a bowler is being so fast, it bounces and goes over the keeper and goes over the rope on the full. Technically 6 is only a count off the bat. And I've just added one, just because I thought of it. We've seen 3 or 4 occasions where we've seen 5 all run. How about a 6 all run? An all run maximum. That's something I'd like to see one day.
Can I add one?
Please.
And maybe you've already had it.
Go on.
But as a bowler focus thing, consecutive maidens or 3 maidens in a row?
I'm not sure about 3, but consecutive maidens been done a few times.
Because we've had some fairly miserable scores.
Yeah, true. There are a few things we've seen. Jamie Batten from the Bulgarian Express in the ECL actually has a none for none. It's the only none for none I know of. But Conrad Greenshields, the esteemed, has 2 for none off his 2 overs. So yeah, we've had a clean game, if you want to call that, from the bowler. I don't know about across.
Consecutive maidens from 2 different bowlers though.
We've had a 0-run power play, if you remember back to ECL.
I do remember that actually.
20 balls before 21st ball.
Doesn't really match ECC 2024 scoring rates.
Wasn't really. No, the 0-run power play is pretty much done. Yeah, good point. Farquhar in the chat from Hornchurch saying, Mohamed Irfan Jr. and JP certainly a tall and a short. You're exactly right.
Oh, well, he may be short in stature, but Majid can hit a cricket ball as Sekander's been given just a little piece of his own medicine and smoked for a gigantic Maximo.
Yeah, what a good shot. That's large. Off the bowling of Sekander. Majid, he's really struck the ball well today. Obviously, talking about Mohamed Irfan Jr., called Big Bird and Jopash Vijay, who potentially will be back for Hornchurch in the ECL next year, of course.
Oh, Majid. Super size me, young man. That is consecutive bombs and genuinely 2 of the most sweetly struck balls.
Oh, how about this? This is a huge hit. He's timed the ball so well today, and yeah, well, you wanted to see it. They're putting together a nice little partnership here, the odd couple. Consolation blows nonetheless.
Swung straight down the ground, so you'll monopolise the strike for the final over of the innings, and Scotland fighting hard, 122 for 8 after 9.
I like what Wayne's saying here. Curtly Ambrose, Gus Logie for the West Indies as well. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Done just enough, haven't they? I like they've also used 7 bowlers now, and Shane's going to come back for a second over. So, look, the biggest issue is that English 11 bats just kind of bullied the attack earlier on. And to be honest, even in the game where the Dutch beat the English scored 169. So the Dutch need to find a way to quiet down the fairly loud bats of England in the final to have any hope, you'd imagine. I also, wonder if teams want to bat or bowl first in the final. We'll find out when we do the toss in the VIP zone, which will happen just after this game's done. I think the Dutch team looks pretty settled to me. Don't foresee any changes.
Feels like that movement of Vandenberg away from the opener's spot, despite the early loss of wickets today, it helped them, and the rearrangement of getting Crowes up the order.
11 have Scott as was 12th earlier. I just wonder if they find a spot for him. That's gone. It's hit the off stump, and so it'll be 9 down as Arnav Jain will get the second wicket to his figures, and Scotland down to their last batter. 1, 2, 3 for 9.
Conclusion of a majestic partnership between Majid and Neil, but unfortunately it's the last we'll see of the big man for this tournament. There's a big swipe across the line, and Jain gets a second, just kissed the top of the stumps with a lovely delivery from the Dutch spinner.
Just trying to hit across that one a little bit. It's a real bail breaker. But Jain's having a good time. He told me I could have been a bit more enthusiastic about his hat-trick. What I could have said is he does it all the time, so I'm not even that surprised. But I'm enthused about that wicket. There you go, Arnav.
Always good to get feedback from players, isn't it?
He was excited. Don't want to steal his thunder. All right, so we go down to Kazim Khan. He's batting 11. Another wicket would end this game. Otherwise, we've got 4 balls to go.
2 for 9. Struck, but refuses the single. Majid has to do a big U-turn. Smiles all round from the Dutch, and they should be happy. They played an excellent game here. Came to the contest under pressure. Lost a bit of their momentum. Big swing, so Khan. 2 consecutive dots, helping the economy rate for Jain. Getting pasted by the English batters. He's returned well in this game.
This comment from John Gray saying as much as Scotland did well to get to this stage from where they were at the start of yesterday, no doubt it's the 2 strongest sides who'll be battling it out in the final. I don't think anyone can agree with that. Can disagree with that, I should say. Last ball coming up.
Oh, lovely shot over the top. So Kasim finishes the innings with a bang, and good on Scotland. They're keeping their spirits up. They'll be disappointed with how this qualifier 2 played out, but they have showed plenty of promise and given us a lot of entertainment, not just today on finals day, but throughout championship week and the group stage. Full credit to this squad for making it as far as they have in the tournament, but they've just been overwhelmed in this contest, Vinny.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, you got a feel for the Scots as well, but I mean, yeah, from the position they were in, it's a very good point. Their best finish in an ECC, but they're yet to quite crack it and make the final.
Yeah, I guess it's a contest, not quite what we were hoping for, not quite up there with qualifier 2. Not sure this one is going to get a replay during rain delays in the next 12 months, but still, it's been a very professional performance from the Dutch. They've played the game in good spirits. They've kept their vibes together after a disappointing loss earlier this afternoon to England, and albeit they're going to have to win both 2 games on the trot and playing 3 games in a row, you get the feeling they will give this final a big shake this evening. So England 11 up against the Netherlands 11 in the ECC 2024 final to see who can take the ECC trophy back home. And Vinny, word on the Scots, they've been a great team throughout championship week.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that's great about them is they seem to play their best when they were under pressure, and they had to win last night against Germany, then they had to outlast Germany, who were kind of really firing on all cylinders this morning. Also, even how they got here from their start. Remember the Scottish team didn't look anything like this when they were losing wickets in clumps early in their group, and they were finding it really tough. But yeah, just confirming that final will start in about an hour and 10 minutes from now. The toss is about to happen, and well, that should be a very interesting affair between the 2 sides that did contest the final in 22 and 23. They'll also be here in 24.
Yep. So the Dutch progress on to ECC final, but they had to work hard to get there, but it was ultimately a great start with Finley McCreath going very, very early. Full credit to the left-arm paceman Ben Fletcher. Came back from a tough game yesterday. Dutch did put down a couple of chances though. Skander Zulfiger, normally a very good fielder, shelled that one, and Lloyd Brown actually hit a couple of nice shots early on. Made you think that the Scots were still in this contest despite having a hefty target to chase, but the loss of Sajjad, caught by Brat, who has had just about everything go his way in the field today. Wasn't going Skander Zulfiger's way in the field. He looked like he was all over the shop trying to take that catch, but unfortunately didn't harm them too much because ultimately a ball ended up in the very safe hands of Sebastian Brat. And the Scots lost 2 wickets with the slightly less safe hands of Roel Verhagen still snaffling the catch. Another one on the boundary as Saqib Zulfigar showed that he's quality in the field as well. But McBride launched a counter-attack, and while he was thrashing the ball around to all parts, you got the feeling that Scotland hadn't given up hope. But once he departed, as Shiraz Ahmed took a catch in the space that Brat normally occupies, but it was off Brat's bowling, and that was all she wrote for the Scots, no matter how much they tried. Majid, the left-hander, shows he's got power, and there's a power-packed stomach if I've ever seen one. Big Steve. He thought he might have been in the game for taking this catch as well, but it was not a chance. Shiraz Ahmed isn't going to put that down. Bunkalicious stuff towards the back end of the innings, but it was all in vain for the boys in blue as Scotland have unfortunately surrendered in despite their best efforts in Qualifier 2. Even Big Neil couldn't sweep one across the line, unfortunately for them, but a 6 last ball for Kazim was a nice way to bid farewell to ECC 2024, and congratulations all round from the Netherlands 11, who have no doubt enjoyed the win, but also enjoyed the great contest out here against some very willing and worthwhile opponents. So as we swoop around the beautiful Cardimer Oval for the penultimate time in this tournament, having completed Qualifier 2, and thus we only have the final later on tonight to look forward to. It was a very, very good performance from the Dutch 11, and their batting lineup in particular, Vinny, set up this game.
And there we go, 129, and that's a pretty good finish from Kasim Khan. A few consolation blows in there, but it's always going to be difficult. Obviously, we've never even seen a chase this high, but McBride with 52 had a good final day. Brown 23. McCreath had a great series. Certainly, he was even in the MVP calculations, I'm sure. Still might be, who knows, but he'll be disappointed to go for a dunk. And Majid had a really good final day as well, so the talent is there. Bowlers, well, they used 7 of them, and that made sense as well. 2 wickets for Shiraz Ahmed, Sebastian Brat, none of Jane. Singles for Fletcher Elamus and Saqib Zulfiqar. And Skander bowled it pretty tidy over as well. Well, that means that we are about an hour away from being back, and we'll have the national anthems, we'll have all the hoopla that goes into the final, and well, hopefully you can join us for that. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo. Rhino, one more time, I want to say big thank you. It's been awesome having you as part of the coverage. I know you're going to enjoy the final from the stand. Should be a big one.
Yep, can't wait to hit the hospitality area and join a very substantial crowd out here at Cardimer Oval today. I think there's a big sense of anticipation that this final could be an all-time ECN classic. So good luck to you and Rico for a magnificent call.
Yeah,
not too distant future.
Thank you so much, Rhino. We'll see you again soon. For all of you there, the clock's up. We'll see you 10 minutes before the first ball. So when that clock hits 10 minutes, we're back, and it's the English and the Dutch doing battle once again for an ECC trophy, 3rd year in a row. Will it be a 3rd trophy going to England or a 2nd to the Dutch? Join us then for the final of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Benny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello, welcome. It's ECC Finals Night 2024 in the Premier Division. Cannot wait for this one. First time that we have had a crowd exactly like this. They're a strange bunch, but I'm really excited. And of course, it is England 11 taking on the Netherlands 11 in the ECC 24 final. 32 teams are part of the ECC this year, 21 in this division. These two, they did meet in 22 and 23 final. They're going to meet for a third time in a row in the final. We did have the coin toss in the VIP area a little bit earlier on with Ian Ramage and the two captains. Let's see what happened.
England, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Netherlands is the away team, you'll call.
Dream11.
It's been called Dream11. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bat, please.
Okay, toss from England. Who will bat first?
The toss there won by England 11, who have decided they want to have a bat first. Slightly different earlier in the day. We saw England chasing down a score in the high 140s. Look, these two teams in the group stage, they split their matches 1-1. England's only loss in this series was actually to the Dutch. Now, plenty of players to watch on both sides. I've got to say, some of the new blood from the English 11 have made a big difference. Johnny Connoth's been very good with the bat. And of course, is it Ski Right at Night? The English delight, because he's been probably the fastest bowler this week. That's Sam Keeling Wright. For the Netherlands, though, Shariz Ahmed, he's had an incredibly good tournament for the Netherlands. Had a bit of an off game against the English earlier on today, but he did whack 80 not out against them earlier in the week. And look, he's got a very clever set of variations. The other thing is, can the English conquer the Dutch spin at night? Because they've got some very clever spin options, slightly different makeup of the attack. We saw the Dutch using 7 bowlers in qualifier 2 against the Scottish, who end up in 3rd place. Obviously, we saw Germany in 4th earlier in the day, and Spain, of course, the other team here in 5th place. But it's almost time to welcome them onto the field. I think I know what the crowd's leaning towards here. Of course, don't forget, this is the magnificent ECC trophy. One of these teams will be lifting. Of course, the English were champions in 2021 and 2023. The Dutch held it aloft in 2022. Who's your MVP as well? Put it in the comment section. ECN European Cricket Network. I'm looking forward to this. It's the biggest game of the year. We have over 1,700 games this year. Let's get ready to welcome the umpires and the players onto the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Cricket Championship 2024 Premier Division Final. Leading the teams out, our on-field officials, Asad Ali from Italy and Joseph Foster from Czechia. Followed by the two teams, the England 11 and the Netherlands 11. Welcome once again to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Premier Division Final. The fourth year that we've had this tournament at the beautiful Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. 21 teams entered the Premier Division this year. 5 made the championship week, 4 made finals day, and 2 have made the final. Only 1 will be raising this ECC trophy tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of England. ECC 23 champions, runners-up in ECC 22. Please remain standing for the national anthem of the Netherlands. And runners-up in ECC 23. The third time these two teams have met in the final. The two captains, Dan Lincoln of the England 11 and Sebastian Bratt of the Netherlands 11. Let's enjoy the game. It is the biggest game, arguably, of the entire ECN season. And Rico Full is up in the commentary box to start the call. Best luck to both teams. Let's get ready to find our champions.
Magical moments there from the two sets of players, standing proud as they listen to their national anthems. But now it's time to do the work out there in the middle. We have seen 27 days of action-packed cricket, 126 matches, 31,000 runs, which have included 2,934 maximos, 1,128 wickets, and it comes down to this, match number 127. The final, you saw there earlier from the coin toss, that Dan Lincoln, the England captain, deciding that England would bat first in this contest. England, big favourites there, 65% to 35%. Let's see how that goes. They need a good start. Remember earlier in the qualifier number 1, it is England that chased the 148 required against Netherlands. Dan Lincoln was in fine form with a fine 46 of 19, and Johnny Cornell 56 of 18 as well. The Netherlands, Musa Ahmed has found his form on finals day, and they'll be hoping that Clayton Floyd will go well as well. But maybe this final could be about Shariz Ahmed, who has really turned on the style, and somebody like Sikandar Zulfikar, who's been in good form all the way through. Welcome, world. And I know that a lot of people in the chat have got mixed views about which way this is going to go. And I think we're going to have a terrific final. These two teams, they've been here before. They know what it's all about. Here's the first ball in the final from Fletcher. Played into the deck. They will take the single. In comes the throw from Musa, and they like it. They like it. They're up and about. We're going to have to go to the third umpire. It's a direct hit from Musa. Picks it up, fires it in. Are we going to see a royal duck in the final? Well, I think some people think it's out, some think it's close. The camera says, ooh, we'll have to just go back. Does he just sneak in? Let's watch this one more time. Nice and slow. Yeah, he just gets there. The technique, you have to say, was perfect. It had to be. For all the youngsters that are watching from around the globe, this is the way you run. Run hard, run fast, slides the bat in, and because he does, Sam Young does get home. Ben Fletcher with the ball. Didn't have the best qualifier one with the ball against England. Fires this one in, it will be a wide. A rock and roll kind of take there from Noah Crows, the wicketkeeper. A lot of noise around the ground, as you'd expect. The fan zone is crammed with spectators. Fair to say, though, that most of those in there are supporting England. The Netherlands, they have their fair share of support as well, not just here, but around the globe. Fletcher once more. Well, that's pretty high. It gets played away to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. It's that Fletcher's bowled this a few times. He bowled it pretty well, I feel, when the Netherlands had to get past Scotland. Sort of that Yorker-led delivery, but it's pretty full. This time, batter was up for it. Young gets it away. These two teams have featured in 2 finals before. In fact, that trophy, magnificent trophy, is only all in the hands of either Netherlands or England. No other team has been involved in taking that home with them. That one's going to be too wide. In fact, it's worth having a look at this again. It's being called a wide, but I think it's pretty close to being off the pitch. Let's look here. Yeah, it just catches the line, so that will be another wide. You can see what he's trying to do. Well, certainly Mr. McEnroe would have seen. Did you see the chalk? Didn't you see the chalk fly? We did. And that's why it's a wide in this case. Well, he looks like Djokovic. It's well bowled. Soft hands that go again. This time thrown at the bowler's end. Trying to surprise Sam Young. But they get home. You just feel that this could be a real cliffhanger between these two teams. A bit of a roller coaster. I think you'll see teams will go on top, the other team will fight back. It's really going to be a close final between teams that know each other. Of course, back in 2022, it was the Netherlands that beat England, restricting England to 99. Netherlands getting there with 5 balls to go. That one, oh, well, that has just taken off. That has taken off. It's given us as buys. I thought I might have actually heard something here, but this has just taken off. What a delivery this is from Fletcher. And if you want to know how quick he is, have a look at this. I mean, yeah, no bat involved, but that is flown. Not for the first time that we've seen Ben Fletcher bang that ball in, and it's taken off. And, well, there's nothing that Noah Crows could do about that. That's going to be a very welcome 4 buys for England. Strikes it sweetly, and well, it doesn't quite go to the boundary because guess who's patrolling there? Sebastian Bratt. Remember, this fine young captain broke a European Cricket Network record yesterday when he took 6 catches in a match. The previous record, which was held by a handful of people, was 5, but the only man to take 6, and he's in that area to take a few more. You can feel the tension in between balls from the crowd fan zone area. Well bowled, good delivery, good way to finish. A good over, 9 off it from the bowler, but with those 4 buys, 13 on the board. And last year, by the way, Netherlands, well, they did get 145 on the board, but England knocked them off with ease with 11 balls to go. So it's one apiece. Who's going to be third time lucky here? This is how the day, of course, unfolded. We saw Germany go out earlier to Scotland, and in the qualifier, it was England that chased well against the Netherlands. Netherlands made easy work of Scotland. That's how they booked their journey here. So they took the long route round the Netherlands. England, of course, they'll be well rested going into this one. Nico Full here, talking you through what is going to be a magnificent final, and joined by a magnificent man who presented the final very well and managed to get away unscathed from the fan zone.
Yeah, great crowd, pretty partisan crowd though. The English have a lot of support. Touches a handful, including Rob Kemming. Here's Ellenbus. That first one is up in the air. Is it going the journey? I think it is. It is Maximo for Johnny Connell. Johnny C has certainly been an excellent addition to this side. I mentioned him just before the anthems there. It allows Lincoln to kind of float around the middle order. But yeah, first over, probably maybe a draw you could say, but an early blow from Connell there off Ellenbus.
Well, there it is. That's the first Maximo off the final. And we'll make that 2,935. Quite incredible in this tournament.
Come back. It's going to be a game of momentum swings, I'm sure, as well. I mean, on the lights, obviously, a bit different. Going into this last match, there you go, 31,000 exactly it was. 14.3 runs and over. Not sure if we'll quite get to 3,000 Maximos, but maybe only the rain cost us that. So
without fail.
They're crazy numbers, really. And thanks to all the viewers, whether you've just jumped on the ride this week, Championship Week, or whether you've been here from the start, it's been magnificent. Here's Ellenbus. This one is going to be knocked out to mid-wicket. Thing is, at night as well, I think probably gets a little bit more difficult to pick bowlers out of the hand, just the artificial light. It's a bit of a game changer. There are some questions with the Netherlands 11 and their spin-heavy attack at night as well, and how it stacks up. But both these two teams knew if they made the final, they're going to have to play it under lights here at Cardiff Oval, so they'll be as well prepared as they can be.
Yeah, Ellenbus earlier bowled very well in that qualifier one, but surprisingly, surprised me and Rhino, he only got the one over. And likewise, Sebastian Bratt.
This one maybe a little bit slower. I'm just happy to knock it away. Now, the question is also, what's a good score under lights? And there's no real easy answer to that. We've had big variations in the matches when these two teams have played. And then you can even look back to previous finals now, because this is the third time in a row we've seen the two teams playing the final. England had their 99 chased down in 2022. Last year was a score in the 140s, chased down pretty easily. But yeah, anything's chaseable, anything's defendable. I think plus it being a final, there's that extra element of mystery about it. One-off game. That's 6. Really good shot from Connell. And he has stepped up. He's blasted up the hill. Maximo, 6 runs.
I'm loving this guy, Johnny Connell. And the first time I saw him, I was watching from the sidelines when he was crunching the ball all over the place. And having watched him from here, the commentary position, he is such a clean hitter off the ball. And he's got a lot of talent. I can see him going places, you know. Johnny Connell, remember that name, but right here at the moment, especially for England, he's been doing a magnificent job with the bat.
Ellenbus keeps us on the field. The over's probably a draw. If it's a boundary, I think England win it. And it's a dot, so even better. So, yeah, Ellenbus competing. This game is still kind of in the early phases. No one clearly winning yet. England 11, 27 without loss after 2.
Yeah, I think going back to what he's talked about in terms of what scores we could have, I think if both teams play their best game, bowling and fielding well, I think even a 135 to 140 would be a very, very competitive score. We had this draw earlier.
Yeah, we did.
I know people have already been talking about it.
Yeah, of course. There's still a few teams that we have to fill in, but these are the ECL teams that we know and how they've been grouped for the ECL 25, which is when we'll be back for men's cricket at Cardiff Oval. That's starting on the 24th of February 2025. It feels a long way away, but it's actually, 4 months? So it's hard to believe. Anyway, you can screenshot that. You can check it out if you like. Here's Fletcher in the third. This first one is just going to sneak away. Mid-off's up in the circle. 4 runs by Young to start the over.
It's a nice shot, isn't it, from Sam Young? He just gives himself a little bit of room. It's maybe one that's a little bit off pace, but look how he gets in line with it, and he's able to hit it nice and straight. It doesn't allow the man who's at that long off to get a play on this. A bit of discussion here, you can see from Sebastian Bratt, and just giving Fletcher some ideas.
This one's lifted up. Good shot selection. That's going to fly. Just short of the fan zone, but it's over the fence. Maximal, 6 carreras más.
Good shot there of Dan Lincoln, the captain of the England 11. He's sitting there, nicely composed, nicely relaxed. Of course, he'll probably be the next batter in. Good shot, good areas. We saw him play a nice shot down the ground. And look at the way he just carves that away for 6 out on that offside. Lovely shot from Sam Young.
Yeah, also interesting. This English attack under lights, their variations. And Sturgis has been great. Samuel Keeling-Wright's been a great addition as well. As Yorker finds the fielder. Every little dot ball is a potential kind of mini win that you can parlay into something more. I mean, what the Netherlands don't want is for England to go kind of 160 plus. At the moment, they're on for about that, where, you know, especially if they don't get the greatest start, the Netherlands starts to creep away. Kind of saw that with the Scotland 11 in the Qualifier 2 game, where the game was as good as done well before the final ball was bowled. So you just hope this game stays alive and is fitting of the spectacle.
Up
in the air and gone. Yeah, well, there you go. He just backed away there, Young. He was hoping to stroke this into a gap. Never really went after it. Sikander Zulfikar with a simple catch. Fletcher with the breakthrough. And England 11, 37 for 1.
Needed the early wicket, and they get it. Good bowling from Fletcher. Just saw the wicket keeper, and Noah Crows was just signalling something there to Fletcher. And I think what he was trying to say is, look, he's moving early. He's moving early to give himself room to play that shot, so follow him. And I think Fletcher does follow him. He doesn't quite get the whiff that he wants, and he does chip it up in the air. And Sikander Zulfikar, he is not going to drop that. The first wicket goes. England 37 for 1.
Young, 16 off 8. Not a bad contribution by any means. We'll be disappointed they couldn't turn it into something more. And it is Dan Lincoln, the most experienced England 11 player. Obviously, we've seen him from the very beginning in 2021. And obviously, he's captained quite a few different players in England 11 shirt now, but Dan is a fixture behind the stumps, and obviously a very, very good top order batter. The Netherlands will be fizzing if they can get him early. Is Fletcher, 2 to come. Lincoln not wanting to play a messy shot first up. Let's go through to the keeper.
He's been in fine form as the England captain. We saw him score a 59 not out against Scotland yesterday. He then followed that up with a 39 in that win against Netherlands. Then today, when he was out there, he scored 49 of 19 deliveries. Got a player of the match performance. He's in form. You're absolutely right. The Netherlands want to see the back of him early. And also, maybe if the captain goes early, it might just rock some of the England players. So they want to get him cheaply.
Bouncer doesn't really get up. It'll be the end of the over. So Fletcher 1 for 19 certainly does his part quite well in this final. 37 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Very good over there. I just get the feeling there, Vinny. I don't know what you think. I reckon that Dan Lincoln just decided he's got 2 balls to come. He's dangerous. See him out. I'll go after the other bowlers.
Yeah, certainly you would. Assume, by the way, he played those 2 balls. Didn't want to play a messy stroke. And he didn't want to give the Netherlands the chance of that bang momentum boost so early in the game. So yeah, a little bit careful from Dan. That's a risk as well, but see how it pays off there. Well, there's a couple of our Sprint Media crew off duty tonight, but of course they've come to watch this ECC final. That's Martins and Karina down there.
Sebastian Bratt, the earliest I think that we're seeing him come on the bowl. He also, like Alan Bass, bowled very well against England. Bowled 1 good over, then only 1 ball, and then England got the win. Let's see how he goes. Doesn't start well. It's down the leg side, and he'll know it. The captain, Bratt, is not a good one. And it gets easily clipped away by Johnny Connell.
Yeah, it wasn't a good ball. Interesting that Bratt's bowling pretty early here. We have seen him bowled sparingly and bowling later in the innings, but he comes on right here in the 4th over.
Little conversation between the 2 batters. Probably Connell saying, "Hi, Cap. Hello, Skip. Nice to have you out here. Come on, me and you. Let's get a good score on the ball." Mind you, the skipper of the Netherlands has another idea. In he comes.
Hit straight, hit very, very hard by Connell. He's having an amazing start in this huge match. Maximal, 6 more.
Connell has been good. I've said that many a times. He's got a great eye, he's got strength, but his timing is impeccable. It really is. That is as sweet as they get. Boom! Shaka lagya kinna sona. Zabardast batting from Connell.
Slower ball, picks it, hits it, 6 more. Maximal as Connell rolls the dice, comes up double sixes. England now pulling ahead.
Well, we are in Spain. We are not in the Caribbean. I know you're seeing a little bit of Calypso-style cricket here because it's shaka, shaka, shaka style. It's 6-6-6. Right, not what he was expecting coming on the ball slightly earlier than he has done in other matches.
Yeah, chopped down, that's going to be 4. It's a bit of a lucky one, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Wasn't a bad Yorker as either from Sebastian Bratt, but it ends up at the fence.
Well, when you're in good nick, when you're in good form, even defensive shots like that go to the boundary. I don't think there's any luck involved there, though, you know, Vinny. He knows it's a full ball. Look at the way he's guided it into that area. Sebastian Bratt will feel he's pretty unlucky, but that is also just a classy, quality shot.
Well, this time's a miss from Connell. Can't let one player have kind of big innings like 100 or something like that. Well, we haven't seen 100 for a while, a couple of days. But yeah, Bratt's over 22. It's not a disaster if he can keep this one the ballpark. Just got to keep competing.
Well, it's not just Monica Ramos and everybody else in the chat. And to Christopher Ward and Paul Kempin as well. And that will go all the way. Bolle. Well, it's a magical over. Sebastian Bratt, the captain, will go for 28 as Johnny Connell is turning it on in the final.
It's close. I think they've said it's just below the waist if he was standing up, but it's borderline. It will be just the 6 to end the over. Still 28 come off the 4th, and it's 65 for 1.
Well, that's the over that Netherlands didn't want to give away. Interesting what they do here. Go back to some pace or go to some of the spin options they've got. I'd be tempted to go to Shariz Ahmed here or even something like Sakib Zulfigar. Let's see what Sebastian Bratt is thinking. And it does look like that it will be Shariz Ahmed. Now, this guy has had a fantastic Dream11 European Cricket Championship with bat and with ball. He's certainly going to be on the tip of the tongue of a lot of people when it comes to talking about MVP. He has had a sensational run in this tournament. Can he continue it here in the final? Great start, good delivery, right on cue. And this is all about the length, the line, and Lincoln, well, yet to get off the mark. It's another dot. Remember, Dan Lincoln did sort of duck out of the way of 2 quickies from Fletcher. And now he's got to deal with the cunning spin of Shariz Ahmed. It's played nicely down the ground, bobbles away. It'll just be a single. Just get the feeling here that Dan Lincoln, then, until he finds that he gets his eye, and he's more than happy to get bat on board and get Johnny Connell on strike. Well, he's just saying it's getting through, you know. Johnny, it's getting through. Yes, Dan, I know, thank you very much. Well, Johnny will say.
Interesting they've gone to Shariz in this over as well. Took a bit of a pounding in the earlier game. Full toss, kind of punched into the gap. Is that going to be cut off? It's not. It's perfect placement from Connell, moves to 47.
Timed, placed to perfection. Top draw once again from Connell. Really is looking the part. Just look how focused he is as well, but every shot has just been so beautifully executed at the moment from Connell. Hello to Prakash Mishra, who's in the chat. Prakash, how are you? Hope you're well.
Yeah, Prakash, we saw him for Bulgaria, didn't we? And that contact was sweet, made a sound, didn't it? What did you say, sweeter than?
Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai.
Oh yeah, you know it. Here's Shariz Ahmed. This one's hit pretty well as well. To another gap. That's going to be 4. Just kind of picking them apart at the moment. And Connell reaches his 50 in 16 balls.
Exquisite. Exquisite. Qué guay. Qué genial. Qué grande. Este hombre es una máquina. Espendido. It really is. I mean, he's showing his class. And even though you got fielders out there, he is splitting them and getting the ball past them with ease. What a 50. Well batted.
Well, comeback ball though from Shariz. Wants him now. Just misses, I think. Change the strike. We'll get 2 wides for that ball to be rebowled. Connell's put up a mountain of runs over the last 3 seasons or so. But it's always different when you come here. In a different format, unfamiliar surroundings. But, you know, his cricket IQ and his just natural talent has shone through very, very well. For me, he's got to be in the MVP conversation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the way he started here with another 50 here, definitely right up there. He's been one of the top batters.
Oh, a little bit of foot fielding.
Ouch.
Shariz. By the way, Shariz probably in that conversation as well. I think he's been excellent for the Netherlands.
I think he has.
But let us know who you think your MVP is. Let us know in the comments section.
That one had to hurt.
He's bottom of the foot. He's all right. Don't recommend it.
Would have been interesting if it went onto the stump.
That's what I was thinking as well, actually. All right, then. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Can they get Connell? He chops this, but it'll go to the fielder. So, look, this game is toing and froing. 11 probably win the first half on points, but not much in it. 78 for 1 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. And a lot of people say it's definitely one of, if not the biggest game on the ECN calendar, especially when we have over 1,700 games this year. This is huge. Rematch of 22 and 23. And Rico, it's been great to be calling with you. It's kind of like our Christmas, isn't it? Only comes once a year.
It does, and I think everybody would agree. There's no doubt about it. The 2 best teams are in the final once again. Question is, who's going to put their hands on that magnificent trophy this time? We know that both these 2 teams know what it's like to win and know what it's like to lose.
Yeah, that's true. Both have won and lost finals. Yeah, the other thing is, if you like what you're seeing, then of course, just please subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We have free cricket even starting tomorrow. I know that Phil will be taking you through the first day in Malta. We'll both be there at various times over the next 4 weeks. And yeah, stay tuned because there's plenty happening in the world of European cricket, as you can see right here. All right, here's Skander Zulfiqar being asked to bowl. That's that first one up in the block hole, just a single. And the other thing is, a lot of people saying, oh, well, can anyone ever get close to these teams? But it's up to the other teams to try and play catch-up. That's the thing. And obviously, we've seen both these teams go down. Okay, the English in this tournament have only gone down to the Dutch. The Dutch went down to the Germans the other day, but the Dutch also had a loss to Sweden, don't forget, during their group stage. So, yeah, not completely bulletproof. Goes short, and it doesn't work out too well. Lincoln just helps it on its way. Almost like when you have someone coming up trying to attack someone, he just kind of throws him karate style over the shoulder. Take that.
Yeah, it's not the area where you bowl to Dan Lincoln. If you give him the opportunity to play a shot in that area behind square, he's onto it so quick. And you can see he's not trying to lash out at a ball. It's just timing, and he knows that as soon as he makes a little contact, it's going to fly away.
Probably more judo than karate. I should know my martial arts better than that. Anyway, here's Lincoln on 8. And low full toss, he goes after it anyway, and he gets 6. Remember when Lincoln came out, he was a little bit careful to the right, 2 balls from a guy that's just taken a wicket. Oh, Karina, she knows the signal for 6. That might have done a little bit of an injury if it was closer, but it's doing an injury on the scoreboard to the Netherlands because England gets 6.
Well, I know when you were struggling to be heard in the fan zone, there was a lot of people shouting, there's only one down Lincoln. There's only one down Lincoln. Well, down Lincoln, he has, enjoyed himself at the Cardiff Oval over the years.
Ball. Yeah, good one. And it's kind of interesting they've got to him. He's more of a batter than a bowler, but he's a very good cricketer. And I think under lights as well, with his variations, they feel he can be effective. Maybe the fact he's not quite as quick is working in their favour. Lincoln just saying, well, that was a slow ball, watch out for it.
Yeah, that was nice little touch there also with Lincoln. He plays out that clever slow delivery. And when he gets to the other end, him and Secunda, they share a little smile in that acknowledgement of some good cricket.
Low full toss, was in the air, but it's not going to carry out there to one of the sweepers. So Connell, even the miss hits are working for him at the moment.
See, Vicker, he does the double bluff with the slower ball and almost picks up a very important wicket for Connell. They need to get Connell early and trying to restrict. Otherwise, I think if Connell stays out there, England could go to that expected 160 and more.
Yeah, 15. I think 15 is probably a par over. I think in this final, I know we're in the light. Sometimes it's a bit lower scoring, but 15 as a bowler, it's okay. Will it stay 15? Maybe, because that's high. Brutt wants it. He's got a good pair of hands. This will test him. Got it. Well, that was such a moon ball. And Lincoln is going to go. It's captain catching captain. Sakana Zulfiqar with a huge wicket for the Dutch. It's 93 for 2.
Oh, Vinny, this has gone so high. But you know what? If there's anybody on the field of play that could have caught this, is Sebastian Pratt. He is the best in the business in that area. That is a great catch. That has disappeared. It's gone to the moon. It's come back with a bit of cheese on it, and he's held it. What a catch.
Massive, massive moment, because also the power of a mistake here would have really boosted the English as well for Lincoln to have a life. And yes, they've got a long batting lineup, but there's something about the wicket of Lincoln that if opposition teams are able to get it, they start to believe. It'll be Niels Priestley, a.k.a. Niels Jason Priestley, 90210, but wearing 53 this season. If he does come back, we'd love to see the 90210 on the back. But he's also a very good hitter. I mean, look at the batting still to come. Hindley still to come. David Scott into the side for this final. Cam Hemp still to come. So, I mean, the next three still very, very strong. It's all about can the English keep up the pace? Can the Dutch find a way to restrict? Huge 4 overs coming up.
Yeah, they go back to Ellen Bass. I like this move. Ellen Bass did bowl well against the English last time around. His first over wasn't bad, just 14.
That one's hit pretty well, up and over the top. That's more work for the crowd down there. Oh, Karina, she looks a very good move, getting plenty of the ball. Looks like Emily that might have been doing the fielding.
What a good arm that is from the youngster there. Yeah, look, a big shout out to Spring Media. Simply the best in the business. Well, Karina didn't quite fancy taking the catch this time. Doing a little bit of ballet there. Ballet, bhangra dancing, Karina. I'm liking those moves. And I like the throw there from the young man as well, getting the ball back in the ground.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, this one doesn't come back enough.
Not enough. No, that is a wide. I mean, he feels he's done by here, but this ball doesn't come back enough. Ellen Bass will look back at it later and forgive the umpire.
Well, let's have a look.
It doesn't come back enough.
Yeah, true. It almost did. That's clever bowling. It's a good call from Joe Foster.
Under pressure. Let's talk a little bit about the match officials, the umpires. They have been splendid. So we have got the best umpires in the business. I don't care what anybody says. All the pressure that they get put under, and it's match after match after match, and they come through with flying colours. So well done to all the umpires. And of course to Ian Rummage. Slow ball, miscue. Will it carry? No, it's another one. And well, Connell certainly having the rub off the Carter Green at the moment, and just look at Clayton Floyd. He's probably saying, I can't believe the luck this kid has got. He's a jammy dodger, he is. It's a bit of a jammy dodger. And well, Ellen Bass is pretty unlucky not to have picked up a wicket.
Second kind of loop miss hit that Connell's gotten away with.
Yeah.
It's one thing to bat very well, which he is, but there's always that 10 to 20% luck factor in this format of the game. He's had it a couple of times. It could have easily gone to hand. Anyway, here's Priestley. Powerful lefty facing up. This is hit straight. He likes a bit of swagger about Niels there. Maximal 6 carreras.
Well, you could not hit a ball better than this to get off the mark, and he's hit it clean and straight as it disappears beyond the floodlights. What a lovely strike that is. Well, we saw them earlier as the England supporters giving it some applause as Niels Priestley gets off the mark with a lovely stroke.
Comeback ball for Ollie. There's a slow one, and this is perfectly placed again. They've hit the gaps, haven't they, tonight? Musarama dives to his left, can't stop the boundary, 4 more.
Good shot, had to make an adjustment, rocks back, plays it well. Musa comes across to try and stop it. And he's unable to do so. Gets past him. कोशिश तो की थी अपने मूसा मेनू पर चौका लग गया. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग नील प्रेस्ली ने शुरू कर ली थे.
Getting hot under the lights. Bus tries again. Slow ball. This time he'll get the call. This is all about the angle, about where does it pass the crease and is it completely outside the line. Say it. Yeah, it's okay, I think. Shows you, Joe Foster. He's got 2 calls out of 2 right, and you're exactly right about the umpires. They have to make so many calls. This isn't kind of another form of cricket where you might make 1 call every 20 to 30 minutes and the rest are easy. There's a lot of teamwork required, a lot of concentration, dedication, and they're kind of decision fit, aren't they? All right, well, this time we've got a little bit of a funky back away and deflect shot from Priestley, showing it's not all power. There's a little bit of panache there from Beals as he gets another boundary.
Tremendous. It's just some of the striking that we've seen has been glorious. I mean, this shot is top draw. I mean, the way he just leans back, look at the flexibility of the body, angles the bat. Oh, that is just top draw. Wonderful shot. Well, it's been enjoyed in the fan zone as well.
You've got to time it absolutely perfectly if you're going to do that. Otherwise, you're going to have to jab it straight up in the air. There's the medals that we'll see presented tonight. They are unique. They are from our fantastic trophy and medal partners at Local Lifestyle. They're unique. We know that the recipients will treasure those forever. Can't buy those in the merchandise shop.
In the business.
Right, Shariz comes back. Well, this is into the gap as well, and it's going to go for 4. Third or fourth one where the England 11 bats have just been able to find the perfect spot to put the ball. Connell to 65 in the final.
Sensing something special here, Vinny. He's given some half chances. He's had a little bit of luck. He is batting so well. And some of the shots that he's played out there on the offside, so you can see that they're trying to plug that gap now. So Clayton Floyd has been moved to try and get in the gap between the two sweepers on the offside, just to try and stop some of these glorious shots being played by Connell.
Shariz, the comeback. He pitches up, but he gets sent up over long off. Maximal Seismas. And Johnny Connell has swung his way into the 70s in the biggest game of the year.
Yeah, here we go again. Just watch this, a lovely shot. Here's a little bit of the old boom, 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 shakalagia, ole, adios, Bellotta, 6 more. That's what they're playing for. Look at that.
Protect them.
Oh, the bling, bling there was just sensational.
Gonna get hit one day. They could come back from Shariz. He's bowled that ball really well. Maybe didn't pick up the speed of that straight away. Priestley.
Expected around that 165 to 170. Netherlands won a couple of good overs here, a couple of wickets.
No full toss, but should just be 1. It is. Real Verhagen test the fielding. 165 looks a lot, but there's always natural variation. We could anything from 150 to 180 from here.
Yeah, Verhagen coming into the side for the final ahead of Damien Vandenberg. Vandenberg just hasn't really clicked.
Hasn't really worked the way they would have liked him to. Verhagen obviously was part of the final last year, had a pretty important role actually, particularly in Qualifier 2. He was involved in that partnership with Sekata Zulfikar, where he needed a neck massage afterwards because he's had a sore neck from watching the balls disappear out of the ground. Anyway, right now, Shariz gets goal. Priestley, 2 to come. Pretty well bowled. Love the one-on-one battles here. Love the standard of cricket we're seeing here between these two teams.
Loving you know what I'm loving here? I mean, you've got the action, but I'm liking the thought process from the captain, Sebastian Bratt. Right, who to deploy? Right, this guy batting. Which bowler do I want? Which field do I want? I mean, there's a lot of work being done. Sort of a lot of mindset work, a lot of work being done, a lot of planning before the start of this match. And it all comes together here. It either works or it fails.
This one punched, they go on, they hit. Well, this hits very quick hands, but I think he's just made it home. Connell moves to 73.
Well, there was that field placement that they changed that came into play there. So they moved Clayton Floyd to that area. Here comes the throw. has a bit of work to do here, and yeah, once again, very good running. It's about doing all of the things right, isn't it, Vinny? And that's what makes a top team. You've got to bat well, of course you do. You've got to bowl well, you've got to field well, but also do the basics like running in between the wickets well. And England have done that well here on 2 accounts when normally we could have seen run out. So another one that is close but not out. England with 12 balls to go in the final, 128 for 2.
This is what's coming up tomorrow. If you'd like to keep watching free live cricket, you can. 49 weeks of the year this year. We're in Malta for the opening day. There's going to be 4 weeks there, and Phil G will be taking you through the day 1 and probably day 2. So stay tuned. A little bit of an earlier start as well. All right, that's 6. That's in the slot, and it's adios pelota into the night. And that's all right for Connell, who moves to 79.
Well, Sikander Zulfiqar comes back into the attack, and well, he's not just trying to stop England. I think he's trying to stop Johnny Connell, who, well, he's just been absolutely awesome. Julian Dawson there in the fan zone. He's waving the flag. All right, a bit of chat from Bratt to the bowler. Now, this over, 1 more to go. I mean, will Sebastian chance himself again after going for 28? Will he try somebody different? Will he go with Saqib Zulfiqar?
All right, this one up in the air. Should be an easy catch for Floyd. And he's going to drop it well. Floyd had forever and a day to get under that. He took it low down or tried. And Connell gets a huge life. Dropped on 79.
Yeah, look, this one, I just saw it there. He has to dive forward, but as he's diving, he doesn't I think the ball hits his thumbs. It hits the top of his thumbs and pops out. He can't get hold of it. Down it goes. What a life. Well, I said Connell, he's got the rub of the green when he's on 80 now thanks to that drop. Will he, and can he go all the way to get a ton here in the final?
See if it goes on to hurt him. Priestley takes over. Just misses the mark, or does it get some of the line?
The umpire is happy that this stays in. Priestley can't quite believe it.
And the toughest thing is judging at what point it passes the line out. Is this... maybe not.
Well, the fans are making themselves heard. We know what they think about it. And, well, Neil Priestley is saying, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought it was a wide.
Priestley's the most relaxed about the whole thing. Probably should have swung at it. It's a good slow ball, brings it back. It's a little bit of a mini run here for Sikander.
This is where Sikander Zulfiqar says, well, Niels, what about that one? You think that was wide as well? Good change of pace here.
We had the benefit of the replay, but even you've got to realise if it gets any bit of that line, even 1%, then it's not a wide. So I mean, maybe a bit of a harsh one, but I've seen way worse.
Good comeback from Sikander Zulfiqar. Just the 7 off this over so far, 2 balls to get through. And that's well bowled as well. They obviously seem to have worked out maybe a little weakness there with the left hand, and Niels Priestley just kept that ball slightly short of a length going across him. And I think it's his stance. I think Priestley, he's a little bit too much leg sidish and he's not able to get to the ball quick enough. So they do get and rotate the strike. Connell, he'll be looking to blast this ball to the boundary and move into the mid-80s.
All right, tries to get under this but can't. Connell moved to 81. And that's the end of the 9th over. So Connell, that's a free crack at a century in an ECC final. It's 137 for 2. And again, this last over is huge. I mean, you're still looking at anything, I think, from kind of 145 to 170. And the difference between those and the feeling of that is massive. Also, you know, whoever wins this over takes a little bit of this perceived momentum, I think, into the second half.
I think this over, we will learn just how expensive that drop from Clayton Floyd could be, because Connell is on strike. England have just fallen behind that 165 to 170 they were looking for. Now looking to get to the 150. Big over coming up here. And
not for Bratt. So I'm interested about who they bowl and who they don't bowl. They don't end up bowling Arnav Jain. They bowl Bratt out. 10th over. First one, low full toss. Might have got a finger on it, just a single. So we're off century watch for now.
Bratt, big move for him to come back after going for 28. I mean, he could have gone to Sakib Zulfikar, but deciding that he doesn't want to go to spin here. And they've got Connell off strike now. He'll be looking to do the same thing here to Priestley. Priestley will know this as well, that they're going to try and get this ball outside the off. They've got the field set there as well. They've got the point back. Priestley, 16 of 8.
Every ball's an event at the moment. Priestley sitting the ball. This one does get called wide. Rub of the green. Let's have a close look at this one.
Is that a bit of karma?
Yeah, but look, again. I reckon that's the other. They've evened out. We've had this debate before. Do two wrongs make a right? In this case, yes. Hello to Chris and his dad in the Outer Hebrides, who's turning 80 today. So very, very happy birthday. Cracks, and 6 just gets over. There's more pain in the fan zone potentially. Maximo gets him up in the 140s.
Well, look, some of them are already warming up to get out there and have a bowl. But hang on a minute, there's still 4 balls to go. Yeah, that one was just a little shorter, wasn't it? And that allows Priestley to, well, open up his shoulders.
Martin's actually got a pretty good pair of hand, but Karina's actually a good fielder as well. Don't try the catches at night, though, guys. All right, goes for this, turns on it and gets it. Time to part the fan zone. Maximo! In fact, that might be in the VIP. It's the fake Maximo that's in the crowd as well.
How do you do that trick? You were here a minute ago and wearing blue, and now you're wearing purple. And you've got a grown beard as well. Well, Maximo, nothing you do surprises me. And that's a very good shot, by the way, from Priestley. He's onto it quickly. It's a quicker delivery, but he's up to the task. The 150 comes up.
3 to come. Doesn't get it. I don't think they'll try for 2. They'll give Connell the chance to try and go bang bang to finish.
152 for 2.
Is 150s the new 130s? Yeah. You know, compared to last year?
Here at Karma, yeah. I still, you know what I'm going to say, because I said this all the way along in this competition because of what we've seen. 160 leaves the door open. It does.
Connell wants to put a bit of pressure on that door. I wonder what they go here. I think he's going to go slow ball, block hole, but high risk. He goes pace on, he gets pumped. Or maybe needed, pull it, change of pace out. 88 for Connell in the final. Maximo takes the English up to 158.
He's played in this area so well, and I'd love to see his wagon wheel. The amount of shots that he's played out on the offside. I mean, we're used to seeing a lot of batters that play most of their shots on the leg side area, on the onside. But this guy, Connell, has played so well out on the off. That's a cracking shot. He's tucked away. The captain, we could see a 50 coming up here pretty soon, and it's one that Sebastian Bratt would not want to see.
All right, here we go. Last ball. Waits on it, was a slower ball. Should be fielded. They'll probably go for 2 because what they're trained to do, it'll be run out. So it'll be 159 for 3. A nice even 160 for the Netherlands to take ECC 24 Premier Division. England 11, if you'd offered them 159, they probably would have taken it. There's always the chance that they might have made a few more if their batting had really, really taken off. Really, Connell plays some hands, doesn't he? Ends up with 89 off 32 run out off the last ball. But we've got a cracking second innings coming up, and there's a sense of positivity there about the Dutch. And don't forget, they actually scored 189 against this English 11 attack earlier in this tournament. But this game is certainly winnable for both sides as we enter the innings break.
Yeah, you can see that the Netherlands, look, their heads aren't down. They know that they have kept a very good and a very strong England side under the 160. And I'll repeat, 160 leaves the door open, and the Netherlands will believe. Now, we're talking about a team that just scored 193 against Scotland. And Scotland have got a good attack as well. So they know and they will believe that this is in their grasp, but they need a good start.
Yeah, and they kind of need that third boundary and over. I think 2's kind of par for the course, but that third boundary and over. Always a proud moment as the teams lined up for the anthems and sung by all and sundry. There's the silverware on the line tonight, including those medals from Local Lifestyle. Anyway, it was lights, camera, action. And we saw a fairly tight run-out attempt first, but Young was safely home. it was kind of an even first couple of overs, and I do feel that the English pulled away, but maybe didn't pull away in such a way that they're overwhelming favourites in the second half of this game.
I think it's fair to say the first 3 overs was, I would probably have Netherlands in front. I mean, there was that wicket, good catch there to remove Sam Young for 16. 37 was the power play for 1, but then there was that one big over, wasn't there, from Sebastian Bratt, the captain, went for 28. After that, though, it's still fair to say that Netherlands came back well. Good over there from Shiraz Ahmed, who once again impressed. Sekunda Zulfikar bowled a good tight one. Alan Bass, his first went a little bit expensive. His second over went for 22. But there was only those 2 really big overs. So that's why you can see that the Netherlands be pretty happy. But I must admit, I am very confused to a couple of things. One is Sebastian Bratt bowling much earlier, bowling the 4th and 8th for 28, and then bringing himself back to bowl the last, which also goes for 22. His spell, well, it's an expensive one. He goes past the 50 mark.
I think what's really telling is that they end up bowling 8 overs of pace, and even though they got a real spin-centric attack, that was an amazing shot, by the way, by Priestley, with the potential due factor, they just didn't go with Saqib Zulfikar, and they didn't go with Arnav Jain either. I know he's not a wrist spinner, but different kind of spinner. And so it's just something tactically that may or may not work out. Okay, yeah, he goes for 50, Bratt, but who knows what the replacement bowlers would have gone for. This was the last ball, pushing for run number 160. They couldn't quite get there. Connell run out, but he bats the 10 for 89. Brilliant innings from Johnny Connell. And rousing ovation for the English as they walk off, but the Dutch, they'll be dreaming of this 160. And if they can do it, they'll take the trophy. Otherwise, it'll be England 11 as the first back-to-back winners. 89 for Connell then, with 10 sixes and 4 fours in his knock. And then supporting roles from Young, 16, Dan Lincoln with 15, and Niels Priestley with a pretty stylish 29 not out. And extras, well, yeah, probably not too bad. 6 wides to 4 byes. I don't think Crows could have done much about. As far as the bowling went, wickets for Fletcher and Sekunda Zulfikar. But have a look at Fletcher. It was interesting, wasn't it? Lincoln just basically played him out last 2 balls.
Yeah,
don't want to get out to you because I think I can put some other bowlers to the test. But yeah, Shiraz Ahmed, I think, continues his good series. Only goes for 26 in the circumstances. A pretty good spell from him. We'll take a break then. Back in just a few minutes. And it'll be 160 required for the Netherlands 11 to win the ECC Premier Trophy for the second time. Or can the England 11 defend 159 and go back to back? It'll be their 3rd championship. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We're back with the exciting conclusion after the break of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello and welcome back. And yes, do scan the QR code there of our charity partner, Share the Meal. And also today, of course, is World Humanitarian Action Day, which honours the ones who died while saving others. People from around the world are encouraged to join humanitarian organisations such as UNICEF and the Red Cross and others to become active messengers for humanity. And get ready here now for the final innings of the 2024 Dream11 European Cricket Championships. It is the Euros of cricket. Will it be the Netherlands? Will it be England that will get their hands on that magnificent trophy thanks to our trophy partner, Rock Lifestyles? If Netherlands are going to do it, well, they need to score 160. England, they have 159 to defend thanks to Johnny Connell, 89 of 32, and Niels Priestley, a very talented left-hander, scores 29 of 11. See one of the openers out there, Clayton Floyd, been here before. He knows what it's like to win and the joys of winning. He also knows about the pain of losing. He'll want to be full of joy and be painting the Cardamom Oval orange tonight if they can do so. And Musa Ahmed, so a slight change here. Remember, no Damien van der Berg in the side, who normally would be one of the openers. So they're still sticking with that right and left-hand combination. Musa gets his opportunity. He's going to be at the non-strikers end to start off with. As Clayton is going to be on strike. Clayton didn't have the best of starts in the earlier competition between these two, but he did do well yesterday down Lincoln. And we'll know about the dangers of Clayton Floyd, so he's getting the field well set. Wanted to get off to a good start. The openers from Netherlands, Rigo Full here, Vinnie Sandu, ready to talk through the last innings of this 2020.
Oh, let's go. Here's Seb Allison. First over's big. First one, miss hit, but 4. Well, maybe that's the luck factor on England's side. Floyd, he put down a bit of a goober in the first half, starts with a boundary.
Yeah, boundary first up. Remember, he got an array of fast bowlers. This guy, Sebastian and Allinson. You've also got Samuel Keating Wright, as well as Tommy Sturgis. So it's going to be a lot of firepower coming their way.
Can I say the supercomputer and I have spent too much time together? Because someone asked me in the crowd, what percent do you think the Netherlands 11 to win? I said 33. They were 34 at the start of this innings. It's a good comeback, though, from Seb Allison. Someone or some people as a collective need to stand up with the batting for the Netherlands 11. Do you think this English attack are a slightly different proposition at night? The other thing is, this is the first time these two have met at this time slot. In fact, it's the first time England have played at this time slot. They've played the 4th game a couple of times, but yeah, first time under the full night game that we've seen this English attack. Let's see how they respond. It goes for it off the end of the bat and gone. So 4 dot out for Floyd. He's an early casualty. Allison breaks through. Young with the catch. It's 4 for 1.
Well, he's got 4 on his back, Clayton, and that's all he's going to get on the score sheet as well. It doesn't get this out of the middle. It doesn't sound right. Looks like it hits the toe end of the bat. Offers the opportunity. It gets taken. Young doesn't make the mistake. Clayton Floyd, the dangerous Clayton Floyd, will go.
Yeah, it's just a mistimed shot from Clayton. You can understand him going after it. He's right down the bottom of the bat, and it just kind of sliced towards Young. It was never going to drop that. So, well, the one thing about the Floyd innings, it doesn't waste too much time. He gets a boundary. Just a miss hit cost him his wicket. 4 for 1. Noah Kroes comes to the crease. Maybe not a bad thing for the Netherlands because he's been in some sparkling form during the ECC.
Yeah, Kroes, he's been a good addition. I've liked him behind the stumps as well. Let's see if he can build a partnership here with Musa Ahmed.
Oh, what a shot first ball, but is he going to get away with it? No, he's gone. First baller for Kroes. Allison's on a hat-trick. Oh, it works every time except one, and it's going to be Scott that takes the catch. Big drama is 4 for 2.
Well, we know he likes to get funky, and he tries to open his account with that funky shot where he dances across outside the off, but he doesn't get the swivel on it. He goes up rather than in the areas he's hoping for. It's a risky shot to start. Allison holds his hands aloft as he picks up another. You can see he just doesn't get the swivel on the shot. It just goes up in the air, and it's disappointment for Kroes. He will go. He's been shot out the sky. David Scott takes the catch. Allison gets another. Allison on a hat-trick in the final. These are the hat-tricks that we've had so far.
Yeah, there's been a few of them. It's a very... I mean, to be honest, when he hit it, I actually thought it was a good option because he had good pace to work with. It normally gets a bit close to the middle. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. All right, hat-trick ball sure is. Facing up. That is 6. What a counter-attack from Shariz Ahmed. Well, he was a thorn in the English sides the first time they played during the week with 80. And what a way to treat a hat-trick ball.
Well, the lights are out. It's dark. Watch out for the ninja. And out comes Shariz Ahmed. And he pelts that away for 6. The two Ahmeds out there at the moment, Musa and Shariz. Shariz opens his account with 6.
This just shows the mindset required. Shariz has come out, he's locked in. He's batting like he's on 50 already. That's kind of the way you have to treat it. Just hope the cricket gods are kind to you. Obviously, they weren't kind to Floyd, they weren't kind to Noah Kroes. Allison 2 for 10, still a good outcome. But if this goes for 6, then they've got their 16. And okay, they've lost 2 wickets, but still plenty of batting to come. Very fascinating game, this. Big game. Shariz goes to the skies. This one flies, and it's going to be 4 runs. So 1 bounce 4. Well, it's a very interesting over. This game's going to have so many twists and turns it'll make your neck sore. It's 14 for 2 after 1.
Well, 6 and 4. Come on, everybody in the chat, all together now after 3. 1, 2, 3. Hungry for more, because that's what Shariz Ahmed is. He's been sensational. I mentioned before when he was having a bowl earlier that he's certainly somebody who will be in the conversation for MVP. If he can get a good knock in here, well, he'll do himself a big favours to maybe get his hand on that magnificent MVP trophy. Okay, I would say that's probably even Stevens. There's a bit of a tie that first over, but of course the 2 wickets make it a win for England.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously even the runs don't quite get what they need. But signs early from Shariz. So we've got the brothers out there, Musa Ahmed and Shariz Ahmed for the Netherlands. You're going to have to conquer some very good bowlers. One of them's Greatwood. You've got the Sturge in there as well, Tommy Sturgis. Sam Keeling right as well. Well, Musa goes bang, and it's very well fielded, I think. Just threw it away before he went over the line. It's only a single.
This has been hit hard. Well, Niels Priestley, we saw him doing some damage with the bat, and now, well, he makes... Let's have a look at this. Yeah, he's released the ball before he's gone out of the field of play. That's a very good save. And Musa will only get just the one. Thought he got a boundary there. Toby Greatwood, his variations have been skillful.
Slow ball, just helps on its way. Shariz, we talked about him getting real low. Looks like he's in the Costa del Sol limbo competition here, but he gets the bat on it, gets another boundary. He started very, very well.
Yeah, well, a limbo, as that one, he just chips it away. Yeah, nice looking shot, and that's all he needs to do, those. Gets another 4 to his name.
See if they want to go fuller here, maybe block hole. They get short, they challenge him in the air, just creeps away from the fielder. A bit like we saw Connell having the luck on his side a couple of key times early. That's one for Shariz, could have got easily straight to that mid-on, but was just away from him.
Yeah, he plays that shot normally very well. but just didn't, maybe got just a little tucked up because of the length there from Greatwood. Musa back on strike. He's played very well today. He seems to have found his form at the right time for the Netherlands.
Goes after this, will get called wide. Saw a couple of wide calls that I suppose they were debatable. If I'm completely honest, in the first innings, I think there was one either way. The umpires have done a pretty stand-up job over 127 matches here at the ECC. That'll have to be bowled again.
England keep the men in catching positions there outside the off stump there. You've got almost like a fly slip, short third and point.
Goes after this, gets called again. The other thing with this interpretation is if the umpires aren't sure, they will give it a wide. That's generally the way that it's interpreted. So you're trying to work it out, but on balls like this that are kind of very angular, the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. So I think that's probably a fair call. Again, Greatwood. A lot about how he hides that ball, doesn't want the batter to know what's coming. Slower cutter, but he picks it and he turns on it. Maximal for Musa Ahmed. Has been a bit of a sleeping giant at the top of this order. This is a guy that's played cricket at the highest level. He's made runs against South Africa, in South Africa, against their top level attack. And if he goes off, this 160 is certainly within reach.
Well, he grunted the quicker balls and he grunts that one to try to outfox the batter. It's a grunted slower ball, but Musa gets it moose to the boundary. Good hit, good shot. He's got better in the last few innings, says Musa.
The thing with Musa is there's been times he has crossed the line into two leg side conscious, kind of going looking for it. I think he's best when he just kind of plays the ball bowled to him, doesn't have anything in the back of his head or at the front of his head, just watch the ball. Rolling cutter, a bit like that.
Yeah.
It's slightly, I think it might have been the fake cutter where he kind of holds it, cocks the wrist for it, then just puts a bit of pace back on the ball. Greatwood is very, very clever.
Greatwood using the variations and the grunt to his advantage. Hey, we have seen, of course, on the European Cricket Network, bowlers being told to cut down on the grunting.
We'll get into that in a second. Missed time, we'll get one. So that over goes for 15, and that's where it'll stay. 29 for 2 after 2. Before we go to hashtag grunt chat, I know Charlie's tuning in, and I've got to thank Charlie for the couple of games he was able to help with in the first week, but also he'll be part of our coverage of Malta. He'll be there, I think, by day 3 or 4. And his dad, Ian Hunt, is watching on the big TV in the living room. Ian, it was great to meet you during the Challenger Division, and yeah, I hope you enjoy the final. Having a look at the Premier Division, you can see 21 countries started this journey in the Premier Division. 5 made it to Championship Week, 4 made it to Finals Day, and only 2 are still in the hunt now.
Evenly poised this, so 29 for 2. England, after 2 overs, were 27 without a loss, so you can just see how tight I feel this match is going to go all the way through.
Sturgis versus Musa. Musa again, probably luck factor a couple of times, and he hasn't nicked one that he's woofed at.
It's interesting this from Musa, because you know, we both know that when he's playing well, he can play on the offside, and I think this is what Sirius Ahmed is going to say to him, say, look, you know, those are too close to be playing that shot. Have a look at the field on the offside and try to push the ball maybe into the cover area.
Yeah, true. Playing on instinct. Sturgis, Moustache, working for him. Well, it goes for this. It's high in the air, but there's no outfielder. And I think that's got the carry. It does. On the road, into the fan zone. Maximal. Musa probably gets the one for the over, and he puts it into the crowd. There's Boom Boom, a real cult figure here on ECN.
Well, boom, shaka lugya, boom, 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 shaka lugya, and it's the mini boom boom that retrieves the ball. Look at this one bouncing. Well, it makes his way up to the bar. It's a thirsty Grizzly.
Crows likes it. You really got to have a team mentality here. Crows disappointed personally, but he knows he hasn't really wasted any time. He's just left it to different teammates to get this done. That's the quick one from Sturgis. That pace is going to take it to the boundary, just flashing away. Musa Ahmed moves to 18, 6 and 4, and he is hungry for more. He's hungry for a big score here in the ECC 24 Premier Division final.
Yeah, better shot this from Musa. I think Sturgis sees him move, over to the offside and says, right, I've got to go fuller. He goes fuller, but credit to Musa. He's able to readjust his positioning and ends up playing a terrific shot outside the off.
Sturgis. I'd almost have him there for bowler of the tournament. Sam Killing-Wright, I think, has also been very good. We'll probably see him soon. Full toss, kind of mishit, and it won't quite carry. It's another one at that pace. So it's going to be borderline for height. I've got a feeling it might just be below the waist. And let's have a look. I think they'll say that's just below the waist, because it is.
Yeah, just below.
But again, luck factor. They could have held up for a long time.
You can see there that Sturgis thought he was going to get a wicket there. He's frustrated that it doesn't go to hand. But look, we saw a few of these from the England batters as well. Johnny Connell had at least a couple that went up in the air and just dropped short of fielders. So I suppose that, and also even Stevens.
Oh, what a shot.
And how has he managed to get this for 6? Well, he may have got away with one, not this one. That is a dangerous delivery. But somehow the little pocket rocket, the ninja, finds the boundary, and that's going to be a 7 up.
Well, if you looked up the 5 craziest shots of ECC 24, I reckon Shariz has played 2 or 3 of them. You know when they put the ninjas in the dark warehouse and start swinging sandbags on them and they just sense them? That's a no-look 6. It's a no-look 6.
I don't believe he's hit that.
Free hit. And Sturgis the wicket taker. He can't take a wicket this ball. He's gone for 18 in this over. And he misses the free hit, so a bit out of jail there. Shariz maybe changes his game. He gets the free hit, don't know, but look, still, you need basically 16 and over. We know the Netherlands are winning this over 18 with the ball to go. But Shariz, he's just found a way. More times than not in this series. This is the biggest challenge so far, though. Sturgis wants to see the back of him. Last ball of the power play. Pretty good one. It's just heading down the leg side. That was my instinct. I've got to say,
that is the best appeal. I'll give it that. Best appeal we've had so far. That's so close.
I got it. There's late tail on this, and I think there's doubt here. See the late swing in. Oh, back pad though. I got to say live. If we look at it, if you look at it live, look at the late tail, and it created doubt in my mind live. Now I'm looking at the replay, and maybe it is getting some of that leg stump, but
also I noticed straight away there, Vinny, as soon as that happened, I know he's running, but he's saying I got bad on this as well. Whether he does not, I don't know. I think that's quite deceptive. I actually think it hits his front foot first, then goes onto the back pad. I think, look, we've got doubt, and we've seen the replays. You can understand why the umpire's not giving this.
So you think it's got a bit of...
I think it gets the front first.
I'm not so sure. I think that front foot goes out the way. But what I will say is I still have some doubt because the late swing that took it right to left.
Yeah.
Tough one. They say benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. I think that's what happens on that occasion. Right, ski right at night. Let's go. First one down the leg side. I will say, you know, the umpire does the right thing there. He stays this because he has a very, very, very good think about what he's just seen. And I've got to say, I had the same reaction live. I watched it live on the screen.
I think that's a great call. I'll tell you why. He's under a lot of pressure. And it's amazing. I mean, I said at the time, it was the best appeal that we've had. It was a proper stereo sound surround appeal. There isn't any better than that, but I think there's a little doubt, and I think the umpire does very well under pressure.
Well, that's cracked, and that's going to be 4. 1 bounce 4 for Shariz Ahmed. This is Sam Keeling-Wright, who's been a really great addition to this English attack. And his final point on that is, you know, we're looking at replays and slow-mo replays. The umpire has a very, very good look there at the time and then decides, look, I'm not positive that's hitting the stumps. It happened very quickly. I can understand the decision.
Very interesting there. He plays that shot and then Shariz Ahmed actually walks up to Dan Lincoln. They both have a little word and he walks back to his mark. Very interesting. I wonder what was said there.
Okay, nice shot. All right, it's time. It's straight down the throat of the fielder. He's gone. So Shariz will have to go, and as Sam Keeling-Wright That gets it right at night, and it's Allison taking the catch. Ariz walks for 26, and the score is 53 for 3.
Oh dear, I mean, he was looking good, and then it's one of those, what a horrible moment that is for Chirizami, because he's played so well, and that one error, he just doesn't get this right, and you can see his heart sinks as he sees this go into the hands of the fielder. I actually get the feeling that he doesn't actually get this the full welly. He sort of swivels onto it, but he doesn't really hit it. He's hoping that the timing alone will take it over the boundary. But once again, England, and credit here to Dan Lincoln, it gets the field set to perfection. The plan works. Ahmed will have to go. And the Netherlands, reaching 53, will lose their 3rd wicket.
Oh, well, big moment in the game. And look who's striding to the crease, Sikander Zulfikar. Let's not forget what he was able to do under immense pressure last year in Q2 and was good form earlier today. First one's short. It's going to be called wide. Wide for height.
Yeah, I mean, that was quick. It was lightning fast. And, well, welcome to the middle to Sikander Zulfikar, somebody else who I think has had a really good tournament. He's, on most occasions, he has scored runs. He's been consistent. He's got a Musa at the other end who's set on 19 of 8. Partnerships is what you need here.
Oh, that's okay. This is a really good example. I don't think that hits his pad. You would have sworn that if it did hit his pad, it was going to hit the stumps, right? Yeah. You would have sworn it would have hit the stumps. But look, it doesn't. And that's why, you know, the LBW, I know it's got a lot of people talking. It just shows you that you actually don't know. Everything you're doing is a projection.
Correct. And who knows?
Also, how did that not hit the stumps?
Who knows? The umpires know. That was quick, by the way.
Oh, that was
That's
quick.
the quickest seed we've seen so far.
Now, little edge. That's going to fly, but they've got a very fine 3rd there. It's a good field position from England. Zulfikar off the mark.
Well, you can see why they've got that fine 3rd and backward point on the boundary, because he's bowling with some wheels. He really is. I think Samuel Keating Wright is probably the quickest that we've seen at the Cardamom Oval. He's right up there. He's one of the quickest. Of course, we have seen the likes of Vivian Kingma here at times and some other fast bowlers, but this kid, he's fast. He is fast. Back to his mark. Now it is Musa. He's going to have to deal with him.
Got to take over. Steps away. That was counterproductive footwork. Keeling Wright delivering here. It's what they want. They want fast. They want the challenges thrown out and seeing if the Dutch batters are up to the challenge.
Yeah, look at the field that's been set as well, Vinny. So you've got catcher in sort of that, I would say it's like a fly slip area. Then you've got a wide 3rd on the boundary and backward point on the boundary. So the idea here is to keep that ball fast and quick going across Musa. Fine leg on the boundary as well, and behind square for the short one.
All right, high in the air. That'll probably fly into the jungle. It does. So that's hanging in there. Keeps them more or less on the pace. Musa Ahmed goes maximal. 13 come off that over. Does have a big moment with that wicket of Shariz Ahmed. And the Netherlands 11 a 55 for 3.
Yeah, gets that played away. 61 for 3. That one, good shot. So yeah, they're staying around about there, but I mean, they cannot allow that rate to go any higher. It's staying at about 16.5, but getting that boundary right there towards the end was crucial. Can they stay up with the pace here? Can Sikander Zulfikar get going? Sikander, remember, batted beautifully for that 51, not out against Scotland.
All right.
It a spin.
Yeah, they're going for Henley here, but the first one's a Gundy ball, but it might bring a wicket. It has! How about that? Well, everything rolling towards English now. It's David Scott that takes a catch. And there won't be any heroics tonight from Sikander Zulfikar. Henley strikes with a ball that never touches the ground from the moment that he delivers it. Now that'll be a catch surely. It'll be 61 for 4. And we might just want to check the height here, but there's no way That's and then the catch, I mean, looks clean to me. Yeah, around it. Nothing wrong with that. And Takanda has to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good catch from Scott. The second that he's taken out, and remember, he took the catch to remove the Crows as well off the bowling of Allinson. And Hindley, yeah, I mean, it's a gentle full toss, but, you know, if there's no pace on the ball, they can't hit it as far, and that goes back to why I think I said to you at one point, I was a little bit surprised that Netherlands never deployed their spin options, and England they have. I think it's a good time to bring on Hindley in this 5th over, and it's worked a treat because they have removed the very dangerous Sikander Zulfikar goes for 1.
But still, plenty of heavy hitters. Saqib, maybe it's his moment. Had a very good innings. I mentioned earlier, Western Shield under a lot of pressure. Here's Hindley playing for the Knights in that series. British and Irish Knights. Tight single first up. I think the English are very happy with only singles. Netherlands still given about a 1 in 5 chance here, so certainly not out of it by any means. We'll have to see something pretty amazing. Musa, 25 off 10. It's been a funny old innings. Still a threat. Hindley, hard to pick. It's the one thing that comes through about him. Which way is it turning? That's not a good ball. Oh, gee, that was very close to Young. It was almost another Gundy ball turning into a wicket, but it'll be 4 runs.
But that would have been quite amazing because that would have been a hat-trick of us thinking it's a Gundy ball, he's going to be treated and goes to the boundary. But we've seen on 2 occasions the Gundy balls have taken wickets here tonight, and that was so close to being another.
That's the kind of one you can lose in the lights. It's that kind of height. Now steps across, sweeps and gets 4. So Musa winning the early battle with Hindley, gets back-to-back 4s.
Ahmed has to stay focused. I know that he's lost a few partners. He was getting a good partnership going there with Shahriz Ahmed. Ahmed then went go for 26 of 9. Sikander didn't stick around, but Musa, he says, I'm still here. And while I'm still here, then this game, this match is still on. That's another boundary, 4-4-6. Musa turning it on here.
Yeah.
Boom.
I don't know if he picks this or not, but he just basically plays the slog sweep. His next ball, it goes again. Has he got the distance this time? He doesn't, and it's gone. So Hindley with the double strike. Cam Hemp takes the catch, and Musa is history for 39. Played some good shots during his time there, but it's still a lot to do on the stroke of the 5th over. The Netherlands have lost their 5th wicket at 76 for 5.
Oh, well. Musa was looking good the same way Shahriz Ahmed, and there's shots that you would expect them to find the boundary rope with. Doesn't clear the fielder, catch is taken, and now the Netherlands 76 for 5 at the halfway point as we welcome you into the commentary box.
Yeah, we'll have one look at the dismissal first. He goes for it. This is what's high-risk shot. And you're never quite sure, I think, what Hindley's doing and how much it's going to turn. Like that from down Lincoln as well. I think genuinely says well batted to Musa. And he's going to go for 39 or 14. Look, does his bit. Does his bit, but it's going to have to be a team effort here from the Dutch. Halfway through this second innings, certainly the English on top. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Now we've got the trophy ceremony following on from this, but I want to say a big thank you to everyone here on the Costa del Sol, to all the blue crew, the ground crew as well, the ball retrievers, to all our production crew and everybody else involved for making this, I think, the best ECC we've ever had. Obviously going to 2 divisions has provided some additional entertainment for all the viewers. Really special thank you to the viewers. We're very, very blessed to be able to do what we do day in, day out, even those long hours and kind of unprecedented in the world of sports. Thank you so much for being on this journey with us and stay with us. All right, so they're going to ski right. And you've got Saqib Zulfikar facing up. Sebastian Bratt's out there now as well. Genuine bounce up. Called a wide, yeah.
Yeah, over the head quite easily. So that'll be the one for the over as well. Difference really I'm sensing here between England and the Netherlands. I mean, 76 at the halfway point. Don't forget England was 78.
Yeah.
They have lost more wickets. So what that is they've got batters that's making starts but getting out. Whereas England, they had Johnny Connell who stayed there right the way to the very last ball.
Went on with it.
That's the difference. They need somebody to stay there.
It's good wide Yorker. Well played as well by Saqib. He'll get 4. Pretty good location from Keeling right, but classy little square drive using the pace.
Well, that's a confidence booster shot. It really is. It's a good delivery. There wasn't too much more that he could do with that shot. I think that's the only shot he could have played.
Yeah, true. Maybe if you get lucky, it's a little edge, but they've got basically a very fine third and a more square third for Keeling right, expecting some in that location. Mid-off's up. So wide down the leg side will be bowled again. So you need someone to stand up. The thing is they are running out of batting. I think they've got Verhagen listed next. I think they might go Ellenbas next. Maybe ahead of Verhagen, just given the situation. Verhagen's been, inconsistent, but you've got two kind of actual batters left, I think, classing Ellenbas as an all-rounder. So they need a big partnership. They need it soon. They need to have it work at pace. That one, I think, is fine. It's a good ball. I know the umpires have been tested.
Yeah, when
with
you
that
speak
tram
about
line.
pace, there was decent pace here and good movement, and right over that line.
Yep, half the ball on the line, maybe a slight bit of it on the outside, but it's very good location. That's what the bowlers have had back this year. I know some people are saying, oh, is it going to be crazy? Is everyone going to be standing out there? Hasn't changed things too much.
I think we've talked about it all through the year, but here in the US of cricket, we've seen how well it's worked.
Yeah, definitely. You just want consistency on those. All right, goes for it, up in the air. Now, no outfielder. There's infielders after it, but they're going to have to watch it. It's got all the way. Maximo Saqib. Maybe he can be the Zulfikar underlights tonight. That can make things all right for the Netherlands.
Yes, Saqib, don't forget, and he was, as you mentioned, in good form against Scotland. He scored 35 off just 12 deliveries, so he can be a bit of a game changer, we know that. Yeah, it's a good shot against the pace attack of something kidding right.
Some people think maybe we're looking at golden ball final. Slow ball backwards, and a very, very good catch by Young low down. It was a good field position as well. Slight slow ball, but it still carries all the way. And it'll be 6 down now, 88 for 6.
Oh, well, the field placing, you got to say, I mean, they were singing There's Only One Down Lincoln before the start of this final, and you can see why. I mean, he's a great player in his own right, but as a captain, he gets it right. Look at him there. He's all excited because he's saying, yeah, I'll put a man there. Will it work? We talked about it, and there you go. I think he gets his hands right underneath this, and they'll be looking at this.
Yeah,
looks pretty clean to me, Vinny.
Yeah, to me it looks clean. It's straight in there, hands are under it. I don't see any issue with the catch. And Young felt it as well. So disappointment there for Saqib, who had signs he was going to counter-attack and tried, but 6 down, it's a long way home from here, 88 for 6. And they do go for Raul Verhagen, the left-hander, at number 8.
Well, Verhagen, he's been the 12th. He's not been in the squad for a lot of the matches for the Netherlands, but he comes in place of Damien Van den Berg, who wasn't able to click at the top of the batting order. Can he make a difference here? But once again, it's all about the tactics. It's all about the field placing. It's like sometimes, I know we're playing cricket, but it's like a game of chess. You've got to know what moves you're going to make where. And I think Dan Lincoln, he's got more right than he's got wrong. And once again, that field set works the treat, and they get the dangerous Saqib for 11 of 6. Sam Young, once again, taking the catch.
All right, Verhagen, is this his time to shine? You've got 2 batters there that haven't faced a ball. You still need, what's that, 72. Nice ball for Keeling right. It's a quick one. Bat onto pad and 1. This will be a great time for Verhagen to fire if you're a Dutch fan. But England looking pretty good here. 89 for 6, I should say, after 6.
Yeah, so they'll take this in with their big applause for the bowling there. That's that scorecard. So, yeah, Musa, if only he could have stuck around. The same you can say about Shariz Ahmed. Clayton Floyd, he didn't get going. No across, went first ball. And Sikandar, first time that you'll hear me say that he actually failed with the bat. So it's down to the captain, Sebastian Pratt, and Verhagen. Can they make the difference here? Verhagen, the left-hander, back on strike.
Hindley, second over. It's a new fresh batters. First one's a dot, swing and a miss. So with the catch, we saw it live. It seemed very clean.
Yeah.
The catches, when you slow them down, you start seeing what you want to see, right? The main thing there is it was called out on the field, so you have to have conclusive evidence it's bounced. I don't think it...
No, when we saw that live, it didn't bounce.
He had his fingers under the ball. So I'm certainly thinking it was a fair decision. All right, goes for it Verhagen, and he's going to get 6. Well, he needed it, because this over was kind of slipping away. ... 6 for the Netherlands.
Good shot. For somebody who hasn't played a lot of cricket, especially here, to come out there and have to perform in this sort of situation when you're needing to go at just under 19 and over. It's going to take some doing, but you know it can be done. We've seen it before plenty of times. We've seen it in the Euros of cricket. We've seen it here at the Cardamom Oval. Just need 2 batters to get going, a partnership.
Pitches up, Verhagen takes it on. He will beat the fielder.
4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like it's hit the rope. And I think even the crowd then decided that it did look like it hit the rope, but it was almost going to stop anyway. So, top of the suerte, a bit of luck for Verhagen, who gets 4 when he probably should only had 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, I think this is the first genuine kind of misfield that we have seen from England all the way through this tournament.
Still touching the rope. Back live. As the next one will be a bye. It wasn't hit by Verhagen, but handled cleanly by Lincoln.
Brings the 100 up now here for the Netherlands, but of course, we've still got a fair way to go here. 60 runs in 19 balls.
Have to be something really dramatic. Maybe it Bruts, the man he's about to face for the first time. Last ball for Henley. Brutt, he tries to load up, gets none of it. End of 7. The Dutch have 100, but they need 60 more. It's 100 for 6 after 7. Simple. Magic, magic, magic. 20, 20, 20. They get home. They got 6 down. Someone has to play a massive knock. Otherwise, this is going to be back-to-back for the English 11. We're going back-to-back, of course. We never really take a break. 7:30 a.m. GMT tomorrow, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India, so it's basically a couple of hours earlier than we've typically been starting here at the ECC, because we won't be under the lights. In Malta, you can catch Kazira United versus the Lions in the morning. Also, a couple of other teams there, including the Crusaders, that we know very, very well. Phil G standing by. Stay with us, and Rico will be there for a bit. I'll be there for a bit. Still Malta and Barcelona in ECS cricket before we head back to the Cardamom Oval in December. All right, here we go. Need magical. Got Verhagen out there, included in this side. Need to find a way to get 3 boundaries and over now, preferably 6s.
Yeah, it's all shot selection. We saw Musa when he was out there. He started trying to play some shots on the leg side. The balls that were outside off. He then soon changed his approach, and that's what Verhagen has to do here. To those sort of deliveries, you've got to be trying to hit on the offside, even though that they have got the field set there.
Allison's been really good, hasn't he, this week? Another brilliant selection. This is a cracking shot, though. It's going to be in the gap, and it's going to be 4. Well, there's one of those boundaries. Verhagen probably still has to kind of trust his game. You know, I know it's a situation. He's probably not had too much success in these situations where they've needed boundaries. I think often he's better when the pressure's off and he can just express himself, and he can score at a very good strike rate. But hey, that's good science.
Yeah, and that's a better shot. So this time he doesn't go across the line. He plays the ball on merit and plays a very good shot indeed.
Slow one, scoot up in the air. Who's going to get there? It's going to be Priestley. That will hold it. So 4 out for Verhagen. That's 7 out now. They'll send Ellenbas to the crease. Allison delivering with a 3rd wicket in the final. And the Netherlands 11 now, 104 for 7.
Oh, Allison, he certainly has delivered today, hasn't he? And he's been top draw, top quality. His bowling has been sensational. His variations, and that's the thing that the England bowlers have done so well. I keep harping on about it, but in this format, you don't and can't just expect to run up and bowl the same old thing and get wickets and keep it tight. You've got to have those variations. You have to have different lengths. You have to have different pace. Allinson has done that brilliantly well. We've seen Toby Greatwood do the same. Sturgis as well. They've just been spot on with the bowling, and the changes, the subtle changes, i.e. going to Henley just to break up the pace at the right time, has worked well as well. It really has been a marvellous performance, not just here tonight, but all the way through from this England 11, and they really now have got the Netherlands on the back foot, 104 for 7.
Not done yet. Quarter of this inning still in the bank, and you've got Ellenbas, who is a pretty decent bat, batting 9. No ball called. Front foot, no ball. Must have been. Now they're going to think about two. Don't think they can risk that at this stage. Yeah, interesting. Allison obviously just pushed the front line a little bit.
Yeah, free hit, so it's a good opportunity for Sebastian Bratt to get off the mark.
He's got it really wrong there.
Oh, well, that is a biggie, isn't it?
Some calls are tough, some aren't.
Well, he's just checking that the umpires were watching, I suppose, Alison. All right, free hit. Can Bratt get off the mark? Will he try and get funky here, I wonder? There's nobody on the boundary behind the keeper.
Throws the hands at this and just gets it. Well, if that gets caught or even kept in play, it's hard to find a way back, but Bratt goes Maximo and keeps a pulse in this ECC 24 Premier Division final.
Yeah, I mean, it was the free hit, so he had to launch at it. He had the license to go the full Monty, and he does. He gets 6. Now, could that be the start of something special from the captain of the Netherlands?
That wasn't a terrible wall by Allison by any means. 2 to come in his night. Slightly slower, and Bratt gets 6 more. Maximo towards the giant palm tree. Well, a few more of those, and it could be a Dutch night to remember.
It's like a seesaw ride, or, well, if you fancy a roller coaster, well, join us. Well, there's people sat at home all around the world, popcorn in hand. At one moment they're saying, it's all over. The next minute they're back sat down thinking, hang on a minute, hold on to your horses. It ain't done yet. The captain, Bratt, 2 boundaries, 2 sixes on the spin. The over's gone for 18. Can they win the over?
Good Yorker. Maybe not a bad single, because Bratt, I think, he's one guy I can't imagine reeling off a few 6s and making this interesting. End of 8 overs, 119 for 7, 41 required off the last 2. Well, they needed 20 and over. Before that over, they get 19 off the 8th.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show that it can be done. All right, they needed the no ball, which went for 2, and the free hit went for 6, so that helped in that over. We say, you know what I'm going to say here, it always happens in the 9th. This is the 9th. This could decide where that trophy is going to be going. Will it be going to the Netherlands? Will it be going back to England? This over is key, and it looks like Tommy Sturgis is going to be given the responsibility by the captain, Dan Lincoln, to bowl it. Netherlands have to attack this. Sturgis, he did go for 19 in his first, and that was over number 3.
All right. Kind of bad one, really, Sturgis. Well, you have to conquer certainly one of, if not the bowler of the tournament here, I think. Bratt, the Dutch skipper, last resistance, 9th over. Miss, goes on the pool, gets beaten upstairs.
Good delivery. I mean, Bratt, he's got in there. I know he's got a couple of boundaries to his name. He's only faced, that was 5 deliveries, and that one was a quick one. And the thing about Sturgis, and the reason why he's been so good, Vinny, is even when he bowls that short ball, it's close to you. He doesn't give like there. He sort of tucks the batter up. He doesn't give the batter room to play either the hook or the cut shot.
All right. Bratt needs to fight back. He misses again. Just the thing with Sturgis is you've got doubt in your mind. It's hard to commit to believing the speed you're seeing, because it could be slightly quicker, slightly slower, very much slower, very much quicker. 41 off 10, it's really getting down to last chance saloon. Netherlands 11 famously fought back from 2% in Qualifier 2 last year, 3% now fading. Cracks it and gets 4. Well, that kind of keeps the Wolves at bay at the moment, but you really need 6s to get ahead. Still nice shot from Sebastian Bratt.
Yeah, you need the next 3 balls really to go to the boundary here to give them any real opportunity and hope in that last over. And you can see Dan Lincoln straight away, because he's seeing the line that's being bowled here where Tommy Sturgis says, okay, I'll just make a slight adjustment to the field.
And now he's looking leg side. I wonder how much you trust just guessing. Like, is this a slower ball? I would imagine it would be, but you just never know. No, it was pace on, bouncer. That's why it's so tough. Ellen Barcer's going to have to face up. There's only been 5 off this over. ..41.
good bowling because he waits to the last moment, Sturgis. He watches to see what Bratt does. He sees Bratt jump across to try and give himself some room. So he bangs the ball in short. He's got the pace to do that. And it gets scuffed at by Bratt. Gets a single right. Alan Bassey's really got to go here.
Well, wide. Yeah, you almost consider running there.
He gets a bit of pad on this.
Oh, it's hit the pad, has it? Well,
Alan Bass is saying, well, hang on a minute. I don't think it does. The umpire feels that it does. So it's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, I think it did. It got a bit of the pad. Maybe tried to sell it.
Could you make a change here, Vinny? I know Alan Bass hasn't had too many opportunities, but I mean, is there a possibility to just get somebody else out there?
I think wait. You're down to the bones. Oh, he gets lidded. I don't know if I would have run here, although you need 36.
I think that's come off the lid.
Yeah, it has.
That's got to be they've got to do a check here. That's a nasty one because that really flies off. Did you get back lid? Let's have a look.
It's just off the ear flap. So they'll probably get Magic Spray Valentina out here. Well, it's fitting that the medics should at least have their moment.
Yeah, they've got to look. Let's talk about the medics for a moment. And it's Magic Spray Valentina who's coming out, I believe. They've been pretty sensational as well. Everybody here has played their part from the board boys. And there she is, Valentina. And I think it's quite fitting that we get a chance to see her as well for the last time. And of course, it's not a nasty injury. You can see that Alan Bass is saying, I'm fine, you don't need to be here. And now he's probably thinking, actually, I'm quite happy to see you.
Yeah, well, Alan Bass, I mean, be thankful for small mercies. I mean, he's going to be facing up. He needs to basically hit.
Here's the flashlight. Yep. Oh, no. I don't do that. He says, I can't see a thing now. He's saying, I can't see it. I don't know. You just blinded me with the flashlight. Well, there's those eyes.
He's training pretty hard here, Ollie.
I think Seb's waiting, saying, can you do me as well? He's in the line. Look, he's right there. Sebastian saying, how about me? A round of applause, everybody, for Valentine.
Yeah, she'll certainly get a good ovation. And she goes up the stairs. But honestly, the medical staff, they do a great job. Obviously, it can be a real dangerous game at times. And, we certainly hope we haven't seen the last of Magic Spray Valentina.
Yeah, he's done very well.
Okay, last over. Ellen Bass ran off his head. That's why he's facing up. I would have considered maybe not running there and getting Brack his 6-6s. I don't think it's going to happen, but hey, let's see if they keep the game alive. Boundary or bust now. Gone! Time to party for the English. Greatwood hits the target. Gets knocked up, then knocked out. And so that is the end of Ellen Bass for just a single. Greatwood hits the target. England on target for back-to-back championships. 125 for 8.
Well, Ellen Bass gets smashed on the lid. And even though Valentine came out there, she probably did more harm than good. Flashed the torchlight in his eyes. He's seen double vision. And the very next ball is on the pegs. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fly ball. And down go the stumps. And that's the end of Ellen Bass. And Toby Greatwood gets it full and straight. And England, the reigning champions, are on the verge of holding on to their crown of being the kings of Europe.
To be fair, you can excuse the break of concentration. As the torch should then face up to a fast bowler at night. You only see it here on ECN. Start using the phone torch, couldn't you? Save a bit of time. All right, here's Jane. But really, these 5 balls are all academic now. Greatwood to put the cherry on top of the cake. Well, not a bad shot by Jane. Chips it down the ground. But it'll only be a single. Just before, obviously, this game runs out, you got to say Netherlands, again, never easy in this competition. I love their squad. I love the feeling in their squad. To go back-to-back runner-up. Obviously, they were the winners in 2022. Just look at what the opportunities they've got now in international cricket, the way the Netherlands squad has played in the World Cups, both the 20 and the 50 over format. Opportunities for a couple of guys that are going to Oman shortly. I think they're a wonderful group, and yeah, hopefully we can be back in the Netherlands next year to show a bit more cricket. Right now, Bratt faces up. He's going to clip this one away for 6. Nice shot. That's why maybe I would have. Ellen Bass on strike with 35 needed, or Bratt on strike with 36 needed. Okay, they're both very remote, but I think Bratt more likely. But English 11, they're going to have a some wild celebrations, I'm sure. The crowd will be very, very happy. Very pro-England crowd here for the final. So they've certainly shown what it takes to win an ECC. Going back-to-back, first country ever to do it. The other thing is they've done it by kind of rotating some of the key positions and bringing new guys in again, which I know is a key goal for them over there with the NCCA cricket program. That's a good shot. That'll be 6 as well. Maximal for Sebastian Braat. And so still might look a bit close-ish on the scoreboard. But yeah, England 11. The big question now is who gets to come back and try for the three-peat?
Yeah, Sebastian Braat, I'm liking his footwork. I mean, he's doing a little bit of the early shuffle before the ball comes to him, and on 2 occasions, he's been able to, looks like off-put Toby Greatwood, who started with a wicket, but then after Sebastian got on strike, it's 2 sixes.
That one is in the air and not quite carrying to Sturgis. So the last ball coming up. And Great will get the honour of bowling it. It'll be Jane to face. Don't forget trophy ceremony coming up as well. After the end of day highlights, stay with us. You can see those presentations and the official ceremony here on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners. But 4 weeks of cricket, and this will be the last ball. And it's going to go for 6 runs, but it is the England 11 that will win their 3rd ever ECC championship as the Euros of cricket burn red once again. The men from the England 11 bonded by this experience on the Costa del Sol, and at the end of 127 matches of European cricket action, we are presenting the ECC 24 trophy once again to the England 11.
Champions in 21, our first ever champions. Champions last year, and they have done it again. Dan Lincoln has led his men to another victory, another great performance. Sebastian Braat, the captain there of the Netherlands, he should be very proud with his boys. But once again, in the final this time, they weren't able to overcome the English. It was a fine knock from him, 31 not out of 11, but he just ran out of partners, and that was the difference really, and nobody from the Netherlands could go all the way through. They go down by 14 runs, there's not a lot in it, and there was a lot of ifs and maybes if things went round and went differently there for the Netherlands. But look, they've been outstanding. They're second best this time, but they'll have to remember that they did get a really good win against the England when they scored 189 and restricted England to 169. So they know they've got what it takes to be the champions. Of course, they are champions. They were the champions in 22. They know what it takes. They've been there before, but on this occasion, England were just a little bit too hot for them in the final. Some great bowling from the quick bowlers there, Sturgis from right, and also Toby Greatwood. The spin from Tom Hinley was key. Maybe that was the key difference there, just having that spin option. Netherlands never used it, England did, and they've done it. Well, it's the 3rd time that England will be taking that magnificent trophy home with them.
And don't forget they made all 4 finals. I think you really got to respect what they've done. They've appreciated, I think, the opportunity to try players out in a different setting, different format. And the feedback from some of these guys now going on to professional cricket saying, we've learned so much because of the pressure situations that we've been put in and the unusual situations we've been put in. And I know they also play the game really hard. They respect their opposition, and they respect enough that they're really trying to get everything out of themselves. There's Dan Lincoln. He'll be raising the ECC 24 trophy with his team pretty shortly. For the Dutch, I know they've got a lot of fans, and I think even the most ardent of English fans would have to stand up and applaud the Dutch as well for the way they've approached this competition, the flavour that they've brought to this competition. And the crowd, they're happy with the result. I'm sure all the English fans around the world, a lot of the neutrals as well, I think will be thrilled as we are able to announce that your ECC 24 champions in the Premier Division are the England 11. Now, a lot of players also been thinking a bit outside the square here, but you've got Western Shield, coming up. Imagine seeing like a Johnny Connell or a Sam Keeling-Wright, for example. They're perhaps getting that experience. But let's go back. It's 160 required for the Dutch. Floyd went 4 and out early. Just wasn't the start they really wanted. They kind of held their own in the first couple, but a couple of key players making early exits, including Crows, who goes after trying that trademark little scoop first ball. English, they did just enough to stave off the Dutch and go back to back.
Yeah, it's all about doing the homework, but they still had to find a way to get rid of Shariz Ahmed, who played once again another sensational shot. This was a huge appeal. England was sure that they had their man. The umpire saw the doubt and said not out. Look, that was a very important partnership. But you know, little things, they go down by 14 runs. That one, how Shariz Ahmed will be wondering just how he finds the hands of the fielder. He just never hit it. He tried to time it. And then Musa Ahmed, he would go as well. That was a cracking catch. And look at England. They knew that they were getting rid of some key batters there. And Sikandar, remember Sikandar Zulfikar, he's had such a good tournament. But when it mattered, he just wasn't able to go in the final. This was another one that was the bowlers celebrating even before the catch is taken. Musa will go. He gets a good pat of appreciation on his back there from Dan Lincoln, who's forever such a good sportsman, as all of these players are. But wickets were going. Then that one there, look, jumping up and down, Dan Lincoln. He knew that he set the trap. The man was there. The wicket was taken. Alan Bass couldn't get going himself. Verhagen came in. He couldn't get going. Sebastian Bratt, the captain, he gave the Netherlands some hope with some good hitting there towards the end. But even that wasn't enough. There was an eye check, and then he was left blinded. And the next time the Grizzly came his way, that was the end of him, as that was cleaned up was Oliver Ellenbass by Toby Greatwood just for one. And then it was just a foregone conclusion. That was a delightful shot right there towards the end from Arnev Jan. But it was all a little bit too late. They go down in the end, Netherlands, but they made a fight of it, and they should be very proud of what they've achieved. We've seen some great new players coming to the Cardamom Oval here from them. Certainly, you were talking a bit like for something like the Western Shield. Shariz Ahmed, well, he's one guy I'm pretty sure who's ever going to be coaching the teams, especially the Team Europe. He's one man that you really want in your side, because I think he was absolutely amazing.
Pending higher honours and availability, of course, because he has been featuring for the full Dutch side as well. And yeah, very, very interesting to see how that all comes together. But it was just the kind of case that they kind of were always in touch with the run rate, but because they lost so many wickets, it started to catch up with them towards the end, and they were left to someone like a Bratt, who is very, very capable. But yeah, in the end, they were kind of running out of batting towards the end. 39, Musa Ahmed, top scored off just 14 balls. Shariz Ahmed, well, he had a brilliant tournament, honestly, 26 for him. Yeah. And I mentioned Bratt with his 31 not out. Bowling-wise, well, actually, it shows it's a good team effort, because when you're defending basically, what is it, basically 32 per bowler, have a look at the figures. You got 3 in the 20s and 2 in the 30s, but they're pretty close to that 32. Yeah. So really, I think everyone deserves a pat on the back. Sebastian Allison, best figures there with 3 for 33, 2 for Hindley and Samuel Keeling-Wright. So what a ride that was. ECC 24, 32 teams, the first time we ever had 2 divisions, and seems like forever ago now, but it was only about 2.5 weeks ago that we were watching Greece lift the Challenger Trophy. Now we know where the second trophy is going. It's going back to England.
Yeah, well done to England. I think they played extraordinarily well, some great cricket. Remember also, they would have been a little bit hampered by the weather, having not played and not having to play in the group stages and coming straight into Championship week. They probably wanted to get some cricket inside them. The weather wasn't kind to them early on. So, but still, even with all of that behind them, they showed what champions are made of. That's what champions do. Whatever the situation that you're in, you find a way to overcome it. I just think that the way that it went about playing the matches, the technical side of their game, the homework that they did, the plans that they had in place, they all worked. And I think every one of those players played a part in this victory. So congratulations to them. But also, I've got to say, well played to the Netherlands. They never disappoint us when they come to the Cardamom Oval. They play some really good cricket. They play some exciting cricket. But I think they know this time they go down to the better side.
Yeah, they do. And so, yeah, once again, congratulations to everyone in the England 11 setup and commiserations to the Dutch who go back-to-back runners-up. We'll say that if the structure is as we expect for next year in the Premier Division, that both those teams will automatically qualify for Champions Week as well. And there'll be 3 groups of 6 to determine the other 3 in Championship Week. Let's look again to tomorrow because we have, of course, more cricket coming up. We've got the trophy ceremony coming very shortly, probably in just 5 minutes. So I'll be down there very shortly. And we've got Gazira United taking on Victoria Lions. So, yeah, stay with us because we'd love for you to be part of the community. Obviously, subscribe to the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and you can spend more time with us. And in ECS, we can probably be a bit more interactive with the viewers than we can here when we're at the Khartoum Oval. So, we've got Phil standing by, and, of course, Rico and I will be making appearances during that tournament. Corey as well. And, of course, Charlie will be there for most of week 1 at 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 o'clock in India. Rico, always a pleasure working with you. We're so happy
special moment to be here with you.
Yeah, to have you here at the very first game, the very last game, and plenty in between.
Yeah.
And, of course, the next time we're here at the Khartoum Oval will be the 9th of December for the Euros of women's cricket as well, with 10 teams, 2 divisions as well for the first time.
Can't wait. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to have a challenger division for the women's as well. 10 teams in total. It's going to be cracking. It really is. But before then, of course, like you've said, plenty of cricket coming up. Join us in Malta, join us in Rome, and, of course, join us in Barcelona as well. The Euros of cricket has been absolutely fantastic. I think people around the globe are talking about it. It's cricketainment that we deliver. I mean, 14 centuries, 11 hat-tricks. You don't get better than that.
It's been at 14, that was actually my pick. Remember on the day one we saw Amjad scoring the first one. Oh, at least we got something. We didn't get a golden ball.
No,
we'll have to wait. The women did give us a golden ball last year. Maybe we'll get one towards the end of the year. Well, I want to say thanks again to all the viewers out there for the interactions. I know we're running over. We've got the trophy ceremony ready to go. But, yeah, stay with us. We'd love to keep you as part of the environment, part of the community, and we do things a little bit differently here. That's because the world's changing and the world needs something like this. It's joyful, it's filled with emotion, it's real. I think that's one thing that we love the most about it. Well, Rico, vamos a bailar, because I'd like to get ready. I've got a party atmosphere. It's Saturday night. The trophy ceremony's on the way. We'll see you very soon, probably in Malta individually, but make sure you join Phil tomorrow. For now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, from the studio at least, we'll see you in the trophy ceremony very, very shortly. But it's bye for now. Enjoy these best bits of the day before we go to the trophy ceremony. Hasta pronto. Hello, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a very special night. It's the trophy ceremony for the Dream11 European Cricket Championship 2024. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, the Master of Ceremonies tonight, as well as we will be giving away, of course, this fantastic trophy, the ECC trophy, thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle, as well as the MVP trophy. We have the Fair Play Award, as well as these medals, which are unique, they're very special, and we hope that those that are lucky enough to receive them tonight will treasure them forever. Now, I do want to say that we wouldn't be here without the help and the support of our partners. So at ECN, we are very, very thankful to Dream11, as well as HCL Software, to Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía. It's nice to see you here as well. Muchas gracias por su apoyo. Nos encanta estar aquí. Mi español está mejorando, espero. But we absolutely love the fact that we have that support. Also, we've got Jorge Gallardo here, the Mayor of Cartama, who will be part of the presentation ceremony. Also, I want to thank Victorinox, who've come on board recently, and we're very, very thankful for their support, and they'll have a part to play as well in this trophy ceremony. To the United Nations World Food Programme, of course, we had World Food Day on the 16th of October during this tournament, and I want to thank everyone from the UNWFP for sharing the message with us. We're trying to get it out there. Thanks to everyone also that supported that cause along the way. To Spring Media, our television partners, television production partners, we could not do what we do without the support of Spring Media, and they are absolutely amazing at what they do. Let's hear it for Spring Media. I work with them every day. They are the best in the biz. Thank you so much. But also, I want to thank Sports Interactive for all their work behind the scenes and making the technological side of things work, which is very, very complicated, I suppose, when you're doing 1,700 and something games a year. And also to Nacho from Pro Foot Camps, who has now taken over the Cartama Oval. To Nacho, we are very, very thankful to be able to use this fantastic facility and try and make some really special things happen on this famous Cartama Oval. Let's hear it for all of our partners here for ECC 24. While we are here, I also want to quickly mention that we have official suppliers that really help us out with what we need to do to make this tournament as special as it is. So, of course, to Sunset Beach Club, they are the official accommodation partner, but also to Carges, our official car hire partner, to Victoria Taveda, and to Mateos, to Rhino for the use of the lights, to Berrocal, as well as Print Shop Digital. I really want to say from the bottom of our heart, thank you for the partnerships we've built and for helping us put on such a great event. So let's hear it for our official ECN suppliers. Also, I need to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to Jay Wild, who is somewhere here. There he is, Jay. Thank you so much for all your work, not just in the 4 weeks, but I'm sure about 4 months or more before getting a team together, and actually brings me to the ground crew as well for your help coordinating the Cricket School project, and big thanks to all the coaches as well. But you are a wonderful host and you are part of the family. So thank you to Jay and everybody else here at the Cartama Oval that make this such an amazing event. And I always just love the interactions I have with the youngsters and getting them excited about cricket and the next generation of Spanish cricket coming in as well. While I'm here, I do need to thank my workmates as well, the Blue Crew, whether it's the crew that are typically on tour during the year or the administrative and other crew that come from ECN HQ to assist with the scale of this event. So no matter what your role is, I know we've all got different roles, we all work really hard together to try and get the best out of ourselves and each other, not only here at the Cartama Oval, but all year. It's so wonderful to be part of a family that's grown together, that's learned together, but most of all, that's really passionate about the work that we do. So big thank you to all the ECN crew, to all the Blue Crew out there. It is something I know that is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that we're building. Also, I want to thank all of our international broadcast partners. It is amazing to be able to go out to all of these different countries, and I honestly get messages every day from pretty much every continent, maybe not Antarctica, but there's probably penguins watching it somewhere. People love European cricket. People love ECN cricket, and that is because of what's been built here. And on that note, I do have to thank a couple of my partners that I work with very closely. To Rico Full, I know you're over there, Rico. Thank you so much. I know it's been a wild ride, but I always love spending so much time with you. To Andrew Ryan as well. Rhino, thank you very much as well for your part in the coverage. And for some pretty interesting car rides home as well. Also to Corey Ruckers, who was heavily involved in the first part of the tournament before he got involved with his coaching duties. But also, before we go onto the presentations, to Leon the DJ, thanks for keeping us so entertained over this 4 weeks. It has been amazing, and I love the new requests features. I have to start texting them in though to you because I've absolutely loved it. Thanks so much. Okay, well now it is time to move on to the presentation part of this ceremony. Now we are going to start with just a mention of the player of the final, and I'm sure you'll see him featured on our YouTube channel with his fantastic innings in the final tonight. So quick shout out goes to the player of the ECC 24 Premier Division final, Johnny Connell from the England 11. Congratulations, Johnny. What an innings. They said to watch out for Johnny. Well, we learned a lot about Johnny C during this tournament. Now we're going to move over to the MVP of the entire Premier Division, and this will be handed out by Juan Carlos Rodriguez of Cricket España. And well, there's always a lot of debates, and a lot of people go in and put their 2 cents in about this particular award, and you'll receive not only the trophy but also a little something from Victorinox as well, our official partners as well. So I can tell you, I could talk about who was close. There were plenty that were close. We saw centuries, we saw hat tricks, but in the end we decided on one person for the coveted MVP trophy. From the Netherlands 11, Shahriz Ahmed. Come on down, Shahriz. Shahriz is such an exciting young player. We've watched him develop in front of our eyes, and to see what he's doing now on the world stage is also something very, 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 very special. So congratulations, Shahriz. Do you want to come home and have a quick word? Shahriz, congratulations about the individual award. Obviously, commiserations about the final, but how was your ECC experience this year?
Yeah, it's been very good, of course, to be coming back here again after a couple of years. Obviously the result didn't go our way, but we've played some good cricket as a team, which we can really be proud of, and hopefully we do the same next year.
And look, as part of the quote-unquote next generation of Dutch cricketers, how exciting is it at the moment to be a part of the Netherlands setup?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. We've had a great few summers now, and the results have been very well. So yeah, we're developing as a team, and we've reached some higher heights. So it's good.
Congratulations. I know it's a tough night for you, but we really, really love watching you do what you do and wish you all the best. A bright international future. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate once again Shahriz Ahmed, the MVP of the ECC Premier Division. Also, we're pleased to once again present a Fair Play Award, and this is thanks to HCL Software. And this is done over the course, remember, not only of the 5 days of Championship Week, but of course we had 2.5 weeks in this Premier Division. And it's great to be able to hand this over. So I know we've got Tanya here, and I think I've got Andy Wright as well to assist with this award. But I can tell you that the Fair Play Award actually this year went to not only a player, but actually an entire team. So it was decided, due to their sportsmanship and the way they conducted themselves over the entire 3 days that we saw them, that the Fair Play Award in 2024 would go to Team Norway. So Norway are the winners. Andy is actually going to come up. That's why I called him out. He's going to be receiving the award. Andy, of course, from the ICC, receives that award on behalf of the Norwegian national team. Thank you very much to Tanya and once again to HCL Software for that. And now it's time to get on to the medals. Now we'll just quickly touch on this journey. Obviously we had 5 teams start championship week. 4 made it with Spain bowing out last night. But of course we love watching Team Spain. I know they got a lot of fans around the world. The Germans went out first up today, but they are such an entertaining unit as well. I want to say, let's hear it for Team Germany. They're still here. I know it's been a long day, long tour for you guys. Look forward to being back in Germany soon. You're a credit to yourselves. I love watching the way that team came together. In third place, the Scotland 11. Well, the Scots really played some of their best cricket when their tournament was on the line. So to Team Scotland, congratulations to you. Great to see some new players here at the Cartama Oval. Third, their best ever finish. Just like for Germany, 4th was their best finish ever in an ECC. But now it's time to talk about the team that did come second, and they're a great unit. They're full of slightly different personalities, and they're a melting pot of cricket backgrounds, but they come together as one unit, and when they pull those orange shirts on, they are quite a force. And I love watching it. I can really relate to the way you play your cricket, hard but fair. I've loved spending time in the Netherlands and watching you close up, and we hope we can be back there again soon. It's always tough coming second. That's 2 years in a row, but I know that you'll be back bigger and better than ever next year, and I look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. So Rob Kemming, silver medals. Rob, great to see you as well. Rob's retired now, but he's a big part of what made ECN so great in the first place. Rob, if you'd like to do the honours, let's invite down your runners-up of ECC 24 Premier Division, the Netherlands 11. Netherlands 11, back-to-back runners-up. I'm here with the captain, Sebastian Bratt, and Sebastian, always love seeing you here at the Cartama Oval. It's a hard time, but I mean, how are you feeling right now?
Painful. Nah, it's a harsh pill to swallow. Obviously, always very nice to play against the English. I think we go heart to heart. We enjoy this game so much, playing against the English. Yeah, it's a hard one, but we come back harder next year.
Yeah, I know you will, and I really, like I said, respect the way you play your cricket and how you've picked up and run with your team. What's it like captaining this group of young men?
Yeah, there's some different characters in this group, but it's a lot of passion, and that's what I love. We all have passion for the game, and we go hard, and we have fun next to the game. So that's so good to have, and I enjoy every moment.
That's great to hear. Anyone in particular you'd like to thank? The floor is yours.
Obviously, the whole ECN, it's always great to be here. It's been the 4th time for me and for a couple of the boys to be here. And thank you very, very much. We enjoy every minute of it, and hope to see you next year.
Well said, Sebastian Bruck. Congratulations. I hope we see you back again leading this Dutch side. Netherlands 11, runners-up of ECC 24 Premier Division. And for some of these guys, they won't be on a break for too long. I know there's a couple going to Oman soon for some high-level international cricket. I certainly look forward to seeing what happens over there. Now let's talk about the first team to ever win back-to-back ECCs. They first burst onto the scene in 2021 with a really power-packed side. I remember they were so talented but still trying to work things out, and slowly but surely every year they've found more players that they want to give opportunities to, more players that they think are suited to the format, and most importantly can learn from the ECC experience and go on to higher honours. And we're already seeing that happen with plenty of players we've seen represent the England 11 over the years. This year, they were very, very good from the get-go, I will say that. Any thoughts they'd be rusty coming straight into Championship Week were dispelled pretty quickly. Did have one wobble where the Netherlands 11 were able to win one game by 20 runs, but apart from that, they really had a dominant finals week. Great to see a mix of players I'd seen before and new players coming in, like I said. And individually and collectively, I wish every single one of you a wonderful 12 months ahead, and hope to see you back here at the Khartoum Oval. I'd love you to come down now and collect your gold medals. They will be presented by the Mayor of Khartoum, Jorge Gallardo, and Juan Antonio Vargas, the Sport Councillor of Khartoum. Please welcome your ECC 24 Premier Champions, the England 11. Last but certainly not least is the England 11, Dan Lincoln. And I'll invite you over here, Dan, for a chat. It seems just yesterday we were here, but it was a year ago where you won ECC 23, first ever team to go back-to-back in the Euros of cricket. How does it feel?
We're very happy. Coming in and not having to qualify was nice, but we were concerned that not having a week to kind of hit our straps was going to be the toughest part of it.
Yeah, well, that's something we noticed. We thought maybe you'd be a bit rusty. It didn't seem that way. How about some of the new guys coming in? I think that they had really big influences on your success this week.
Yeah, it was really exciting. We went with some experience to bed the lads in, and all the new guys that have come are really explosive. They've got pace behind them, and actually they've lit it up just as much as the experienced lads, which is great.
Some really great feedback we're getting from a lot of the England players that are kind of going on and playing next level cricket and breaking into professional cricket is how this format has given them skills that they might not have picked up so quickly otherwise. What do you think about that observation?
I think this comp has got so much pressure on individuals. They're taking it home and using that is vital to their games. Whether it's 1 or 2% that helps them, more the merrier. Let them take it home and use it.
Yeah, well, that's obviously something that we're very passionate about, growing cricket no matter what level you're starting at and where you're playing your cricket. Finally, I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank.
There's too many to thank, but thank you very much, all the fans and family coming out to support us. We've really appreciated that. To the staff and to the boys, it's been sensational. The guys that run the network and the officials, we've had some good times over the last week. We appreciate you, and thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you next year.
I love the way you play cricket. Hard, fair, and you never take any prisoners. I want you to go over there because it's almost time to present you with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Lincoln quickly, the England 11 captain. And now it'll be ECN founder Dan Weston and ECN CEO Roger Finer to hand over the trophy
to your ECC 24 champions, the England 11. Now it is time. Let's raise that trophy to the champions. Thank you so much, one and all, for being here. Travel safe. Join us on the journey. We've got cricket coming tomorrow from Malta. It never stops on ECN. What a crazy journey. First time 2 divisions, 32 countries. Just seems like yesterday the Greeks were here. They were champions as well. Don't forget about that. Stay with us on ECN European Cricket Network. You'll be seeing us soon. I know Phil's ready to go in Malta tomorrow. It's going to be a big night here. Thanks again for your support. We hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did. From ECC 24, it's lights out. See you back here for the Women's Euros of Cricket in 2025. It's Mr. Maximo signing out. Nos vemos. Hasta pronto.